Chapter 1380. Zishan Makoto saw that his clothes were tattered. He was in a sorry state. His old face was covered in dust. His limbs were thin and dirty. But soon he looked at the Goo Master girl in front of him, thinking, is it her? The crucial person in the trajectory of fate. No, this feeling seems right, but actually wrong. So it's not her, but her descendant. The Goo Master girl left behind some simple food before leaving with the servant girl. That night, Purple went to her and gave her a true inheritance in her dream. This true inheritance is a bit messy. It has wisdom path, transformation path, and even food path. I will call it Black Tigress True Inheritance for now. Sigh. I wonder if it will be effective. Can it continue influencing her? But there is still some hope, isn't it? Purple left silently. Northern Plains, inside a cave. He's here. Zishan Makoto called out in his mind. The young-looking lady one show excitedly barged in. Seeing Zishan Makoto, her heart sank to rock bottom. So Senior is already here. Junior will leave now. I don't dare to disturb Senior from collecting this true inheritance. Zishan Makoto's aura made Lady One Show's heart palpitate. Zishan Makoto looked at her, thinking, this is the girl. He spoke. Little girl, you are young but can cultivate to go immortal. You know your limits and know when to advance and when to retreat very good. But I can't collect this true inheritance. I don't have the qualifications. I am willing to give this true inheritance to you, but after you inherit it, you need to let me look through its contents. At the same time, you will owe me a favor. In the future, if you need help, you will need to use this information path Goo Worm to convey information to someone. Kill me or torture me. Do as you wish. But don't even think about making me beg for mercy. The female Goo Master collapsed on the ground. Her tone was firm. Purple smiled. Little girl, you are very interesting. You remind me of many things in the past. It is your fortune to have met me. Saying so, Purple stretched out his index finger and lightly touched the female Goo Master's forehead. This is a fire path true inheritance. I only gave you the upper half. It is enough for you to cultivate to rank 5 and become an expert among Goo Masters. As for the second half, I hid it somewhere in Northern Plains. In the future, if you have a chance to find the second half, you might be able to use it to ascend as an immortal. After saying that, Purple disappeared. Immortal ascension? This old beggar is crazy. Is he a Goo immortal? The female Goo Master waited for a while before recovering. Bewildered, she quickly left the place. Purple stepped on the cloud layer. Watching the female Goo Master leave, he muttered, this girl is quite special. Not only does she have the taste of destiny, she is also being watched by Providence. I'm afraid one of her relatives will become a pawn of Providence in the future. He. Young man, I have 3 true inheritances here. The first inheritance will allow you to bathe in fire and step on the flames, looking down on the mortal world. The second inheritance could allow one to control the wind and float in the air, allowing one to roam freely in the world. The third inheritance was to transcend life and death and help the common people. Which one will you choose? Tell me after thinking about it. The young Tai by Yunsheng thought for a while. I choose the third one. Another source of hope. Sigh, it has been almost 100,000 years. I hope that the seed of hope I planted will accumulate more and more. It will be helpful to the main body's plan. Roar. A dragon roar resounded, shaking the entire blessed land. Duke Long breathed out dragon flames, directly hitting Zishan Makoto. Zishan Makoto cut off his own arm to block this fatal attack. He could only retreat. Duke Long grabbed the air again. Zishan Makoto felt intense pain in his chest, with a series of cracking sounds. Most of his bones were crushed by Duke Long. Zishan Makoto endured the pain. Even though he could not move, he still used Goo Worms to dodge. Duke Long's expression was still cold. "Do you know why you lost?" He fixed his gaze on Zishan Makoto, like a cat toying with a mouse. Zishan Makoto coughed and spat out a mouthful of blood. He looked at Duke Long in the sky. "I'd like to hear the details." Duke Long sneered. He suddenly vanished on the spot. At the next moment, he appeared in front of Zishan Makoto. A fierce punch. Zishan Makoto's abdomen was hit by the punch. The incomparable fist force immediately blasted a huge hole in his abdomen. Zishan Makoto was sent flying like a cannonball. He was sent crashing into the ground by the fist force, sinking into a pit. You want to assimilate with Providence. In fact, Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had already done this countless years ago. She is the creator of Wisdom Path. How can you show off in front of her? You spent the latter half of your life doing one thing, that was to fight for pawns with Providence. Unfortunately, when you assimilated with Providence, you also became a pawn of Providence. Duke Long said this as he slowly descended. Zishan Makoto gritted his teeth. He exerted all his strength and flew out of the pit. He flew back for some distance, landing on the ground and coughing out blood again. His abdomen was only connected by the skin on both sides, but it was no longer bleeding. He had used his method to stop it. Zishan Makoto's expression was extremely pale. His body was on the verge of collapse. His vision was dark. He was only relying on his willpower to keep himself from fainting on the spot. Duke Long slowly landed on the ground. He did not chase. He stretched out his index finger and pointed at Zishan Makoto. Boom! A dazzling beam of light shot out. Zishan Makoto's body was emitting faint purple light, but under Duke Long's unstoppable attacks, he was sent flying and landed on the ground, forming a pool of blood around him. As for the second reason, you should have already guessed it. That's right, this dream realm has already been corroded by Providence. The longer the dream realm manifests, the deeper Providence's corrosion will be. This time, my celestial court was fortunate enough to receive guidance from the will of the stars. We have already understood Spectral Soul's condition and location. Oh, there is also that Fang Yuan. How ironic. If he was hiding somewhere else, we might not have been able to find him. Unfortunately, he chose to explore the dream realm. His soul entered the dream and was directly exposed to Providence. He tried to defy heaven's will. He deserves to die. He will definitely die today. Duke Long walked over with large strides. During this period, countless soul beasts gathered again, forming a dense black mass that was like a dark cloud pressing down on a city. They charged towards Duke Long from the sky. Duke Long continued to walk. He did not even look at the wind above him. He only raised his left arm and clenched his fist lightly. Rumble! The atmosphere exploded. In an instant, countless soul beasts were torn into pieces. Duke Long was indeed a quasi-rank 9 battle strength. He cultivated Chi Path primarily and Transformation Path concurrently. Right now, he was using Chi Path methods. The Soul Beast army was as weak as paper toys in front of him. He walked forward with large strides. His body was strong and his hair fluttered in the wind. Walking in front of Zishan Makoto, Duke Long stood still and looked down at Zishan Makoto. Zishan Makoto was sprawled on the ground. His arms were trembling. He was trying his best to support his upper body. He wanted to stand up. He still wanted to continue fighting. Thus, Duke Long looked at him quietly. He saw Zishan Makoto finally using all his strength to slowly stand up, standing in front of him. But Zishan Makoto's injuries were too severe. He did not have the ability to continue fighting. He could not even support this simple action of standing up. But just as he was about to fall, Duke Long reached out and grabbed Zishan Makoto's neck. Public Duke Long used his iron pincer-like hand to lift Purple Mountain True Monarch up, slightly, lifting his feet off the ground. How does it feel to have your hopes destroyed? The outcome of trying to defy heaven is this pitiful. Even the soul of a venerable is the same. Duke Long sneered. Zishan Makoto struggled to hold onto Duke Long's arm. Cough, cough, cough. I, indeed, have no hope. But that doesn't mean that others don't have hope. He he he. Duke Long's expression changed slightly. His sharp dragon eyes quickly looked at Zishan Makoto's body. No wonder you are so weak. So, you sent away a portion of your immortal goo. You still refuse to give up. Since you cannot succeed, what can the remaining Shadow Sect members do? Zishan Makoto's face was purplish red. He could barely breathe or speak. He could only mumble in his heart, "This person is different. Fang Yuan, you are definitely different. You are a complete otherworldly demon, the best candidate to resist fate. You are also the greatest chess piece that Providence chose to deal with my Shadow Sect. Now, you have already escaped from Providence's control. I assimilated with Providence. I have been sowing hope and influencing fate. Unfortunately, I failed. Just like what Duke Long said, I have unknowingly become Providence's chess piece. The process of me assimilating with Providence is also the process of Providence assimilating me. I have no hope left. But you, Fang Yuan, are my greatest hope. Let me exert my final influence at the final juncture of my life. He he he. I am really looking forward to it. You, who possesses the entire inheritance of Shadow Sect, how far can you go? Go and turn the world upside down. Fang Yuan. These inner roars were all transmitted into Fang Yuan's ears. Fang Yuan sighed. A man is about to die. He finally no longer had any doubts. I understand your intentions, although we were once enemies. I will take over this mess. I am willing to become the master of Shadow Sect. Very good, very good. Zishan Makoto's eyelids drooped weakly. His hands were tightly entwined with Duke Long's, but his movements were frozen, still strangling Duke Long's arm. In a fighting posture, at this moment, Zishan Makoto died in battle. His unkempt purple hair was no longer dazzling and shiny. The journey of 100,000 years had come to an end at this moment. This life that had been fighting ceaselessly had stopped its footsteps. Although he had failed and lost his life, in his final moments, he still sowed hope. He died full of expectations. Perhaps this was the reason why there was still a smile on his lips before he died. It was 100,000 years of vicissitudes in the human world, half awake and half insane. Chapter 1381. Zishan Makoto no longer had any signs of life. He had turned into a corpse. What a clean death! Duke Long snorted coldly. His cold dragon eyes observed Zishan Makoto from inside out. Zishan Makoto had many immortal goo, but he secretly sent away most of them. The remaining goo worms also self-destructed after he died. Not just that, his soul was also dissipating. Duke Long wanted to stop it, but he could not do so. What made Duke Long even more surprised was that Zishan Makoto's immortal body still had many Dao marks left. But at this moment, these Dao marks were dissipating. He really did not leave any resources for the Celestial Court. Duke Long let go. The worthless Zishan Makoto's corpse fell to the ground. Soul beasts roared. A large group surrounded Duke Long again. But because of Duke Long's ferocious display earlier, none of these soul beasts dared to attack him. Compared to the numerous soul beasts, Duke Long's body was tiny, but he was strolling leisurely with a relaxed expression. As expected of the door of life and death, the number of soul beasts hidden inside is like a mountain or a sea. After killing one batch, another batch will appear. There is no end to them. They are endless. Duke Long let out a slight sigh. The door of life and death was a secluded domain of heaven and earth. It had existed since the creation of heaven and earth. Think about it. Since ancient times, when countless living beings died, most of their souls would return to this place. Only after Red Lotus Demon Venerable destroyed fate, Gu, would his soul be left behind in the outside world. Thus, In the depths of the door of life and death, only Spectral Soul knew how many souls and soul beasts were hidden. Duke Long did not care about these soul beasts. Even immemorial soul beasts were only a small problem to Duke Long unless they were legendary immemorial desolate beasts like Zui Yi Hui or Mao Li Chiu. He would treat them with respect. Spectral Soul has been captured. His greatest clone is also dead. It's time to go out and clean up the entire battlefield. Duke Long had the immortal killer move Dragon Gate. He could freely enter blessed lands and grotto heavens. Even if the Shadow Sect's blessed land was closed, it would not be able to trap him. But just as he was about to move, the entire blessed land suddenly shook. Cracks began to spread from the verdant sky, as if a mirror had shattered. Duke Long frowned slightly. Is the entire Shadow Sect's blessed land going to self-destruct? It's really the style of a demon. As such, Duke Long had no choice but to dispel his previous thoughts. He needed to bring out the gate of life and death before the blessed land was destroyed. If the blessed land was allowed to be destroyed, the winds of assimilation would blow, and the safety of this rather important mystic realm of heaven and earth would be in danger. Roar! Roar! The soul beast army roared, and their voices were tinged with panic. This entire world was about to be destroyed, and these soul beasts all felt that a great calamity was about to befall them. More and more soul beasts started to appear amidst the chaos. Duke Long went against the flow and slaughtered a group of soul beasts before standing in front of the gate of life and death. At the same time, outside the Shadow Sect blessed land, we can't hold on anymore. Several pure dream reality seeker physique bodies came out of the dream realms one after another. Their 10 extreme physiques were not complete. They still had flaws. Even though they had dream path Tao marks, they could not stay in the dream realms for an unlimited amount of time. When the time was up, they had to come out. But just as the southern border righteous path Gu immortals wanted to chase them, the Super Gu formation activated and transported all of these pure dream reality seeker physique bodies inside. These pure dream reality seeker physique bodies were created by Zishan Makoto by expending his own soul from the cocoon of light. In terms of status, they were still split souls of the Shadow Sect, the clones of Spectral Soul Demon, venerable in the world. But their battle strength could not be counted on. Zishan Makoto had only given them some mortal goo. As for their thoughts and foundation, they were completely different from Zishan Makoto. They were like completely new individuals. We greet the new leader of the Shadow Sect. After seeing Fang Yuan, they immediately paid their respects. Before Zishan Makoto died, he had arranged everything. Hei Lulan, by Ningbing, Ing Wu Xie, Fairy Miao Yin, and Black Tigress also came out of the immortal apertures of the pure dream reality seeker physique bodies. Facing Fang Yuan, these people's expressions were quite interesting. I am Miao Yin, great Lord Sect leader. Fairy Miao Yin was the first to speak. She was one of the 3 great fairies of southern border like Qiao Si Lu. Her voice was extremely soft. Her eyes were alluring. Her clothes were pink. Her figure was alluring. Her eyes were more sunken than normal people. Her nose bridge was high. Her eyes were mesmerizing. Lord Sect leader. Black Tigress also said. Her expression was stiff because not long ago she had attacked Fang Yuan, attempting to take Fang Yuan's life. She did not expect the changes in fate to be so miraculous. In just a short while, Fang Yuan had become her leader. Hei Lulan gritted her teeth, sighing deeply. Hei Lulan greets Lord Sect leader. She had cooperated with Fang Yuan before. They had also been enemies. She had even been saved by Fang Yuan. She had even made use of her period, blazing heaven demoness, to cheat Fang Yuan. But later, during the Battle of Yitian Mountain, due to a strange combination of factors, she had to join the Shadow Sect, setting up an extremely harsh alliance agreement. Precisely because of this, when Fang Yuan became the new leader of the Shadow Sect, he could decide whether He Lulan's life or death. He Lulan had to lower her head. To think that there would be a day when I would cooperate with you. Bai Ningbing, however, was unique. She crossed her arms, her dragon eyes shining with cold light as she stared at Fang Yuan, speaking with a sigh. Speaking of which, her relationship with Fang Yuan had deepened. Ever since Qing Mao Mountain, they had traveled together. Until now, both sides had their own fortuitous encounters. They had met again, and now they were even working together again. It was truly fate's joke. As for Ying Wuxia, he was still in the dream realm. Fang Yuan looked at these Gu immortals. Towards these pure dream reality seeker physique bodies, Fang Yuan only glanced at them. These Gu immortals had a limited lifespan. Once the time was up, they would self-destruct. The higher their cultivation level, the shorter the time limit. Thus, these pure dream reality seeker physique bodies were cannon fodder. Among the true members of the Shadow Sect, there were only these 5 that Fang Yuan valued. Ying Wuxia, He Lulan, Bai Ningbing, Fairy Miaoyin, and Lady Black Tigress. There was also Sixth Hair, a spy planted in Langya blessed land by the Shadow Sect. He could barely be considered the 6th member. Among these 6, He Lulan was the most trustworthy one for Fang Yuan because she could not betray him. Fairy Miaoyin and Lady Black Tigress became members of the Shadow Sect because of Zishan Makoto's true inheritance. Fang Yuan inherited Zishan Makoto's will. He had a high degree of control over these 2. Ying Wuxia and Sixth Hair were split souls of the Shadow Sect. Since Fang Yuan became the leader of the Shadow Sect, even they had to admit this. But as for Fang Yuan's future orders, whether they would obey or actively carry them out, it would depend on Fang Yuan's methods. Among them, Bai Ningbing was the most difficult Gu immortal to control. She had made an agreement with the Shadow Sect. Both sides were equal. When Zishan Makoto was alive, Bai Ningbing did not even bother speaking to him, not to mention Fang Yuan, who had just become the leader of the Shadow Sect. At this moment, all sorts of thoughts flashed in Fang Yuan's mind. Next, he said, He Lulan, take over my control of the Super Gu formation. I want to save Ying Wuxia. He had been controlling the Super Gu formation to resist Fairy Myrtle's corrosion. He could not divert his attention to use more complex killer moves. The reason why he chose He Lulan was because she was the most trustworthy among the 5 of them. Immortal killer move, Unravel Dream. Fang Yuan successfully saved Ying Wuxia, freeing him from the dream realm. However, even though Ying Wuxia woke up, he was not in a good state. His eyes were lifeless. He had no fighting spirit or fighting spirit. He was lying on the ground, as if his spine had been pulled out. He had been thoroughly dealt a heavy blow. Spectral Soul's main body was captured. Zishan Makoto died. All of Ying Wuxia's hopes were destroyed. He felt that there was no path ahead. He was in complete darkness. There was no light at all. Ever since he was born, the only thing that had motivated him and pushed him forward was the goal of saving his main body. But now, this goal was completely destroyed. Ying Wuxia lost all of his fighting spirit. Even though he is a split soul of Spectral Soul, he is still too young. Without Zishan Makoto's experiences, how long has it been since the Battle of Etian Mountain? Fang Yuan understood. He urged, where are the inheritances that Zishan Makoto sent into your immortal aperture? Hand them over. Even though Ying Wuxia was dejected, he still acknowledged Fang Yuan's identity. He opened his immortal aperture's entrance. A lump of purple will flew out. The will contained a large amount of rank 8 immortal essence, as well as a group of immortal Gu floating in the air. Zishan Makoto. Fang Yuan took a step back, showing a vigilant expression. Even though Zishan Makoto only had a will left, he still had immortal essence and Gu worms. He was still a threat. The purple will condensed into Zishan Makoto's appearance. He did not harm Fang Yuan. He followed the agreement and handed all of his immortal essence and goo worms to Fang Yuan. Moreover, he handed them over in person. Fang Yuan successfully refined the immortal goo. Fang Yuan let out a sigh of relief. Before this, even though he could communicate with Zishan Makoto directly, that was all. He could not let Zishan Makoto directly send the inheritances into Fang Yuan's immortal aperture. Zishan Makoto sent these inheritances to Ing Wuxie before Fang Yuan took them out. Of course, even though Zishan Makoto did not ask anything of Fang Yuan could sense his intention. Zishan Makoto wanted Fang Yuan to save these people. Of course, if Fang Yuan did not save them, there would be no harm. To think that my gains this time are so much greater than I expected. After obtaining these inheritances, Fang Yuan sighed deeply. In his original plan, his goal was to exterminate the Shadow Sect and eliminate the remaining forces of the Shadow Sect. If he was lucky and performed exceptionally well, he might be able to capture the remnant soul of Spectral Soul's main body. Of course, Fang Yuan did not have much hope for this. Chapter 1382. After all, the other party was the founder of Soul Path, a rank 9 venerable, one of the top 10 cultivators in history. It would be a joke if he could be soul-searched so easily. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable, who cultivated Space Path, could create killer moves like Divine Concealment and Ghostly Concealment that could be used at any time without using any immortal essence. Even if Spectral Soul's main body did not have immortal essence or goo worms, he was not easy to deal with. When Zishan Makoto gave all of his inheritance to Fang Yuan, making Fang Yuan the leader of Shadow Sect, Fang Yuan's gains were far beyond his expectations. Zishan Makoto wants me to save these people. But he did not say this out loud. Is he afraid that I will be suspicious and refuse to accept the gifts? He really put in a lot of effort. But if I use these people well, they will become my helpers. They are already at their wits' end. They are my natural allies. I will take all of you away. Fang Yuan was not a narrow-minded person. Even for people who had just transmigrated to this world, he was like that. Through his experiences in his previous life and this life, he had a much broader view than ordinary people. Bai Ningbing, He Lulan, and Black Tigress had all betrayed him. But so what? Fang Yuan understood them from the bottom of his heart. These thoughts flashed in his mind for a moment. Fang Yuan stored Zishan Makoto's will into the sovereign immortal aperture. Without immortal essence and immortal goo, Zishan Makoto's will was almost non-threatening. In the future, unless it was absolutely necessary, Fang Yuan would not give immortal essence and immortal goo to this purple will. Time was pressing. Fang Yuan did not have time to check his gains. He directly communicated with the purple will in his immortal aperture. He wanted to ask about the method to control the upper extreme, heavenly eagle that Zishan Makoto had revealed earlier. Fang Yuan was using reverse flow protection seal now. There was a huge risk. Hence, the upper extreme, heavenly eagle, naturally became the first choice. The upper extreme, heavenly eagle's advantage over the countercurrent protection seal was that it could fly faster and penetrate through the void. It was also a primordial desolate beast, so its skin was very thick. Of course, the prerequisite was that Fang Yuan could control it. Even though Fang Yuan had name Restriction Immortal Goo, it was not his own. He was only borrowing it from Wu Clan. Secondly, the immortal goo was only rank 7 against the rank 8 upper extreme, heavenly eagle. It might not be enough. Fang Yuan soon learned of Zishan Makoto's method. Fang Yuan actually knew about this method as well. This was an enslavement path technique, and it was related to a person. This person's name was a bit special. He was called 180 Slaves. He was an Eastern Sea Goo immortal. His early years were filled with difficulties. He was born as a slave and had a low status, but he used all the opportunities and risks to grow, eventually climbing to the peak of his life. He was an enslavement path genius. Ordinary enslavement path cultivators were the upper slaves and the lower slaves. But he did the opposite, using the lower slaves to control the higher slaves. Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance had the inheritance of 180 slaves, and it was a part of their cultivation content for Zombie Alliance members to purchase. Shark Demon had once bought a portion of 180 slaves' true inheritance. He wanted to use a group of sharks to control that one-finger flow shark in the River of Time. Unfortunately, it was destroyed by Blazing Heaven Demonis, and he was schemed against by Shadow Sect in Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance's headquarters. Not only him, even his beloved wife, Sue Byman, was turned into a goo material to refine sovereign immortal fetus goo. Shadow Sect's foundation was incomparably deep, and Zishan Makoto was a first-generation split soul. There was definitely more than one method to enslave the immemorial desolate beast upper extreme, Heavenly Eagle. But what Zishan Makoto could take out now was only 180 slaves. Speaking of which, he was actually quite lucky. Although Zishan Makoto had many immortal goo, he had set up the Purple Blood River Formation some time ago and had spread the true inheritance many times in the last 100,000 years. It was already not easy for him to gather a set of goo worms and achieve the effect of enslaving the upper extreme, Heavenly Eagle. This immortal killer move is called 180 slaves, using one's own name to command. It seems this is the trump card of 180 slaves. It is the proudest method. This killer move is not difficult, and I even have immortal goo. Mortal goo are common things. I only need to buy them in jewel yellow skies. It seems that Shadow Sect has already modified 180 slaves. But what I lack now are eagle-type desolate beasts or ancient desolate beasts. Fang Yuan's thoughts moved as the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle continued to mature, expending a large amount of heavenly crystals. Fang Yuan, on the other hand, started to purchase eagle-type desolate beasts or ancient eagle beasts in jewel yellow skies. The sale of live desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts had a large scale in jewel yellow skies. However, it was rare to find an eagle among all of them. Time was pressing. Fang Yuan had no other choice. He hesitated for a moment before making his decision. He announced in jewel yellow skies, purchasing eagle-type desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts at a favorable price, using immortal goo to pay is not a problem. At once, this caused a commotion. Using immortal goo to purchase desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts. Immortal goo were unique. They were extremely hard to refine, while desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts were easier to raise. This was clearly a loss, but Fang Yuan could not care so much. Soon, it attracted the attention of many goo immortals. I have the mixed Heavenly Eagle desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts. How much are you selling your immortal goo for? A goo immortal asked. The mixed Heavenly Eagle was not an ordinary eagle. It had the head of an eagle and the body of a human. It had a pair of arms, 5 fingers like a human, sharp nails, eagle feet, and eagle wings. It liked to use a long bone club as a rod in battle. Even though this mixed Heavenly Eagle has a strange shape, it is indeed an eagle. I can use it. Fang Yuan thought of this and immediately asked, "How many do you have?" 33 desolate beast, mixed Heavenly Eagles, 7 ancient mixed Heavenly Eagles. That goo immortal reported. Fang Yuan nodded without hesitation. "I'll buy it. I have a rank 6 immortal goo here." "Only rank 6 immortal goo? I have 7 ancient desolate beasts." The goo immortal said, unhappily. Fang Yuan was even more dissatisfied. He shouted, "Get lost if you don't sell." That goo immortal's attitude immediately changed. "Sai, don't be angry. I'll sell it. I'll sell it. How can I not sell it?" Once this transaction was completed, it immediately caused an even greater commotion in jewel yellow skies. The transactions of jewel yellow skies were very open. Everyone witnessed the transaction. Someone is actually using immortal goo to buy desolate beasts. This is unprecedented. This goo immortal has a screw loose. Even though there are many mixed heavenly eagles, how many immortal materials can there be? Using immortal materials of this level to refine that rank 6 immortal goo, it would take more than 10 attempts. Refining immortal goo was too difficult. The success rate was very low. 10 attempts might seem like a lot, but in fact, many goo immortals would refine immortal goo 50 to 60 times. This isn't a scam, right? Is there a problem with this immortal goo? Some goo immortals were suspicious. No, this is jewel yellow skies. Who can deceive it? The treasure light emitted by the goods is genuine. Let me do it. I have over 100 rainbow-chasing eagles here. Another customer came looking for him. Rainbow-chasing eagles were large in size. They were all desolate beasts. There had never been an ancient-level rainbow-chasing eagle. This type of eagle did not have high battle strength. Wild rainbow-chasing eagles like to chase the light of rainbows. They were lacking in other aspects. Only their speed was remarkable. Deal. Take this rank 6 immortal goo. Fang Yuan directly bought it. The other party asked with some difficulty, "Can you make an exception and exchange it for an immortal goo? I have raised these rainbow-chasing eagles for over 100 years to reach this scale." Fang Yuan had a firm attitude. Get lost. If you don't want to exchange it, get lost. No, no, no. Are you going to exchange it or not? Exchange, exchange, exchange. Fang Yuan's divine sense snorted coldly. If I was not in a hurry to use the eagles, would you be able to get such benefits? Hurry up. Don't waste time. I am giving you the immortal goo. I cannot waste any more time. Thus, the following goo immortals changed their way of addressing Fang Yuan, calling him Senior Fang Yuan. A storm was brewing. Even if there were no eagle-type goo immortals, they came to watch the show, to see this eccentric person who used immortal goo to buy desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts. The commotion of jewel-yellow skies naturally attracted the attention of the 5 regions. Among them were Celestial Court, Longevity Heaven, and others. But they could not stop Fang Yuan. Treasure Yellow Heaven was forever neutral. No one could find its location, and no one could exert any influence on it. After a while, Fang Yuan gathered enough eagle-type desolate beasts and ancient male eagles. For this, Fang Yuan paid for immortal goo. Among them, 3 were rank 6, and 1 was rank 7, and the number of eagles he obtained was astonishing, reaching over 1,200. Most of them were desolate beasts, while 30% were ancient desolate beasts. At the same time, he also gathered enough mortal goo. Fang Yuan began to activate the immortal killer move 180 slaves. He was very careful because this was the first time he was using this move. His speed was very slow, even though the situation was urgent. He had to make full use of every second. Goo worms were activated one by one. Fang Yuan's rhythm was very stable. Guh. Suddenly, his body shook as he coughed out a mouthful of blood. The activation failed. The backlash caused Fang Yuan to be injured. A large number of mortal goo were destroyed. His mental energy was also expended. Man as before. In an instant, Fang Yuan recovered. He was expressionless as he continued to activate 180 slaves. Failure. Failure again. After failing 3 times, on the 4th try, Fang Yuan endured the intense headache and finally succeeded. A mystical light enveloped the upper extreme heavenly eagle. The upper extreme heavenly eagle raised its head and let out a bright cry. It had a submissive expression. Success. Before Fang Yuan could rejoice, he heard He Lulan shout, "Quick, the goo formation is about to be destroyed." Fang Yuan gritted his teeth and immediately let out the upper extreme heavenly eagle. "You can't escape." Fairy Myrtle's voice was heard. She was flustered and exasperated. Fang Yuan had become the new leader of Shadow Sect, right under her nose. He still wanted to escape. He was truly looking down on Fairy Myrtle. But right at this time, Zishan Makoto's will was released by Feng Yuan. It contained immortal essence and several immortal goo. Feng Yuan, remember everything I told you. Leave now. The purple will said this, and activated a killer move, charging towards the super goo formation and crashing into it. At the next moment, the upper extreme heavenly eagle carried Feng Yuan, and the rest it tore through space and arrived outside the goo formation. With a fierce flap of his wings, he immediately flew up to the ninth heaven. Chapter 1383. Another immemorial desolate beast. Someone left the battlefield. They seem to have escaped from the super goo formation. What is going on? The upper extreme heavenly eagle carried Feng Yuan, Ing Wuxia, and the rest, quickly leaving the battlefield. Southern Border's righteous path goo immortals were stunned. In fact, when Ing Wuxia and the rest were transported away by the super goo formation, many of them had sensed something amiss. The goo immortals on that eagle are almost all demonic path scoundrels who attacked us. What is Wu Yihai doing? Let us in. Southern Border's goo immortals protested. But inside the super goo formation, where was Feng Yuan? He had already changed his appearance and escaped in front of everyone's eyes. Chigue, something is amiss. At this moment, in the battlefield, Southern Border's righteous path goo immortal expert tree old man came to Chigue's side. The other clan's goo immortals failed to communicate with Wu Yihai. So, be it. But Wu clan and Qiao clan, especially Fairy Qiao Silu, failed to communicate with them. Wu Yihai did not respond. There was definitely a problem. Wu Yihai controlled the entire super goo formation. If he made a mistake, it would be a huge mistake. Lives would be lost. Chigue nodded with a solemn expression. He knew the severity of this matter. This super goo formation was personally created by Qi clan's first supreme elder, Qi Chuyu. Even though he could not control the goo formation, he could check its condition. But it would take a lot of time and effort. It was troublesome. Chigue's face turned ashen as soon as he found out the truth. Bado observed Chigue's expression and saw that Chigue's expression changed abruptly. It was hard for him to conceal his panic and shock. Bada's heart immediately thumped, and he hurriedly asked, "What happened?" "Lord Wu Yihai is missing. The super goo formation is being occupied by two forces. They are fighting for it. One has Central Continent aura, the other has Northern Plains aura. Just based on aura, they are both rank 8 goo immortals," Chigue said with a tragic expression. When Bard heard this, he was stunned. This was a huge blow. He took a few deep breaths, and beads of sweat began to appear on his forehead. Too dangerous. This situation was too dangerous. Wu Yihai mysteriously disappeared. It is likely that he was killed. No matter how 2 rank 8s got into the super goo formation, with just Wu Yihai's rank 7 cultivation level, it is not enough. This was Bard's deduction. At this time, he still did not think that Feng Yuan would be a traitor. This was also because Feng Yuan had changed his appearance before he left, paying attention to this detail, and had a small effect on them. More importantly, they never expected that Wu Yihai would work together with Shadow Sect. Why? Because not long ago, Ba Quanfeng appeared in Southern Border's righteous path, preventing the super goo formation from being set up. At the crucial moment, Feng Yuan saved the situation. With his help, Southern Border's righteous path created the second layer of the super goo formation. This matter left a deep impression on the Southern Border righteous path goo immortals present. If such a person was a mole in the Shadow Sect, how could he ruin the Shadow Sect's plan at such a critical moment? Wu Yihai is likely dead. Sigh, now that I think about it, fortunately, I was plotted against by Ba Quanfeng. If I were controlling the super goo formation now, wouldn't Wu Yihai's ending be mine? Speaking of which, I should thank Wu Yihai. He replaced me. Chigue was still grateful towards Feng Yuan, Bard quickly accepted Wu Yihai's death. Bard had long disliked Wu Yihai. Even if Wu Yihai's ending was tragic, he could still treat it as a joke. But now, Bard could not laugh. The Super Goo formation is gone. Even though Shadow Sect retreated, Celestial Court is still around. What is their attitude? Bard had to consider this serious question. Earlier, Shadow Sect and Southern Border's Righteous Path were on the same side, resisting Shadow Sect's attack. Now that Shadow Sect had retreated, Spectral Soul's main body was still imprisoned by Duke Long. What was the attitude of Celestial Court? To speak the truth, Bard had no confidence in this answer. Because not long ago, Central Continent's Celestial Court had organized a surprise attack on Northern Plains, destroying snowy mountain-blessed land, but they were defeated by Longevity Heaven. The current situation was very similar. Central Continent's Celestial Court organized another expedition to Southern Border. What would their attitude be? It was hard to say. Even though they were all in the Righteous Path, Bard, who was already a higher-up of the Righteous Path, understood one thing. Politics did not care about moral principles. Only benefits mattered. What could they use to protect their own benefits? One word: strength. If the Super Goo formation was still around, Southern Border's Righteous Path would have some confidence to talk to Celestial Court. But now Wu Yihai was gone. The Super Goo formation was being snatched away. They seemed to be two rank 8 Goo immortals, but none of them had Southern Border aura. At this moment, in this situation, the more Bard thought, the worse his expression became. But he did not waste too much time thinking. After a while, he opened his dry lips and made a difficult decision. Retreat. Retreat. We are giving up on the Super Goo formation. There are immortal Goo contributed by our clans here. Chi Gue pointed at the Dream Realms. Look at these Dream Realms. Celestial Court might have a way to collect them. If we retreat, who will bear the responsibility for the loss of the immortal Goo and Dream Realms? Bard glanced at Chi Gue coldly. If you want to retreat, retreat. If you want to stay, you can stay as well. After saying this, he called the final Ba clan Goo Immortal and left. Bard's decision immediately caused a commotion among the Southern Border Righteous Path Goo Immortals. Before Bard left, he informed all of the Southern Border Goo Immortals of the current situation. Wu clan and Qiao clan heard that Wu Yihai was missing. They were greatly affected. The Super Goo formation was not under their control. Most of the Southern Border Goo Immortals imitated Bard and started to retreat. Wu Liao, however, did not leave. Wu Yihai was Wu Yong's brother. Now that he was missing, Wu Liao was a Wu clan Goo Immortal. How could he retreat so easily? I believe Lord Wu Yihai is blessed by heaven. Xiao Si Lu thought about it and left with Qiao clan's Goo Immortals. Most of the Southern Border Goo Immortals left, leaving behind Chi Gue, Wu Liao, and a few others. They chose to believe in Celestial Court. After all, they were the leader of Central Continent's Righteous Path. Heaven Overseeing Tower was pestered by Zhuo Yihui. Both sides were locked in battle. Zhuo Yihui had deep hatred towards Celestial Court's Goo Immortals. This was no longer just hunting for food. This was clearly within Zishan Makoto's calculations. Southern Border's Righteous Path Goo Immortals retreated as soon as they could. A miracle can stop me. Not long after, Fairy Myrtle used the power of Star Constellation Chessboard to completely destroy Zishan Makoto's. Well, not a single one was left. This rank 8 Wisdom Path Great Expert had finally achieved her goal. She successfully gained control of this Super Goo formation. But she was not happy at all. Fang Yuan escaped and became the Shadow Sect leader under her watch. Fairy Myrtle knew about the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle's speed. She would not be able to catch up to it even if she chased it now. Fairy Myrtle's mood was terrible, but after she gained control of the Super Goo formation, she immediately contacted Duke Long. Lord Duke Long, how is the situation on your side? What responded to her was a loud bang. Space tore open like a shattered mirror. A rank 8 goo immortal flew out of the spatial crack. Who else could it be but Duke Long? But he had a transcendent aura and a domineering aura. But now his face was dark and gloomy. He had a ruthless expression, as if he was enduring something. Fairy Myrtle's heart jumped. She immediately activated the Super Goo formation and brought Duke Long in. Lord Duke Long, what's wrong? Duke Long gritted his teeth. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable is indeed Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. I had just moved the door of life and death into the phantom aperture, but that remnant soul of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable used the door of life and death to try and devour my soul. Let's go back to the Celestial Court and use the power of the Celestial Court to separate Spectral Soul's remnant soul from my body and suppress it. Fairy Myrtle's heart sank. She did not expect the situation to be so severe. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was a rank 9 when he was alive, even though he was schemed against by Providence and captured by the Celestial Court. Once he was given a chance, he retaliated fiercely. Yes, Fairy Myrtle quickly replied. She had to follow Duke Long's orders without any hesitation. But Zhuo Yihui, these southern border Goo immortals, and the escaped Fang Yuan, what do we do with them? Fairy Myrtle thought about it before asking. Duke Long did not hesitate. Zhuo Yihui is fine. It cannot catch up to Heaven Overseeing Tower. Forget about these southern border righteous path forces. I have already confirmed that Spectral Soul's main body is here. From start to finish, we have not fallen out with southern border. We can form a good relationship and help Central Continent's future. As for Fang Yuan, saying so, Duke Long paused and looked at Fairy Myrtle. A look of shame flashed across Fairy Ziwei's face. It was my fault. Duke Long laughed instead. I don't believe that you did not use any methods at all. Fairy Myrtle replied. Lord Duke Long is wise. I have already used an investigative method on that scoundrel Fang Yuan. The same goes for the rest of the Shadow Sect members. That's good. Southern Border's righteous path reinforcements are coming from all directions. Let's retreat first. Duke Long nodded. Just like this, when the reinforcements of Southern Border's super clans finally arrived at Etion Mountain, what they saw was a messy battlefield. Dream realms were everywhere, piled up randomly. They were no longer as perfectly round as before, but like a group of mountains scattered here and there. The Super Goo formation had already vanished. Since Fairy Myrtle already had the Super Goo formation, she could split it up. Many of Southern Border's righteous path, immortal Goo, were taken away by Celestial Court. Duke Long and Fairy Myrtle entered Heaven Overseeing Tower and flew into White Heaven. Zhuo Yihui chased after them. Unwilling to give up, it also flew into White Heaven. More and more Southern Border Goo immortals gathered here. It was a huge group that was rarely seen in 100 years. Wu Yong, Qi Chuyu, and the rest looked at this battlefield with ashen expressions. They had suffered huge losses this time. Chapter 1385. Reeks whoosh whoosh whoosh. Intense winds blew past his ears. Fang Yuan sat on the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle's back, his long hair fluttering behind him. Even though the winds had a huge pushing force, Fang Yuan did not move at all. He was as steady as a mountain. As a Goo immortal, he definitely had the ability to ride the wind. Beside him, Ing Wuxia and the others were either sitting, standing, looking at the scenery, or meditating with their eyes closed to heal their wounds. Fang Yuan had no injuries on his body. Even though he had failed several times when using the immortal killer move 180 slaves, he was healed by Time Path Immortal Goo Man as before. This 180 slaves killer move is truly amazing. I can actually control the immemorial desolate beast upper extreme Heavenly Eagle. Fang Yuan sighed to himself. According to the contents of this killer move, the more desolate eagles I can enslave, the more I can control this upper extreme heavenly eagle. In that case, I should buy more desolate eagles in the future and nurture them. Not long ago, Fang Yuan used 4 immortal goo to buy a large number of desolate eagles and ancient desolate eagles from jewel yellow skies. There was no choice. The situation was urgent. If there was time, Fang Yuan would definitely not make such a stupid transaction. Right now, this transaction was still ongoing in jewel yellow skies. Many Gu immortals were discussing this matter. They were discussing how much of a fool Fang Yuan was. The only one who knew the truth was Fang Yuan himself. Maybe the celestial court could also guess it. Fang Yuan looked at the sovereign immortal aperture. These desolate eagles and ancient desolate eagles were flying in the many 9 heavens. In many purple heaven, there were some eagle nests. These eagle nests were obtained by Fang Yuan from Iron Eagle Blessed Land, the headquarters of Northern Plains He tribe. There were also ordinary eagle chicks in the eagle nests. They were still growing. Using He tribe's rearing method, when these chicks grew up, they were likely to become desolate eagles or even ancient desolate eagles. However, Fang Yuan had long used the time Tao to slow down the flow of time in the supreme immortal aperture. This caused the growth of the young eagles in the nests to slow down. Therefore, Fang Yuan would have to wait a long time for them to grow into desolate eagles or ancient desolate eagles. So far, we still have to rely on external acquisitions. The more eagle beasts there are, the more reliable my 180 slaves will be. Now, we have more than 400 eagles, but we can barely control it so that it can fly. If I want it to fight, it's fine against the weak. But against strong opponents like Zui Yi Hui, the upper extreme heavenly eagle might disobey my orders and turn on me. After successfully retreating from the battlefield, Fang Yuan could finally calm down and think. In fact, this was not the only problem. With such a large group of ancient desolate eagles suddenly added in, what they would eat and what kind of effect they would have on the surrounding environment were all problems that Fang Yuan had to consider and deal with. To rear these eagle beasts, Fang Yuan needed a large amount of basic life forms as food for the eagle beasts. This would require a complete food chain, and the scale of this food chain would not be small. Fortunately, my supreme immortal aperture space is large enough. With such a large group of eagle beasts, it is more than enough. Moreover, it is sparsely populated. I can create an independent ecosystem without worrying about the inherent environmental effects. White paper is easy to draw on. I have ample funds now. I have 100,000 immortal yuan stone. Purchasing and rearing the eagle beasts is only one aspect. Another aspect is to improve the reverse flow protection seal. After the battle of the Super Dream Realm, Fang Yuan became the new leader of the Shadow Sect. This greatly exceeded his expectations. The Shadow Sect suffered a great loss. Spectral Soul's main body was captured, causing Fang Yuan to become the biggest thorn in the side of the Celestial Court. If Fang Yuan did not accept it, he would also be targeted by the Celestial Court. Like what Zishan Makoto said, Fang Yuan was a complete otherworldly demon. The Celestial Court would definitely eliminate him. Thus, Fang Yuan decided to take over the Shadow Sect. When I can fully control the upper extreme heavenly eagle and improve the reverse flow protection seal, I will have some ability to protect myself against the Celestial Court. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan could not help but think of that grand heaven overseeing tower, as well as that domineering quasi-rank 9 expert, Duke Long. A wave of pressure unavoidably spread in Fang Yuan's mind. I am still too weak. Even with the new reverse flow protection seal, I can only stand in front of rank 8s and protect myself from their attacks. But if the attacks are endless, reverse flow river will eventually be exhausted. Even if I have an immemorial desolate beast like the upper extreme heavenly eagle, it does not have enough intelligence. It cannot move as easily as me. And the enslavement path killer move, 180 slaves, can also be unraveled. Sigh, My strength has already grown rapidly. Unfortunately, I am facing the Celestial Court, the strongest immortal force in the world. I need to annex immortal apertures to increase my cultivation level. Rank 8 is enough for me to catch a breather. My current rank 7 cultivation level is too low, but if I advance to rank 8, the sovereign immortal body's weakness will expand and become difficult to resolve. To Fang Yuan, this was a dilemma. My strength cannot increase. In this situation, do I need to rely on them? Thinking of this, Fang Yuan looked around. In Wuxia by Ningbing, He Lulan, Black Tigress Miaoyin, and many other Gu immortals from Pure Dream Seeker. In Purple Mountain True Monarch's Inheritance, there were information path Gu worms that recorded the details of these people. Fang Yuan had already looked through them earlier. Pure Dream Reality Seeker immortals were all defective products. Zishan Makoto refined them to confuse others and conceal spectral souls' true actions. These Pure Dream Reality Seeker bodies contained pieces of Zishan Makoto's remnant soul. Unfortunately, after the refinement, these Purple Mountain remnant souls had already fused with the Pure Dream Reality Seeker bodies. They could not be separated. Once the time limit of the Pure Dream Reality Seeker bodies was up, they would self-detonate into dream realms. These Purple Mountain remnant souls would also dissipate. This flaw could not be resolved even if Zishan Makoto's main body was reborn. This was also why Spectral Soul's main body would not place its remnant soul in these Pure Dream Reality Seeker bodies. What was worth mentioning was that even though Ing Wu Xie used the Cocoon of Light to obtain a rank 7 Pure Dream Reality Seeker body, he was an exception because he was the original Pure Dream Reality Seeker body. In his early years, the flaw of the defective products did not affect him. His soul could still leave the Pure Dream Reality Seeker body freely. Thus, even though there were many of these Pure Dream Reality Seeker immortals, there was no value in nurturing them. Fang Yuan had originally planned to research and learn more about Shadow Sect's dream path attainment, but now that he had obtained Zishan Makoto's inheritance, it was recorded clearly. It saved him a lot of time and effort. The remaining 5 Gu immortals were the true helpers Fang Yuan could borrow. Currently, the strongest one is undoubtedly by Ningbing, who inherited by Xiang's true inheritance, but she is only my ally. Fairy Miaoyin cultivates Miao Yin's true inheritance. She is rank 7 cultivation level. She is one of the 3 great fairies of Southern Border. Her battle strength is very stable. Black Tigress. Fang Yuan had just thought of this when Black Tigress suddenly emitted a large amount of black fog from her body. The fog was immediately blown away by the strong wind that came from the front. After the black fog dissipated, a young girl with white skin and large eyes appeared. She had an innocent expression. Clearly, Lady White Rabbit had returned. Lord Wu Yihai, how should I address you? Lady White Rabbit looked at Fang Yuan in a submissive manner. He Lulan by Ningbing and the rest looked at her in surprise. After recovering, Lady White Rabbit's cultivation level fell from rank 7 to rank 6. This situation was truly hard to understand, but Fang Yuan had inherited Zishan Makoto's inheritance. He understood this Black Tigress true inheritance very well. Gu immortals who cultivated this true inheritance would accumulate strength during normal times and unleash their battle strength during battle, reaching an extraordinary level. But there was a side effect. They would have a dual nature. One side would be dark and sinister, while the other side would be pure and innocent. Gu immortals usually had a pure and innocent side. They were weak. Once their lives were in danger, or their emotions fluctuated intensely, they would use their dark and sinister side to deal with it. This side of the nature had strong battle strength, but of course, it would last for a much shorter time than the other side. 2 sides of the nature shared their senses and memories, but they often had different thoughts. But this was not a problem for Fang Yuan, because Lady White Rabbit admired Wu Yihai. while Lady Black Tigress was recruited by Zishan Makoto and was a member of Shadow Sect. Regardless of which side they were loyal to Feng Yuan. Don't be afraid. I have my own difficulties. That is why I hid my true identity from you. You can call me Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan smiled warmly at Lady White Rabbit. Lady White Rabbit still could not accept it. She gave a soft, showing a timid expression. Feng Yuan sighed internally. Even though Black Tigress has first-rate rank 7 battle strength, it is not stable. That leaves He Lulan and Ying Wuxia. He Lulan might be the most loyal, but she only has rank 6 cultivation level. She has the great strength, true martial physique, but cultivates fire path. She wasted her talent and is obsessed with taking revenge for her mother. Using the profundity of blazing heaven true inheritance, her battle strength can barely reach first-rate rank 7, but she is indeed the weakest. As for Ying Wuxia, Feng Yuan looked at Ying Wuxia, who was paralyzed on the eagle's back, staring blankly at the sky. His bones seemed to have been pulled out. His entire body was like mud. His expression was dark and gloomy. Feng Yuan shook his head. Actually, Ying Wuxia, who had lead soul into dream, could display battle strength that was firmly in the number 1 position. Even Feng Yuan was wary of him, but such a person with no fighting spirit, even if he had triple chi retraction, what could he expect from him? Ying Wuxia, hand over all your goo worms to me. Feng Yuan spoke. Ying Wuxia did not speak. He did not react. He was like a stone statue. Feng Yuan's voice turned sharp. Ying Wuxia, I am the leader of Shadow Sect. Are you going to defy me? Ying Wuxia did not move. There was no greater sorrow than a dead heart. Feng Yuan's eyes flashed with cold light. He was about to continue when a strong aura burst out from the sky in front of him. An immortal goo house suddenly appeared. Shadow Sect's remnants. Your E-Clan's master is here. Where do you think you're going? This book came from Chapter 1387, the rank 9 immortal goo house heaven overseeing tower that possessed fate. Immortal goo would also be dissolved by the dream realm. In the battle of the giant dream realm that had just ended, Duke Long had personally tried it, and Heaven Overseeing Tower was still in phantom form at that time. It was not spared. Heaven Overseeing Tower was like this, so was the rank 7 Immortal Goo House Bay Pavilion. Once they entered the dream realm, the whole of Bay Pavilion would start to break down. E-Clan's Goo Immortals all felt that a large number of goo worms were losing contact with them. This scene immediately gave these E-Clan Goo Immortals an incomparable shock. Without any hesitation, they immediately activated Bay Pavilion's strongest method. Immortal Killer Move. Boundless Sea and Sky Bay Pavilion rumbled and burst out with dazzling blue light, but it could not break through the dream realm. But the Immortal Killer Move was still effective. At the next moment, Bay Pavilion vanished. It moved a whole 70,000 li and arrived at another place, completely leaving the battlefield. The whole of Bay Pavilion was in ruins. It was no longer as grand and majestic as before. E-Clan's Goo Immortals were breathing heavily in Bay Pavilion. Some of them had cold sweat on their foreheads. They retreated. It was truly dangerous. If we were any slower, we might have really fallen here. Dream realms are so terrifying. Even immortal goo houses could not resist them. No wonder someone prophesied that Great Dream, Immortal Venerable, would surpass the strongest expert of the past. Damn it, we let those Shadow Sect survivors escape. E-Clan's Goo Immortals rejoiced for a while before gritting their teeth. Now that they retreated, it would be too late for them to return. The Shadow Sect survivors must have used the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle to escape. Not long ago, Bay Pavilion found traces of Feng Yuan's group. It took a lot of effort to catch up. According to the strength of both sides, E-Clan with the rank 7 Immortal Goo House should be stronger. Even if the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle was rank 8, It could not do anything to Bay Pavilion. Clan had both offense and defense. They could advance and retreat freely. In contrast, Fang Yuan's side had scattered Gu Immortals. They could defeat them one by one. What made Clan's Gu Immortals even more confident was that as long as they stalled for some time, they could wait for the reinforcements of Southern Border's super forces. They had a rank 7 immortal Gu house. As long as they did not make any mistakes, they could definitely stall Fang Yuan and the rest. In fact, Clan's Gu Immortals did the same thing. They had used the immortal killer move Return Waterlife to fight a battle of attrition, but Fang Yuan's reaction was too fast. He used the 2 pure Dream Reality Seeker physique bodies as immortal killer moves, sending them over. Clan was caught unprepared. Even though Clan's Gu Immortals knew some information about the giant Dream Realm battle, they could not have expected Fang Yuan to be so ruthless, sacrificing his own people so easily. Another point was that Fang Yuan's ancient sword dragon form was too fast. His transformation path, Dao marks, turned into sword path Dao marks. Sword eyebrows immortal Gu continued to cultivate, increasing his sword path Dao marks. There was also sword escape immortal Gu, as well as the explosive speed of the ancient sword dragon itself. If Fang Yuan moved alone and used sword escape immortal Gu to carry the 2 pure Dream Reality Seeker physique bodies, even though his speed was fast, Clan's Gu Immortals could react and react. Clan's Gu Immortals had ugly expressions. They had Bay Pavilion, but after being attacked by Fang Yuan, Bay Pavilion was in a terrible state. They had suffered great losses. Most importantly, they had lost a lot of face. They had already informed the other righteous path Gu Immortals of Southern Border. When they arrived, how would Clan's Gu Immortals have the face to face them? The Cape Pavilion was silent. After a while, the leader of Clan's Gu Immortals spoke. "Everyone, hurry up and repair Bay Pavilion. Even though we were trapped in the giant Dream Realm, we did not lose any immortal Gu. We brought a large number of spare mortal Gu. We will give you a few minutes to repair Bay Pavilion. The enemy is strong. They can actually control the upper extreme, Heavenly Eagle, to such an extent. They are also extremely cruel. They did not even frown when killing their own people. Such a nature, they are simply too cruel. They are worse than pigs and dogs. We fought with all our strength, but we could not block the Dream Realm. We wanted to fight to the death and fight to the death with these demons. But in consideration of the big picture, we had no choice but to retreat. It was to hand the information of this battle to the other righteous path Gu Immortals. Clan's leader spoke. Frankly, the surrounding Gu Immortals nodded. The truth was the truth. They could not be changed. But when he said that, it gave off a completely different feeling. After Clan's leader unified his words, he contacted Wu Yong and the other Southern Border righteous path Gu Immortals, informing them of the situation. What? They were actually repelled. Didn't they have Bay Pavilion immortal Gu house? They lost them. Look at what the Clan is saying. Their skin is really thick, but they still brought information. For example, this upper extreme Heavenly Eagle and Ancient Sword Dragon transformation. Once Ancient Sword Dragon transformation was mentioned, the Southern Border righteous path Gu Immortals in the Dream Realm battlefield looked at each other. They could not help but think of one person at the same time. Lu Guan Yi is also a demonic path Gu Immortal. He also cultivates Ancient Sword Dragon transformation. Do you think he is the Gu Immortal of Shadow Sect? Not necessarily. Ancient Sword Dragon transformation is only an immortal killer move. Moreover, during the Battle of Reverse Flow River, Lu Guan Yi is clearly not on the same side as Shadow Sect. They are enemies. Lu Guan Yi is a Northern Plains Gu Immortal, but that person has Southern Border aura. But this is not certain. If the other party is a member of Shadow Sect, it is not strange for him to have methods to conceal his aura. For example, Wu Clan Didn't they have an immortal killer move that could change the factions of the 5 regions, Gu Immortals? Someone looked at Wu Yong. Wu Yong had a solemn expression. Regardless of whether that person is Lu Guan, Yi or not, I need to find my brother Wu Yihai's whereabouts, who will join me to chase after Shadow Sect. He spoke loudly, his voice resounding. Lord Wu Yong has a benevolent heart. He cares about his family. It is truly touching. We are willing to go. We are willing to show our might to Lord Wu Yong. The other southern border, Righteous Path Gu Immortals responded. Wu Yong's performance in the Purple Blood River Formation was quickly spread to the rest of southern border's Gu Immortal world through Tai Mian Shun. There was no doubt about this speed. Any Gu Immortal would become the center of attention no matter where they went after cultivating to rank 8, because their every action, even if it was unintentional, would have a deep and lasting impact on their surroundings. Wu Yong was the leader of Wu Clan. Now that he exposed his 4th immortal Gu house, clear jade, dripping wind, tiny bamboo building, southern border's Gu Immortals realized how powerful Wu Yong was. Adding on the fact that the Wu family had the reputation of being number 1 in the righteous path, Wu Yong's question immediately received widespread acknowledgement and response. These people are still crafty, they want to hide behind me and order my Wu clan around. Wu Yong snickered internally. Wu Yong was a person who sought practical benefits, but unfortunately he had no choice but to do so now. He had to put up a good front. His younger brother was missing. As the elder brother, he had to act like he was trying to save him. Especially now, Fang Yuan's Life Tablet Gu and Soul Lantern Gu in Wu Clan's Ancestral Hall were not broken. Moreover, as the leader of the Righteous Path, he had to take charge of the situation. Otherwise, if he did not stand up for Southern Border's Righteous Path, his and Wu Clan's prestige would fall greatly. Of course, the most crucial factor was that Fang Yuan was extremely evil. He borrowed 6 immortal Gu from Wu Clan before leaving, a total of 6 immortal Gu, and there was even 100,000 immortal Yuan stone. Among these immortal Gu, there was Bloodline Immortal Gu, which was personally approved by Wu Yong and sent from Wu Clan's treasury to support Fang Yuan. Even that 100,000 immortal Yuan stone was suggested by Wu Yong himself. He lent it to Fang Yuan. Now that Wu Yihai was missing, the biggest responsibility fell on Wu Yong. If Wu Yong did not pursue, not only would he not be able to explain to the southern border Righteous Path Gu Immortals, he would also not be able to explain to Wu Clan. Immediately, clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building led the southern border experts and chased after the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle flying into the sky. Although Yi Clan was defeated by Fang Yuan and lost the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle, Wu Yihai had other clues. He immediately transmitted to Wu Clan, Supreme Elder Wu Fa, go borrow the corresponding immortal Gu from the treasury and set up a divination phase Gu formation. Take out Wu Yihai's Life Tablet Gu and Soul Lantern Gu, place them in the Gu formation, and deduce my brother's location. Wu Fa was Wu Yong's trusted aide. He immediately received the order and hurriedly went to do it. Wu Yong collected battlefield information. According to Central Continent's Celestial Court's performance, they did not attack the southern border Gu Immortals. They only plundered the battlefield and took away the immortal Gu of the southern border forces. Southern border's Righteous Path would definitely settle this score with Central Continent. But currently, Wu Yong's priority was to save Wu Yihai. Central Continent's Celestial Court had great strength. It would be very difficult to take back the immortal Gu from them. On the contrary, Shadow Sect's remnant forces were not strong. Since Wu Yihai's life tablet did not shatter, he might really have been captured by them. Of course, Shadow Sect has information path methods that can shatter my life tablet Gu and Soul Lantern Gu to create the illusion of my death. Naturally, they can also kill Wu Yihai and keep the life tablet Gu and Soul Lantern Gu. Their goal is to lure us to chase them. This thought flashed in Wu Yong's mind. He had considered it thoroughly, but he still chose to chase without any hesitation. Because this time, not only him, there were also countless southern border righteous path Gu immortals, rank 8 Gu immortal Chi Chuyu, and several immortal Gu houses. With such a lineup, Wu Yong was confident that even if Shadow Sect set up an ambush, he would be able to flatten them. In the face of great power, all schemes and plots were nothing. At the same time, the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle was flying at full speed. On the eagle's back, Fang Yuan was sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed, activating a mystical immortal Gu. Dao Path. After a while, Fang Yuan stopped, saying with a grim expression, "There are many information path Dao marks on my body. I might have been hit by an investigative killer move. The possibility of Southern Border's righteous path Gu immortals is low. Central Continent's celestial court, especially Fairy Myrtle, is the greatest suspect. No matter what, I need to return to plunder Shadow Earth Trench and use information path methods to get rid of this investigative killer move." Note: last week's character solicitation activity has ended. This week's voting will be held. Tomorrow, Venerable Gu's official groups, White Heaven Group, Black Heaven Group, Venerable Gu's Tieba, and Venerable Gu's WeChat will all have voting choices. The eyes of the crowd were as bright as snow. Everyone, let's choose the top 3. To be continued. Chapter 1388. White Day. Boom. A tower tore through the air, flying rapidly in white day, leaving a long trail of air behind it. Everywhere it went, the beast groups in white day ran away in all directions, because this tower was emitting an intense rank 9 aura. The beast groups felt an intense threat. It was Heaven Overseeing Tower. After the battle of the giant Dream Realm, the Celestial Court looted Southern Border's Super Gu formation and took away all the Gu worms. Right now, Heaven Overseeing Tower had already been restored by the Central Continent Gu Immortals. At the top of the tower, there were only Duke Long and Fairy Myrtle. It seems that Southern Border's White Day was not affected by luck suppression Heavenly Palace. Fairy Myrtle retracted her gaze from the outside world and looked at Duke Long. Her beautiful face showed a trace of worry. Duke Long was sitting cross-legged on the ground. His face was ashen, his expression turned sinister from time to time as he frowned. His strong body was like a boulder. Even though he was sitting cross-legged, he gave off a feeling of a huge pillar that could support the sky. As expected of Spectral Soul Demon, Venerable, even with only a remnant soul, he was able to cause so much trouble to Lord Duke Long. Lord Duke Long took away the door of life and death for the Celestial Court. To think that Spectral Soul Demon, Venerable actually borrowed his strength. On one hand, Fairy Myrtle was deeply worried, but on the other hand, she also felt admiration towards Duke Long. This time, the Celestial Court attacked, sweeping away the dejection of Northern Plains' defeat. They actually swept through the battlefield and captured Spectral Soul Demon, Venerable alive. This was mostly due to Duke Long's battle achievements. Without Duke Long, there would be no way to achieve such an impressive result. Right at this time, Duke Long slowly opened his eyes. "Lord Duke Long, is there anything I can help you with?" Fairy Myrtle quickly went forward and asked. Duke Long shook his head. "No worries, Spectral Soul is only a spent force. I have already taken control of the situation. As long as we return to the Celestial Court and borrow the power of the Celestial Court, we can easily suppress him." "That's good. At this rate, we should have more than enough time." Fairy Myrtle let out a sigh. However, Duke Long quickly added, "We also have to prevent any accidents. If I am devoured by Spectral Soul, he might disguise as me. So, once I return to the Celestial Court, immediately imprison me and seal me layer by layer. Then, use all the means of the Celestial Court to investigate. If I am the one suppressing Spectral Soul, I will cooperate. If Spectral Soul Demon Venerable devoured me, he would be exposed. If he continues to disguise himself and does not resist, he will also become a lamb waiting to be slaughtered by my celestial court. Duke Long was thinking about Zhou Xiang. He did not give Spectral Soul any chance. Fairy Myrtle quickly agreed. Duke Long was silent for a while before asking, "What is the situation over at Fang Yuan's side?" Fairy Myrtle answered, "Earlier, Southern Border's E-Clan's Immortal Goo House Bay Pavilion encountered Fang Yuan's group by accident. Unfortunately, they were not able to stop him. Fang Yuan is crafty. He guessed that he was being tracked, so he came to Bay Pavilion. He used his immortal goo to investigate. He really found something fishy. But..." Saying so, Fairy Myrtle showed a confident smile. "So what if he found out?" "My investigative killer move was activated with the help of the Immortal Goo House Star Constellation chessboard. This was Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's method back then." "That's good." Duke Long heard this and relaxed, closing his eyes again. Southern Border, the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle, was carrying Fang Yuan, and the rest, flying rapidly. A sharp eagle cry resounded in the sky, scaring away all the birds in the surrounding 100 li. There were no obstructions along the way. They did not see Bay Pavilion chasing after them. The Shadow Sect Immortals also let down their guard slightly. An earth trench gradually appeared in front of everyone's eyes. The earth trench was deep and bottomless. Even in broad daylight, it was covered in shadows. "This is Plunder Shadow Earth Trench." Fang Yuan stood up, looking down at the entire Plunder Shadow Earth Trench. Ing Wu Xie led the Immortals to Northern Plains under Fang Yuan's pursuit and rescued Zishan Makoto. After the Battle of Reverse Flow River, Zishan Makoto led the Shadow Sect's remnant forces from Northern Plains to Eastern Sea before arriving at Southern Border. This Plunder Shadow Earth Trench was their temporary headquarters. After the Battle of the Dream Realm, Fang Yuan's identity as Wu Yihai was exposed. Even if the Celestial Court did not expose it, this fake identity could not withstand scrutiny. Fang Yuan unexpectedly became the Shadow Sect's new leader, so he brought the remnant forces of the Shadow Sect here to rest and reorganize. Whoosh! The upper extreme Heavenly Eagle folded its wings and dove towards Plunder Shadow Earth Trench. Soon, it entered the Earth Trench, carrying Fang Yuan and the rest, disappearing into the boundless darkness. Although the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle was huge, it could not compare to Plunder Shadow Earth Trench. Entering deep into Plunder Shadow Earth Trench, the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle was like a small bird beside a ship. All kinds of strange and eerie roars entered the ears of Fang Yuan and the rest. Among the shadows, there were auras of large numbers of desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts. Most of them were shadow monsters. Shadow monsters were a type of Dao beast. They were usually produced in places with dense, dark path Dao marks. Undoubtedly, Plunder Shadow Earth Trench was such a place. Even though shadow monsters were Dao beasts, they still had survival instincts to avoid danger and seek benefits. The upper extreme, Heavenly Eagle's immemorial aura, made them panic. They did not need Fang Yuan to drive them away. They scattered and escaped. Fang Yuan and the rest arrived at their destination smoothly. This was not the deepest part of Plunder's Shadow Earth Trench, but a cave entrance on the steep mountain wall. The cave entrance was very wide. Even the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle could barely fit inside. After landing at the entrance, Fang Yuan and the rest got off the eagle's back. Fang Yuan kept the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle into his immortal aperture and entered the cave. With Zishan Makoto's inheritance, Fang Yuan easily arrived at the location of the mechanism and controlled the goo formation here without any obstruction. The goo formation here is quite good. Using the dense dark path Dao marks here, mortal goo were used to set it up, but it has the power of an immortal goo formation. Its specialty is to conceal it from others' deductions. To be able to use natural Tao marks to set up a gu formation, the creator was definitely a formation path great grandmaster. This was not strange for Shadow Sect. Even with Fang Yuan's current formation path great grandmaster attainment, he could only see the rough details. He did not know the profundities of this formation. It was impossible for him to set it up. After arriving here, Fang Yuan let out a sigh of relief. He did not immediately try to remove the investigative killer move on him. Instead, he summoned the other Gu immortals and talked to them one by one. As the leader of Shadow Sect, Fang Yuan naturally had to do such a thing. Lady White Rabbit was very obedient. She answered every question Fang Yuan asked. Fairy Miao Yin was very aggressive and proactive. When Fang Yuan asked a question, she would answer quickly and even ask Fang Yuan a question. During this period, she would even ask Qiao Silu, who was prettier between her and Qiao Silu. And in the conversation with He Lulan, Fang Yuan suggested that if He Lulan made a huge contribution, he could consider removing the alliance agreement and restoring her freedom. Speaking of which, He Lulan's current awkward situation was partly due to Fang Yuan. After rebirth, Fang Yuan changed a lot of things. Before this, He Lulan used Blazing Heaven Demoness to kill He Chung. She succeeded in taking revenge and saw her true nature. She obtained Attitude Gu and tried to control He tribe. Her future was bright. After the Battle of Tian Mountain, He Lulan lost her Ani. Due to a series of coincidences, she eventually became Fang Yuan's subordinate. Just like what Wu Xie thought, He Lulan was a talent. Fang Yuan had the same opinion. Next was by Ning Bing. Even if you did not look for me, I would have looked for you. Bai Ning Bing spoke first. Her attitude was different from the others. She stood in front of Fang Yuan with her arms crossed, looking down at Fang Yuan. Southern Border's righteous path will not let you off after becoming enemies with Celestial Court. What are your plans now? Bai Ning Bing asked. She had also participated in the Giant Dream Realm battle. She was on the same side as Fang Yuan. Southern Border's righteous path would not let her off either. I will first digest the resources of Shadow Sect, then plan step by step. Fang Yuan said. Now that the Dream Realm was gone and Wu Yihai's identity was exposed, Fang Yuan lost this cultivation shortcut. Chapter 1389. Even though Shadow Sect was completely crippled, Spectral Soul was captured, and only Wu Xie and Sixth Hair were left in his split soul. It still left behind a lot of resources. Web, immortal Gu, and immortal materials were only a small portion. The key were immortal Gu recipes, immortal killer moves, immortal Gu houses, and others. A vast number of immortal Gu recipes, countless immortal killer moves, and even the construction plans of immortal Gu houses numbered up to 12. Profound Ice House, Unbreakable Iron Fortress, Blood River Chariot, Nightmare Castle, Green Wave Pavilion, Weaving Cocoon Manor, Golden Altar, Regret Pool, Sacred Feather City. There were also all sorts of clues to true inheritances. For example, by Xiang's true inheritance, even the higher secret of the 5 Xiangs, Paradise Earth's true inheritance in the Azure Sea Blue Whale, clues to Red Lotus true inheritance, clues to Reckless Savage's true inheritance. Of course, these true inheritances were hard to obtain. Otherwise, Shadow Sect would have obtained them long ago and used them to increase their foundation to refine sovereign immortal fetus Gu. In fact, even without these clues, just Spectral Soul's true inheritance alone was a huge fortune. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's soul path methods back then caused the 5 regions to turn dark. His soul-devouring method could absorb the experiences and memories of his prey. His split soul method could create generations of Shadow Sect members. His soul transference method could create traitors like Sixth Hair. He could even plant people in the Celestial Court. And his soul cultivation method, the final form, Fang Yuan remembered it clearly during the Battle of Tian Mountain. He was able to resist the tribulation with his own body. Right now, There were two important things in front of Fang Yuan. First was information path. He needed to get rid of the investigative killer move on him, as well as all sorts of alliance agreements to regain his freedom. Second was wisdom gu. Fang Yuan had already grasped the method to undo the soul path Dao marks on the strength path immortal zombie body. By then, he would be able to obtain wisdom gu's recognition again. He would be able to obtain the light of wisdom's assistance. Bai Ning Bing continued, I have already obtained yin-yang rotation gu, but I need to refine it into an immortal gu before I can reverse the body of a female. But refinement path is deep and profound. Yin-yang rotation gu is not my vital gu. I have no confidence. Fang Yuan nodded. I know. Borrowing the shadow sect strength to help you refine gu. This was the agreement you made with the shadow sect. If I become the leader of the shadow sect, I can also acknowledge the previous agreement. Because for a long time to come, we'll be borrowing each other's strength, won't we? I'm relieved that you have this awareness. Bai Ning Bing glanced at Fang Yuan indifferently, then turned around and left in satisfaction. Speaking of which, the members of the shadow sect had more yin than yang. Bai Ning Bing, He Lulan, Lady White Rabbit, and Fairy Miao Yin were all female immortals. Only Ing Wuxia and Fang Yuan were males. After a round of private conversations, Fang Yuan, the new leader of the shadow sect, was finally acknowledged. As for Ing Wuxia, he was still in an extremely dispirited state. No matter what Fang Yuan said, he turned a deaf ear to it. This caused Fang Yuan's killing intent to surge. He wanted to end Ing Wuxia's life and take away the immortal gu, to grasp the amazing method lead soul into dream. But Fang Yuan thought about it. This matter was not urgent. Not to mention the killer move lead soul into dream. He had already grasped all of its contents. He only lacked the gu worms. This move was very taxing on the gu immortal's mind. Its structure was complex, it was hard to learn and practice, and it was even harder to take care of other aspects. Even if Fang Yuan obtained the immortal gu, he would need to waste some time to familiarize himself with it. Of course, it was not that he did not have other methods. For example, the soul-devouring method. As long as he devoured Ing Wuxia's soul, Fang Yuan would have the memories and a large amount of experience in using lead soul into dream. Back then, when Ing Wuxia was just born, he was able to quickly use lead soul into dream because his split soul contained a large amount of related memories. There was another reason: sixth hair. Sixth hair was a spy planted in Langya blessed land by Shadow Sect. Fang Yuan knew this long ago. But after Fang Yuan became the leader of Shadow Sect, it was uncertain if he could obtain Sixth Hair's acknowledgement. Sixth Hair was one of Spectral Soul's split souls. His soul had transmigrated to Langya blessed land and gradually grew up as a refinement path gu immortal. He and Fang Yuan had been enemies for a long time. Now that Fang Yuan had become the leader of Shadow Sect, although it was Zishan Makoto's wish, would Sixth Hair acknowledge it? Fang Yuan did not have any confidence. Most importantly, Sixth Hair was not bound by the Shadow Sect's alliance agreement. It was also impossible. If he had an information path alliance agreement, it would be easy for Land Spirit of Langya to see through him. That would be exposing his identity. After all, no matter which Land Spirit of Langya it was, they were all refinement path experts. They had all sorts of methods to see the Dao marks on immortal materials. Fang Yuan did not know what Sixth Hair's attitude was, but he knew that if he killed Ing Wuxia and took his gu worms, the chances of Sixth Hair admitting him would be very low. Sixth Hair did not have much value, but he was a member of Langya's sect. If he was used well, he might be able to help Fang Yuan topple the whole of Langya's sect. Fang Yuan did not want to lose this connection for the time being. Gains and losses were not proportional. Thus, Fang Yuan chose to let Lady White Rabbit take care of Ing Wuxia, while he went into closed cultivation to resolve the investigative killer move on him. Zishan Makoto's original immortal gu were incomplete, when they were in Fang Yuan's hands. But these goo worms could be used to form an immortal killer move called Averting Disaster Wisdom. It was used to get rid of hidden threats. Even though it was not suitable, it was the strongest method that Fang Yuan could use at the moment. Fang Yuan had never used this killer move Averting Disaster Wisdom. Thankfully, it had a simple structure and involved few immortal goo. The steps were also simple. If it were a complex killer move, Fang Yuan would not choose to try it. Red Date Immortal Essence started to be expended. Goo worms started to move according to Fang Yuan's will. Soon, Fang Yuan's body started to emit a profound light. Bam! At the next moment, the profound light collapsed with a muffled sound. Fang Yuan's body shook slightly. Blood flowed out of his nose. The killer move activation failed. However, this was within Fang Yuan's expectations. If he wanted to activate the killer move on his first try, he would need to try many times. Man as before. Activating this time path, Immortal Goo, Fang Yuan quickly recovered and started to try again. Second try, failure. Third try, failure. Fifth try, sixth try, failure. Just as Fang Yuan was activating the killer move in Southern Border's Wu clan, Supreme Elder Wu Fa was facing a small goo formation. This goo formation was only the size of a water vat, but it involved 1,000 goo worms. The goo formation was laid flat on the ground, controlled by 3 Wu clan goo immortals. They were continuously transferring immortal essence. The goo formation activated. It was like a whirlpool of water that was rotating rapidly. Is it ready? Wu Fa asked. The 3 Wu clan goo immortals nodded at the same time. Most of their attention was on controlling this immortal goo formation. Wu Fa slowly stretched out his arm and opened his palm, revealing 2 mortal goo, a life tablet goo and a soul lantern goo. He carefully threw these 2 goo worms into the goo formation in front of him. Soon, these 2 mortal goo were swept into the whirlpool in the center of the goo formation, vanishing rapidly. The whirlpool's rotation speed increased by several times. The 3 Wu clan goo immortals' foreheads were covered in cold sweat, their faces turned pale, and their bodies started to tremble. After a while, 2 Wu clan goo immortals fell to the ground, fainting. Only one person was left. He slowly opened his eyes and spoke with incomparable exhaustion as he gave a location. This position was quickly passed on by Wu Fa to Wu Yong, who was far away. Wu Yihai is likely to have been captured by Shadow Sect. Since his life tablet goo is not broken, I can use this crucial clue to find Shadow Sect's hiding place. Plunder Shadow Earth Trench, huh? Thinking of this, Wu Yong shouted at the Southern Border Righteous Path members. I know the clue. Follow me. Plunder Shadow Earth Trench. Fang Yuan's expression was ugly. The killer move Avert Calamity Wisdom cannot unravel the investigative killer move on me. It seems I need to use a stronger method. At this time, He Lolan's anxious voice entered Fang Yuan's ears. The situation is bad. Plunder Shadow Earth Trench's goo formation suddenly broke apart. It can defend against deductions. It seems our location has been exposed. I already know. Fang Yuan was not surprised. He was in control of this goo formation. The moment the goo formation had a problem, he immediately understood. Fang Yuan was not flustered. He had already thought of a solution. Everyone, come here. Chapter 1390. The super goo formation set up in Plunder Shadow Earth Trench was destroyed, but it also gave Fang Yuan and the rest a warning. At this time, the Southern Border Righteous Path goo immortals were still on the way. They were still some distance away. Fang Yuan could use the upper extreme, Heavenly Eagle, to escape immediately. However, after careful consideration, he decided to practice the ancient battle formation omnidirectional travel and use this method to prepare for a rainy day. Because right now, Fang Yuan's methods could not undo the investigative killer move on him. That was to say, his location was always exposed. While being chased, there was a high chance of encountering enemies. For example, earlier, when Fang Yuan and the rest were retreating, they encountered Yi Clan's immortal Gu House Bay Pavilion. In this situation, Fang Yuan and the rest were taking a huge risk by riding the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle to escape. Because the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle was not an immortal Gu House, the Gu Immortals, and it were not a single entity, it did not have the offensive and defensive capabilities of an immortal Gu House. This caused the Gu Immortals on the Eagle's back to be easily targeted by the outside world. But if they grasped the ancient battle formation omnidirectional travel, they could instantly teleport and cross an extremely long distance, leaving danger zones. Ing Wuxia and the rest had such a method, they could even escape from the pursuit of the Celestial Court. Fang Yuan's repeated attempts to kill them were largely due to this ancient battle formation. Now that Fang Yuan had become the leader of Shadow Sect, the enemy's advantage immediately became his advantage. Fang Yuan summoned all of the Gu Immortals to him. He imparted the contents of the ancient battle formation to each of them. Among them, Bai Ningbing, He Lulan, and Ing Wuxia had already grasped this formation path killer move. But this was the first time Fang Yuan, Miao Yin, and Black Tigress had come into contact with it. No matter what, only 3 of them had grasped omnidirectional travel. Among them, Ing Wuxia's condition was extremely poor. He could not be relied on. Thus, everyone had to gather and practice it together. This formation path method needed the cooperation of many Gu Immortals. There was no point in practicing it alone. Just as Fang Yuan and the rest were urgently practicing the ancient battle formation, the southern border righteous path Gu Immortals, led by Wu Yong, left in a grandiose manner. Fellow Taoist Wu Yong, according to the information you have, the other party is very likely to be in the Plunder Shadow Earth Trench. Now that we are not far from the Earth Trench, please give the order to plan the overall situation. Chi Chuyu said he was also a rank 8 Gu Immortal with the same cultivation level as Wu Yong. In terms of seniority, he was from Wu Duxiu's generation. He was slightly older than Wu Yong. However, the prestige of the Wu clan was still flourishing, while the Qi clan had always been content in a corner, and their prestige was far inferior to the Wu clan. Adding on the information that Tai Mianshen leaked about Wu Yong, Southern Border's Gu Immortals started to feel wariness towards this first supreme elder of Wu clan. There was even some fear. After all, in the past, many righteous path forces had made things difficult for Wu clan. Some even openly tried to take over Wu clan's resource points. If they knew about Wu Yong's battle strength and Wu clan's 4th clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building, they would have restrained themselves. They would not be so unbridled. Wu clan has lost many territories. With Wu Yong's strength, he will definitely take revenge. After exterminating the remnants of Shadow Sect, it will be time for Wu Yong to make his move. Sai, we were all wrong. This Wu Yong has deep thoughts. He is completely different from Wu Duxiu. He actually concealed himself so deeply. Now that I think about it, this is probably his scheme. He will show weakness first, then use the righteous path to retaliate and obtain more benefits. Along the way, the southern border Gu Immortals conversed with each other. Theories about Wu Yong's conspiracy soon began to clamor. As for Fang Yuan and the Shadow Sect remnants, Zishan Makoto was already dead. Even Spectral Soul's main body was captured by the Celestial Court. The only thing that could catch the attention of the southern border righteous path Gu Immortals was Fang Yuan's upper extreme Heavenly Eagle. Southern border's righteous path used 6 immortal Gu houses this time. Why would they be afraid of the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle? Plunder Shadow Earth Trench. Bai Ningbing suddenly grunted. A pained expression flashed past her face. Omnidirectional travel failed again. Bai Ningbing suffered the most severe backlash. But soon, her expression calmed down. Man, as before immortal goo. Fang Yuan activated this time path immortal goo to heal himself and others. Once again enjoying the healing effect of man as before, He Lolan's eyes flashed with a complex expression. Man, as before immortal goo was still intact. She was even on the same side as Fang Yuan once again. Unfortunately, Tai Bai Yunsheng had already died, and he was killed by Fang Yuan personally. The drill stopped. Fang Yuan used man, as before on himself. His injuries were completely healed. He started to think about the reason for the failure. As for the others, they were still healing. Although man as before was used on them, the effect was far inferior to Fang Yuan's. The sovereign immortal body's Tao marks did not conflict. This made Fang Yuan's defense a little weak, but at the same time, it gave him a good healing effect. Everyone's injuries were not serious, and with their excellent true inheritances, they quickly recovered. All right, let's do it again. Fang Yuan called. Ancient battle formation, omnidirectional travel. Everyone's body emitted a radiance. The radiance quickly linked together, but it started to shake, losing its original stability. Bam! With a soft sound, the light dissipated, turning into countless specks of light that danced in the sky. Fairy Miao-yin moaned, her face flushed red. This time, her injuries were the heaviest. Fang Yuan, on the other hand, was uninjured. He used man as before to heal Fairy Miao-yin. Our movements need to be synchronized. Again, after a while, Fang Yuan clapped his hands. Ancient battle formation, omnidirectional travel. Another failure. He Lulan grunted. Her brows furrowed as a trace of pain flashed past her beautiful face. After resting, Fang Yuan said, "We might as well make some adjustments. Follow my movements, feel my strength, and follow my movements." Understood. The three girls nodded, not speaking. A moment later, although Fang Yuan once again tasted the bitter fruit of failure, his progress was much greater than before. Very good. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with brilliance. For the ancient battle formation omnidirectional travel to be activated, the four sides had to be united and move in unison. After the initial torment and hard work, they finally found the feeling. But right at this time, the formation emitted a loud noise. Oh no, our location is exposed. There are several immortal goo houses above Earth Trench. A pure dream reality seeker physique body in charge of controlling the goo formation reported. At once, the female immortals' gazes gathered on Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was the leader of Shadow Sect. They were waiting for Fang Yuan's decision. They are quite fast, but it is fine. Fang Yuan smiled. This is within my expectations. Just follow the plan I've arranged. Yes, the pure dream reality seeker, physique body, left. Let's continue. Fang Yuan said to the girls, the immortal goo house has already sealed Plunder Shadow Earth Trench. Time is limited. We need to hurry. Inside, clear jade dripping, wind tiny bamboo building. Wu Yong looked down at Plunder Shadow Earth Trench through the window. After observing for a while, his eyes shined with brilliance. This super goo formation is quite profound. The person who said it used the natural Tao marks in Earth Trench and only used a large number of mortal goo to create an immortal goo formation. There are also shadow monsters. Amazing! Such a large scale, they are all gathered together by this super goo formation. Qiao Zhikai stood beside Wu Yong and exclaimed. At this time, Qi Chuyu's voice came from Qi Clan's immortal goo house. He was excited. Good formation, good formation. Why don't I deduce the weakness of this formation? We can use that to break it. No need. Wu Yong lightly rejected. We need to end this demonic extermination quickly. What can a mere goo formation do? Even if there are many more shadow monsters, they cannot block the might of our immortal goo houses. Saying so, Wu Yong paused for a moment before saying, Everyone attack together with me. The moment he said so, clear jade dripping wind, tiny bamboo building charged forward bravely, bringing along fierce winds as it charged down. Along the way, clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building was unstoppable. The shadow monsters suffered heavy casualties. It was a scene of panic. Southern Border's Goo immortals watched the battle with shocked expressions. Clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo buildings' power far surpassed their expectations. This is Wu Clan's might. Many Goo immortals sighed inwardly, as if they could see the scene of Wu Du Xiu slaughtering everyone. Wu Yong had Wu Clan's bloodline after all. His valiant nature was already deeply ingrained in his blood and bones. At once, Southern Border's righteous path Goo immortals felt a surge of warmth in their hearts. Kill. Charge together. Kill all these demonic path scoundrels. Several immortal Goo houses charged forward like ferocious tigers with unstoppable might. Compared to the layers of shadow monsters, they were actually as weak as a flock of sheep. Battle cries had already entered Fang Yuan's ears. They were getting louder and louder. Fairy Miao Yin's expression was slightly strange. He Lulan glanced at Fang Yuan, but saw that Fang Yuan did not move. Bai Ningbing still had a cold expression. The Super Goo formation could not block the fierce attacks of several immortal Goo houses. It soon collapsed. The highest cultivation level of the shadow monsters was only rank 7. They were already fleeing in all directions. Just as Southern Border's righteous path Goo immortals were about to charge forward and attack, the pure dream reality seeker physique bodies stood up. Bam, bam, bam. A series of self-detonations instantly formed a dream realm. This move again, retreat. E-Clan's Goo immortals had suffered from this before. Bay Pavilion quickly retreated far away. The other immortal Goo houses had no choice but to stop their charge and watch. The dream realm formed an omnidirectional defense, enveloping Fang Yuan and the rest. Wu Yong and the rest had complex expressions. How could they break through such a line of defense? I'm bullying you for being dream path idiots. The ferocious righteous path Goo immortals were dumbfounded. Wu Yong suddenly chuckled. Shadow Sect is already at their wits' end with this defense. They are blocking us, but we are also trapping them. I want to see how long they can defend for. Both sides were in a deadlock. Right at this time, Wu Yong's expression changed. He received a letter Goo. Celestial Court's letter. Chapter 1391. In the Battle of the Dream Realm, Shadow Sect suffered a huge loss, but Southern Border's righteous path also suffered heavy losses. The Super Goo formation that they set up required contributions of immortal Goo and a vast number of mortal Goo. After investing so much, the gains were minimal, and in the exploration of the Dream Realm, they suffered a direct hit, losing several Goo immortals. The true beneficiary, besides Fang Yuan, who had become the new leader of Shadow Sect, was Celestial Court. Celestial Court not only captured Spectral Soul's main body, they even took away the remaining second and first layer of the Super Goo formation before leaving. Among the immortal Goo here, besides Fang Yuan's dark, limit immortal Goo, the other Goo worms belong to Southern Border's righteous path. Towards such actions, Southern Border's righteous path was furious. They wanted to seek an explanation from Central Continent's Celestial Court. After all, everyone was from the righteous path. Celestial Court's actions were too unfair. When chasing after Fang Yuan and the rest, Wu Yong began to look for Celestial Court's Goo immortals. Even though Southern Border and Central Continent were two different regions, super forces often had business dealings with each other. This bit of credit belonged to Jewel Yellow Skies. Precisely because of Jewel Yellow Skies, transactions between Goo immortals became much easier and more frequent. The constant flow of goods also meant frequent exchanges. Thus, Wu Yong had a way to find the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. But the Celestial Court's Goo immortals were a little uncertain. However, if he did not question Celestial Court just by pestering the 10 great ancient sects, Southern Border's righteous path would not be able to solve this problem. Fairy Myrtle. At this moment, Wu Yong held an information path mortal goo as he muttered. He did not expect that the Celestial Court's goo immortal would take the initiative to find him. Moreover, this unknown wisdom path goo immortal of Celestial Court used a mere information path mortal goo to force Wu Yong into a difficult situation. This information path mortal goo's content was related to Fang Yuan and the rest. The Celestial Court had information on Wu Xie, Zishan Makoto, Bai Ningbing, and Fang Yuan, including the fact that they had the ancient battle formation, omnidirectional travel. And what shocked Wu Yong the most was that the real Wu Yihai had died long ago, and the Wu Yihai that had infiltrated Wu clan was the otherworldly demon, Fang Yuan. There's actually such a thing. Fang Yuan is Wu Yihai, and Wu Yihai is Fang Yuan. Wu Yong had wanted to save his younger brother, but in the end, he found out that his younger brother was already dead, and it was his enemy who had been playing the role of his younger brother. Wu Yong was first shocked by this news. After all, this was out of his expectations. Next, Wu Yong felt anger. Anger towards Fang Yuan, this damned murderer. The true culprit who killed Wu Yihai was actually so daring. After committing the murder, not only did he not escape, he even joined Wu clan of his own accord. This was a blatant disregard for the entire Wu family, including Wu Yong himself. And most importantly, Fang Yuan actually did this. This was a humiliation, a humiliation. Not only did Fang Yuan look down on the huge Wu clan, he even ran to Wu clan and slapped them several times. What kind of force was Wu clan? The publicly recognized number one force of Southern Border's righteous path. Who was Wu Yong? Wu Yong was the number one person in Wu clan, first Supreme Elder, rank 8 cultivation level. He had an immortal goo house and several rank 8 immortal goo. He was an expert of the present age. Fang Yuan's actions were simply toying with Wu clan and Wu Yong. However, other than anger towards Fang Yuan, Wu Yong was also furious towards Celestial Court. Celestial Court had taken away all of Wu clan's formation immortal goo. This was one reason. Secondly, Celestial Court had sent this information to Wu Yong. What did this mean? In other words, he was telling Wu Yong that Wu Yong had a weakness in his hands. He would need to consider this in his future actions. To Wu Yong, this was a threat. Why did the matter of Fang Yuan impersonating Wu Yihai become a weakness of Wu Yong instead? This was the difference between the righteous path and the demonic path. The righteous path had their own rules of the game. The righteous path cared about reputation and face. Even if they wanted to plunder, they had to have a proper reason. They had to stand on the side of righteousness and reputation. Just like before, when the other clans made things difficult for Wu clan and seized Wu clan's resource points. How did Ho clan do it? First, they sent a clan goo immortal to pretend to be a demonic scoundrel, while another Ho clan goo immortal pretended to chase after him, then used this excuse to occupy the resource points. How did Yang clan do it? First, they had planned for a long time, setting up mortal camps near Wu clan. Then, through the conflicts between mortals, they obtained righteousness and reputation. After landing in Wu clan, Wu Yong clearly had high battle strength, and even had the immortal goo house, clear jade, dripping wind, tiny bamboo building. Why was he in a passive state? This was Wu Yong's scheme. He knew that Wu clan's territory was too huge. If he directly showed his strength, the other clans would only be wary. They might restrain themselves for the time being, but they would still be tempted to make a move. After all, Wu clan only had one rank 8 goo immortal. However, if the Wu clan were to passively defend and allow the other clans to bully them, Wu Yong would be able to take revenge after obtaining a righteous cause and sufficient excuse. He would then be able to bite off a piece of meat from the other clans. Only by doing this could the other forces remember the pain, and not dare to offend Wu clan's dignity for decades to come. This was Wu Yong's plan. Even his closest aide Wu Fa was not aware of it. Actually, before this, everything was progressing according to Wu Yong's plan. It was just that Wu Yong did not expect a troublemaker like Shadow Sect to appear. Once the demon Fang Yuan sneaked into Wu clan, even Wu Yong himself would treat Fang Yuan as his own brother. Don't forget, before this, Wu Yong had used Wu Yihai many times to raise his reputation, to express his care for his own brother. Wu clan was the #1 force of Southern Border's righteous path. Such a thing actually happened, it would definitely cause their reputation to plummet, and cause the other clans to have disloyal thoughts. Originally, Wu Yong wanted to use these excuses to retaliate against the other clans. But once this matter came out, as long as Southern Border's clans persisted on this topic, Wu clan would feel weak. Your Wu clan is the leader of Southern Border's righteous path, but in the end, a demon sneaked in and left. What face does your Wu clan have to lead the righteous path? What qualifications do you have to occupy these resources? Don't tell me that after occupying these resources, you are going to provide them to the demonic path scoundrels in the clan. This was like on Earth, when a celebrity was found to be taking drugs, a successful man who had always proclaimed his love for his family was found to have an affair, or a spy was found in the police force. Although prestige could not be seen or touched, it was indeed a kind of strength that could affect all aspects. In Wu Yong's view, the resource points that Wu clan lost were nothing. Since they could be lost, he could also take them back. In reality, he could instead use this chance to raise his own prestige, to show off his superior battle strength, to leave his shadow in Southern Border's history. But Fang Yuan's matter was completely different. Once it was discovered, it would be a heavy blow to Wu clan. The prestige and reputation that countless generations of Wu clan had worked hard to maintain would be greatly damaged. Once this matter was spread out, what face would Wu Yong have to take back the resource points that Wu clan had lost? For a long time, Wu clan would not be able to raise their heads. This damned Fang Yuan. Wu Yong gritted his teeth. He had never hated a person so much. Speaking of which, it was quite ironic. He could only blame himself for using Wu Yihai to raise his prestige, to express his benevolence and friendliness. But in the end, it was Wu Yong who was incompetent and was deceived by the demon Fang Yuan. This was the stain on Wu Yong's life. This damned fairy Myrtle. Wu Yong also hated the wisdom path female immortal from the celestial court. Her intentions were clear. Telling Wu Yong all this was to warn Wu Yong, and to use Wu Yong as a spear to urge him to eliminate Fang Yuan and the rest. Wu Yong had to eliminate Fang Yuan. As long as he secretly killed Fang Yuan, Wu Yihai's death could be pushed to the Shadow Sect. It was logical and logical. By then, even if the Celestial Court exposed this matter, Wu Yong would not be afraid. This matter would not become a stain on Wu Yong's life. Fairy Myrtle. Wu Yong muttered this name again. He knew that Fairy Myrtle wanted him to use all his strength to kill Fang Yuan, and the rest, she was making use of him. But Wu Yong had no choice but to do so. Most importantly, in Fairy Myrtle's letter Gu, there was only information about Fang Yuan, and the rest, there were no words of negotiation or threat to Wu Yong. This made it so that Wu Yong could not find any evidence to use against Fairy Myrtle. Lord Wu Yong, what happened? Qiao clan's first Supreme Elder Qiao. Shi Kai saw that Wu Yong's expression was not right and asked with concern. Wu Yong glanced at him, immediately hating him as well. It is this old thing. Leading Qiao clan, trying to curry favor with our Wu clan. Without him, how could Fang Yuan enter our Wu clan so easily? But on the surface, Wu Yong smiled and consoled Qiao Zhikai. It is nothing. I am just worried about my brother. I wonder what will happen to him after he lands in the Shadow Sect. Qiao Zhikai felt strange. There were no outsiders here. Why was Wu Yong still concerned about Wu Yihai? Why was he acting like this? Wu Yong's concern for Fang Yuan earlier was fake, but this time it was real. It was just that he was concerned about Fang Yuan. He wanted to kill Fang Yuan immediately. Have we not contacted Wu Yihai yet? Wu Yong secretly contacted the Wu clan Gu immortals in the headquarters. The immortals all said no. Among them, someone said the most recent communication with Lord Wu Yihai was about him borrowing Gu from the clan. Someone else added, Lord Wu Yihai has 6 immortal Gu that Wu clan lent him. We cannot let anything happen to him. Wu Yong heard this, and the anger in his heart burned even more fiercely. Among these 6 immortal Gu, there were the immortal Gu that he had personally approved to lend to Fang Yuan from the treasury. There was also the 100,000 immortal Yuan stone, which Wu Yong had offered to lend to Fang Yuan. Thinking of this, Wu Yong wanted to slap himself. At the same time, he hated Fang Yuan even more. It was this guy. He was too good at acting. Before being exposed, he did not forget to make a huge profit. He was truly sinister, too crafty. Chapter 1392. Wu Yong also considered the authenticity of the Celestial Court's information. However, Fairy Myrtle provided a lot of evidence, and even though Fang Yuan had changed his appearance and left the battlefield on the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle, many southern border Gu immortals had seen it. Wu Yihai's disappearance was too sudden and strange. If Wu Yihai was Fang Yuan, then everything could be explained. Send Wu Yihai's life tablet Gu and soul lantern Gu to me through jewel yellow skies. Other than that, there are also some immortal Gu. Wu Fa, go to the treasury and take them out for me. Wu Yong stood by the window, looking at the layers of dream realms as he secretly gave his orders. At the same time, he said to Chi Chuyu, Chi clan's first supreme elder, please set up a formation to surround this place and prevent the other party from using space path methods to escape. Oh, the other party has such a method? Chi Chuyu was surprised before nodding. I can set up such a Gu formation to interfere with space path, but I do not have enough immortal Gu on me. No worries. Wu Yong smiled. At this time and place, with all of our southern border righteous path friends here, are we afraid of not having enough immortal Gu? No righteous path Gu immortal refuted Wu Yong's words. They all followed Chi Chuyu's request to see what immortal Gu each clan had that could be used to set up a Gu formation. If they did not have any, they could use jewel yellow skies to transport them, even though they were expensive. But ever since Fang Yuan started this, southern borders Gu immortals started to imitate him. The matter of Wu clan sending Gu worms to Wu Yong was soon discovered by Fang Yuan and the rest. After all, jewel yellow skies was very open. Any immortal Gu transaction would cause a huge commotion. Almost all of these immortal Gu are from Wu clan's treasury. It seems they are transported through jewel yellow skies. And my life tablet Gu and soul lantern Gu. Humph. Fang Yuan suddenly had a bad feeling. Unfortunately, even though he knew this, he couldn't stop it. Trading with jewel yellow skies was very safe. Fang Yuan had once relied on this advantage, but now it was his enemy's turn to take advantage of it. Soon, Fang Yuan's information path, Mortal Gu, received Wu Yong's message again. Wu Yihai, maybe I should call you Fang Yuan. We can talk and make a deal. I will use your immortal Gu to buy your life. What do you think? Fang Yuan's pupils shrank slightly. It seems that this secret has been revealed by the Celestial Court. Those Gu worms were probably sent to Wu Yong. You want to buy my life? It seems like he has some sort of method. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan stopped cooperating with the other Gu immortals. You guys continue practicing. I need to deal with a small problem. Saying this, he immediately moved to the side and activated reverse flow protection seal. Inside Wu Yong's immortal aperture, Gu worms flew out like layers of clouds, almost covering the sky. This is the signature killer move of Southern Border's former superclan, Wu Clan. It had once brought terror and darkness to Southern Border's immortal world. My Wu Clan obtained it, but kept it a secret because we were afraid of being ostracized by other clans. Now, Fang Yuan, have a taste of it. Wu Yong's eyes shined with a cold light. The immortal killer move was activated successfully, but because of his method, his aura was concealed. Even Xiao Zhikai, who was standing beside Wu Yong, could not sense it. At the next moment, Wu Yong's expression changed. His body shook as he coughed out a mouthful of blood. Lord Wu Yong, what's wrong? Xiao Zhikai was shocked. He quickly ran over to support Wu Yong. How could this be? Thankfully, I only wanted to give a warning and probe. I did not use my full power. Wu Yong was filled with shock. The killer move was clearly targeted at Fang Yuan, but he actually became the target. Wu Yong exerted some strength and broke free from Xiao Zhikai's grip. His expression quickly calmed down as he coughed. It's fine. It is just an internal injury from the purple blood river formation. Xiao Zhikai immediately showed a moved and respectful expression. Lord Wu Yong is injured, but he cares about his brother, disregarding his injuries to save him. You are truly a role model of our righteous path. Wu Yong, he was silent for a while before saying to Xiao Zhikai, you are very good. Xiao Zhikai did not expect Wu Yong to be sarcastic. He thought he had flattered him. He felt proud of himself. Wu Yong was injured because of Fang Yuan's reverse flow protection seal. Reverse flow river has weakened slightly. It seems that Wu Yong has some powerful methods that can attack my body through my life tablet goo and soul lantern goo. Unfortunately, it encountered the reverse flow protection seal and was reflected back. Fang Yuan let out a breath of air. He started to ponder. Strange. Since Wu Yong knows I am Fang Yuan, how could he not consider that I have reverse flow protection seal? Don't tell me. He does not know that I have another identity. Lu Guan Yi. Did the Celestial Court not tell him? Or did the Celestial Court not know? Fang Yuan thought of the dream realm. The reason why his identity was exposed this time was because the manifested dream realm had been corroded by heaven's will. He had entered the dream realm many times. He did not use familiar face or dark limit immortal goo to disguise himself. Providence naturally found out his true identity and location. If that was the case, Lu Guanyi's identity was not exposed. Damn it! Fang Yuan thought of this as his heart sank. I used reverse flow protection seal now and got hit by an investigative killer move. Wouldn't I be telling others that I am Lu Guan Yi? Regardless of whether the Celestial Court saw through my identity or not, now that I used reverse flow protection seal, my identity is definitely exposed. This was a small confrontation in the dark. It was a new development. It involved Fang Yuan, Wu Yong, and the Celestial Court. Wu Yong's method backfired on him, but his injuries were not severe. Although Fang Yuan was not injured, he showed a lot of confidence. The Celestial Court was behind the scenes. They did not use their own strength, but made Wu Yong and Fang Yuan fight to the death. This was Fairy Myrtle's scheme. This wisdom path goo immortal of the Celestial Court immediately displayed her powerful scheming ability after obtaining the crucial clues and information. Her methods were very ingenious and experienced. Wu Yong then sent messages to Fang Yuan, but no matter what, Fang Yuan ignored them. The practice of the ancient battle formation omnidirectional travel was finally showing results. It was getting closer to success. But Fang Yuan had become a burden now. In order to defend against Wu Yong's attacks, he had to maintain reverse flow protection seal at all times. This caused him to be distracted. He could not concentrate on omnidirectional travel. However, after Fang Yuan purposely slowed down, he activated it bit by bit. The bright light shone on the surroundings. The light dissipated. Fang Yuan and the rest vanished on the spot. Intense space path fluctuations were sensed by the southern border righteous path Gu immortals outside the dream realm to some extent. They are gone. Maybe one or two of them are still alive. Wu Yong had an expressionless face. He was not surprised. But our Gu formation is not finished yet. They actually have such a method. Why didn't they use it earlier? There must be some serious drawback. Qiao Zhikai guessed. Qi Chuyu stroked his beard. No matter. Even though my super Gu formation is not complete, it has some effect. I believe that at this moment. They should have already split up. Many southern border Gu immortals were confused, but Wu Yong praised. Qi Clan's first Supreme Elder is truly capable. Since Wu Yong knew that Fang Yuan and the rest had omnidirectional travel, he also predicted that they would use this method to escape. How could he not make the appropriate countermeasures? Earlier, he had secretly transmitted to Qi Chuyu, asking him to restrain and target them. Qi Chuyu was a rank 8 Gu immortal, a formation path great grandmaster. Now that he had the information, he had a specific target. He could make the appropriate countermeasures and succeed at this moment. GUH. Bai Ningbing had just stepped on the ground when she spat out a mouthful of blood. Her body was weak and her face was pale. This is not our destination. Bai Ningbing's dragon pupils shrunk. She quickly contacted the others. Omnidirectional travel was broken. The 4 Gu immortals were split up. They were very far away. Other than Fang Yuan, they were all injured. What do we do, sect leader? Fairy Miao Yin transmitted. Fang Yuan hesitated. Should he escape on the upper extreme, Heavenly Eagle, or should he waste time to gather the Shadow Sect immortals again? Right now, the pure dream reality seeker physique bodies had all self-detonated into dream realms. They were left in Plunder Shadow Earth Trench. There were still a few left in the immortal apertures of He Lulan and the rest, including Lady White Rabbit's blessed land. Dream realms were corroded by Providence. The pure dream reality seeker physique bodies were also monitored by Providence at all times. Keeping them around was equivalent to exposing their location. But at the crucial moment, the pure dream reality seeker physique bodies could also self-detonate into dream realms to block immortal Gu houses. Thus, Fang Yuan reluctantly kept them around. The investigative killer move on him had not been dispelled. Life Tablet Gu and Soul Lantern Gu were also in Wu Clan's hands, and most importantly, Wu Clan actually had a method to attack Fang Yuan. The situation could be said to be very bad and dangerous. Fang Yuan could not deal with any immortal Gu house. The upper extreme Heavenly Eagle was not reliable. Even though it had rank 8 battle strength, it would not risk its life to fight against a strong enemy. Fang Yuan's control over it needed to be improved. Dark, limit immortal Gu was also missing. This caused Providence to be able to monitor Fang Yuan at all times and make arrangements. And these people might also have investigative methods on them. Fang Yuan's gaze was dark. After leaving Plunder Shadow Earth Trench, Fang Yuan's next destination was Western Desert. Among the 5 regions, Shadow Sect had the most resources in Western Desert, because Ing Wu Xia, Zishan Makoto, and the rest had already roamed around the other 4 regions, taking all the remaining resources and immortal Gu they could find. Only Western Desert was left out. Going to Western Desert alone. It is a pity to abandon them like this. And if I don't get rid of the investigative method on me, my whereabouts will always be controlled by others. Langya's Sect. Chapter 1393. Rumble. Air currents surged as if thousands of waves were set off. The light shined brightly. The scene was grand and beautiful. Within this light, a figure gradually walked out. He was extremely tall, around 9 feet. His body was muscular. His long black hair was thick and dense, like a cloak. It draped over his back, moving up and down with each step he took. The most eye-catching thing was that this goo immortal had a pair of coral dragon horns on his forehead. They seemed to be made of purple gold, shining brightly. Fairy Myrtle had been waiting for a long time. She went up to greet him with joy and joy, bowing, "Lord Duke Long." That's right, this person was Duke Long. He was the one who led the Central Continent Immortals and controlled Heaven Overseeing Tower, becoming the biggest winner of the Battle of the Dream Realm. Heaven Overseeing Tower was extremely fast. It crossed 2 regions from White Heaven and returned to Central Continent. Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects, immortals dispersed. Duke Long and Fairy Myrtle returned to Celestial Court after receiving reinforcements. According to Duke Long's description, Fairy Myrtle used Celestial Court's goo formation to check Duke Long's identity and prevent him from being possessed by Spectral Soul. From the current situation, Spectral Soul did not succeed in the possession. Duke Long was still Duke Long. But his expression was still ashen. His brows were tightly furrowed. With every step he took, his soul would feel a tremor. As expected of Spectral Soul, demon, venerable, even after death, his soul path attainment is unparalleled. In the following days, I will use Celestial Court's immortal graveyard to suppress him completely. Duke Long said, "Fairy Myrtle, you will continue to lead Celestial Court. Do your best to eliminate Feng Yuan and the rest, and get rid of any future threats." Fairy Myrtle nodded. "I have already contacted Wu Yong. Using the strength of Southern Border's goo immortals, we will split up Feng Yuan and the rest of the Shadow Sect survivors. Not long ago, I sent another message to Wu Yong, telling him the exact location of the remaining members of the Shadow Sect. It is estimated that we will receive news of victory in a few days." Duke Long nodded slightly and looked at Zishan Makoto with admiration. This was the power of Wisdom Path goo immortals. With the help of a situation, he could move heaven and earth, guessing people's hearts, living a free and unfettered life while others fought for him. Fairy Myrtle herself was very outstanding. She was an elite expert among rank 8 goo immortals. That was why she was accepted by the Celestial Court. With Star Constellation chessboard, she could be said to be top 3 in terms of wisdom path power in the current world. The reason why it wasn't number 1 was because the world was vast. There would always be dragons and snakes in hiding. The Celestial Court also did not know the general situation. Only when the world was in chaos, when the universe rose and fell, when everything was turned upside down, would there be any turbulence. As for Fairy Myrtle's previous achievements, it was due to the lack of crucial clues. At that time, Feng Yuan's defense was too good. But now it was different. Duke Long continued to instruct, "We must take this scoundrel Feng Yuan's life. He is a complete otherworldly demon, Fate Goo's only natural enemy in this world. However, he is also the inheritor that Red Lotus has been waiting for a long time. He not only has Giant Sun's true inheritance, he will also have Red Lotus' true inheritance. The great era is coming. Our Celestial Court will have our 4th Immortal Venerable, Great Dream Immortal Venerable. In order to receive her, we need to do our best to sweep away the dust and obstacles. Feng Yuan, Giant Sun, Red Lotus, all of them. Everything is to receive Great Dream, Immortal Venerable, Z-Wei. Do you understand?" Z-Wei understands. Fairy Myrtle replied, "I have already followed your arrangements. That person is already in Southern Border." "Very good." Duke Long nodded. He did not say anything else as he turned around and left. Fairy Myrtle stood far away, quietly sending Duke Long off with her gaze, until the latter's tall and muscular body entered the depths of the immortal graveyard. She slowly let out a breath of turbid air, looking at the huge project. Her purple eyes were shining brightly. "The Celestial Court is the strongest. It has always been. Always." She murmured softly, "Southern Border." A white silhouette streaked across the sky at high speed. Lightning fire followed, exploding one after another behind the figure. The slightest mistake could lead to a huge error. The white figure dodged in time. He was safe and sound. He suddenly stopped and waved his hand behind him. Whoosh! In an instant, ice and snow flew, cold winds howled. A figure emerged from the lightning fire. He wanted to chase, but quickly stopped and used a defensive method. In a few breaths of time, this small valley turned into a world of ice and snow. There were ice crystals everywhere, shining brightly under the sunlight, giving off a biting cold aura. He only has rank 6 cultivation, but he actually has rank 7 battle strength. Amazing, as expected of an immortal with the northern dark ice soul physique. Chai Clan's rank 7 expert Chai Pajun praised inwardly before exerting strength. Bam! The thick layer of ice on his body was unable to withstand his ferocious strength and directly shattered. His body was thin, like it was made of iron. His skin was slightly dark. His eyes were like a wolf or a tiger, staring at his opponent on the slope. His opponent was dressed in white. Her figure was graceful and alluring. Her silver hair was like a tassel hanging down to her waist. A pair of light blue vertical dragon pupils emitted a cold aura. Her skin was white as snow. Her expression was ice cold. Her appearance was peerless. Even Chai Pajun's soul was shaken by this beauty for the first time. What was even more eye-catching was that this female immortal had a pair of cute red coral-like dragon horns on her forehead. It was Dragon Lady by Ning Bing. She, Fang Yuan, and the rest had activated the ancient battle formation omnidirectional travel, but because of Chi Chu Yu's Gu formation, the battle formation failed, and the 4 Gu immortals were scattered. Bai Ning Bing landed here and immediately healed her injuries. She was just about to follow Fang Yuan's instructions and regroup, but was found by Chai Pajun. The curtains of a fierce battle were drawn. After dozens of rounds, both sides had fought for hundreds of li, but were evenly matched. For gazes met, but Chai Pajun did not attack immediately. Bai Ning Bing used her blue dragon pupils to stare at his skin, thinking, this is Chai Pajun's unique trashwood body? Even if it is an immortal killer move, as long as its power is slightly higher, it would be reduced to a mortal killer move on this trashwood body. Chai Pajun's move was unique. It directly crippled Bai Ning Bing's immortal killer move, Cold Eyes. Bai Ning Bing's immortal killer move, Cold Eyes, was a method to make enemies feel troubled and difficult to deal with. Back then, when Fang Yuan chased Wu Xie and the rest, he had fallen for this move. Unfortunately, Chai Pajun relied on his defensive killer move Trashwood body to directly ignore Cold Eyes. Of course, Bai Xiang's true inheritance did not only have cold eyes. Chai Pajun had also suffered some injuries from fighting with Bai Ning Bing. Amazing! Chai Pajun suddenly spoke. I cannot help but admire you, Bai Ning Bing. His tone was very flat. There was no fluctuation in his tone. His strange tone spread along with the cold wind in the deathly silent battlefield. You only have rank 6 cultivation level, but you can make me feel troubled. I have been famous for many years. I am already a famous rank 7 fire path expert in Southern Border. But now, the frost energy in my body cannot be dispelled. Northern Dark Ice Soul, one of the 10 extreme physiques, as well as Bai Xiang's true inheritance, I am truly envious. If you were kind and walked the righteous path, there would definitely be a place for you in Southern Border's Gu immortal world. Unfortunately, you have fallen to the demonic path and brought disaster to the people. Your only outcome is death. Saying so, Chai Pajun paused. He turned his head and looked at the horizon. A bolt of lightning roared. Crack, crack. Lightning flashed, splitting the ice and rocks, as a 3rd rank 7 expert descended. Bai Ning Bing, you dare to attack my Southern Border righteous path. Do you think you can escape? This expert's gaze was sharp as he growled. Chai Pajun saw reinforcements and let out a breath of turbid air. He had purposely said a lot of things to stall for time. After fighting with Bai Ningbing, he deeply realized that it would be very difficult for him to defeat her, let alone take her life. Did he really need reinforcements? Wu Yong was still in charge of the overall situation, and with Fairy Myrtle's message, he quickly dispatched Gu Immortals to encircle and kill the scattered Shadow Sect members. Be careful, this woman has extremely high battle strength. We cannot be careless. Don't worry, I also have Lord Wu Yong's information. As long as we stall her, not long after, friends specializing in battlefield killer moves will come to help. The two were conversing secretly when Bai Ningbing suddenly spoke. She was cold as ice. She had been silent since the start of the battle. This was the first time she had spoken since the start of the battle. Idiot! Her cold and arrogant voice was beautiful and pleasant to listen to, causing the two rank 7 experts to be slightly dazed. But at the next moment, Bai Ningbing suddenly burst out with an intense aura. Oh no! What immortal killer move is this? Just this aura is so terrifying. I am stalling for time and waiting for reinforcements, but this Bai Ningbing is also stalling for time to prepare a killer move. The reinforcements were shaken, while Chai Pajun shouted that he had fallen into a trap. Not far ahead, there is an eerie fire cave. As long as I enter there, I will be able to guard against deductions and wait for reinforcements. Hei Lulan was moving rapidly. In her field of vision, trees seemed to have turned into black shadows, rapidly passing by on both sides. Omnidirectional travel had failed in activating the ancient battle formation. Hei Lulan landed here alone. But soon, she received Fang Yuan's instructions to quickly move to a secret location 100 li away and wait for a chance to regroup. Needless to say, Hei Lulan's luck was quite good. There was an eerie fire cave not far away. This was set up by Zishan Makoto when he was alive. Using eerie fire immortal materials to set up the formation, it could block wisdom path deductions and achieve the goal of concealment. After a series of sprints, the eerie fire cave was already 5 li away, but right at this time, Hei Lulan suddenly stopped in her tracks. She looked at the plain forest in front of her, her brows furrowed, as the auras of all kinds of goo worms on her body started to rise. You only saw through my goo formation now. Hei Lulan, your foresight is not that good. A mocking voice came from somewhere. At the next moment, the goo formation activated. Hei Lulan's field of vision suddenly changed. The sky and mountains disappeared, leaving behind only a barren desert where not even a blade of grass grew. Hei Lulan's pupils shrunk. Being trapped in an immortal goo formation was a very bad thing. If she encountered an enemy, she could still escape. But the goo formation was a cage of its own. There was something that made Hei Lulan even more worried. My speed is not slow. I have been moving forward according to Fang Yuan's instructions. The other party actually knew my route and set up a goo formation in advance. Could it be that Fang Yuan sacrificed me on purpose to attract the enemy and gain time for himself to escape? Note, his condition is not good today. Only one chapter. To be continued. Chapter 1394. Boom. An intense explosion occurred. Flames spread everywhere. The scorching heat wave formed a thick wall of qi, fiercely repelling everything in its surroundings. At once, the goo formation was filled with sand and dust. As the dust settled, a lonely figure was revealed. It was Hei Lulan. At this moment, she was breathing roughly. Her whole body was covered in a layer of flame clothing. It was originally beautiful and covered in flames, but now this clothing only had a few sparks left. Even this move cannot break this goo formation. Feeling that she was still inside the goo formation, Hei Lulan's heart sank to rock bottom. The intense battle had already lasted for over an hour. He Lulan had used all her methods, but could not break this goo formation. This way, she was in a passive state and at a disadvantage. In fact, during the entire battle, she did not even know what her opponent looked like. This southern border, righteous path, Gu Immortal had been controlling the Gu formation from behind the scenes. He had never shown himself. I have to admit, He Lulan, you are very strong. But unfortunately, you have no formation path attainment at all. I'll tell you the truth. Even if your battle strength doubles, you cannot break this signature Gu formation of mine. The formation path, Gu Immortal behind the scenes, laughed smugly. He Lulan snorted coldly, sighing inwardly, I don't have enough immortal essence. I used up all my methods to think that He Lulan, would die here in the end. Sigh, mother, I cannot take revenge for you. Even though He tribe is destroyed, not being able to kill that scoundrel He Chung is my greatest regret. Right at this time, the formation path, Gu Immortal's laughter suddenly stopped. Damn it! Next, he growled, unable to conceal the shock in his voice. There's a chance. He Lulan's mind was shaken, but at the next moment, she saw a long beam of light appear in the dark world of the Gu formation. This was sword light. The sword light disappeared in a flash, but it left a long white mark in the dark sky. The white mark quickly expanded, and He Lulan heard the resonant cry of a flood dragon. It grew louder and louder, and soon after, it resounded in her ears. He Lulan's heart trembled violently. She was all too familiar with the roar of this flood dragon. The impression was too deep. Not long ago, He Lulan had been chased by the owner of this voice. She had been in a sorry state, and it was only because of the cooperation of Ing Wuxia and the others that she had narrowly escaped death. It's Fang Yuan. He Lulan almost cheered. He had never felt that Fang Yuan's flood dragon cry was so beautiful and resonant. The white sword mark was exceptionally eye-catching in the dark sky. The sword mark quickly expanded, as if a hole had been torn open. Dazzling light poured in from this increasingly large hole. No, the southern border righteous path, Gu Immortal controlling the immortal formation, screamed in indignation. But at the next moment, the immortal formation that gave He Lulan a huge headache collapsed. Her vision was filled with light. He Lulan was on high alert. Her squinted eyes slowly widened. After adapting to the light, she found that Fang Yuan was standing beside her, and that southern border righteous path, Gu Immortal, was being attacked by Fairy Miao Yin and Lady Black Tigress. I'm safe. He Lulan let out a breath of air. Her mind relaxed. The joy of escaping from death's door soon faded. She, who had an ambitious nature, only took a glance at Fang Yuan before sitting cross-legged on the ground and healing her injuries. For He Lulan, the situation earlier was extremely dangerous. The heavy injuries on her body showed how dangerous it was. Her life was hanging by a thread. Fang Yuan did not heal her. Other than man as before immortal Gu, Fang Yuan had no other healing methods. If Fang Yuan was injured himself, other than man as before, he might be able to transform into an ancient desolate beast and rely on the ancient desolate beast's self-recovery ability to heal his injuries. But for He Lulan, this transformation path method would not work. The battle soon ended. Fairy Miao Yin and Lady Black Tigress were both rank 7 experts. The two of them attacked the other rank 7 Gu Immortal together. They had the upper hand. And this rank 7 southern border righteous path, Gu Immortal cultivated formation path. Setting up Gu formations was his specialty, but if he fought alone, that was his weakness. Even worse, his immortal formation was destroyed by Fang Yuan. Once the Gu formation was broken, the backlash immediately caused him to suffer heavy injuries. Under such a situation of internal and external troubles, this rank 7 southern border righteous path, Gu Immortal, soon died on the spot. This was a rare rank 7 formation path, Gu Immortal. Fang Yuan kept his corpse in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. He was not in a hurry to annex it. He summoned the upper extreme, Heavenly Eagle. Let's go. We will reinforce by Ning Bing. The Immortals knew the situation was urgent. Any delay could lead to the encirclement of the southern border army. Precisely so. Fang Yuan did not even merge the immortal aperture of this corpse into the sovereign immortal aperture. He rode on the upper extreme, Heavenly Eagle, to travel. When they saw Bai Ningbing, the battle had just ended. The surrounding 1,000 li was covered in snow and ice. Bai Ningbing was in Bai Xiang form, standing proudly at the peak of the snowy mountain. And among her opponents, 2 were dead and 1 was injured. Bai Ningbing actually won against 3 opponents by herself. Bai Xiang killer move. That's right, this is the killer move Bai Xiang. The white terror that once terrorized the whole of southern border. To think that Bai Ningbing is using it again. The injured southern border Gu Immortal was filled with shock. He used all his strength to escape. When he saw the upper extreme, Heavenly Eagle in the sky, he almost despaired. But Fang Yuan did not chase after him. He took Bai Ningbing and escaped. Now that they were escaping, every second counted. There was no need to waste precious time on this rank 7 Gu Immortal. Since this rank 7 Gu Immortal could escape with injuries, and his other 2 comrades were already dead, he definitely had the ability to escape. It would not be easy to kill him in a short period of time. The upper extreme, Heavenly Eagle, turned around and flew towards Western Desert. Bai Ningbing dispersed the killer move Bai Xiang and collapsed on the eagle's back. She was already at the end of her rope. Although the killer move Bai Xiang was abnormally powerful, it involved a lot of mental energy and expended immortal essence rapidly. It was a huge burden to Bai Ningbing. If that injured southern border Gu Immortal had put in a bit more effort, he might have been able to see through Bai Ningbing's bluff. Unfortunately, he was terrified by the killer move Bai Xiang. This immortal killer move was very powerful. It only needed a tiny fragment to revive. It was an almost unkillable white monster. Unless someone could break this killer move, or suddenly kill Bai Ningbing until not even a speck of dust remained. Bai Ningbing dispersed the killer move and fainted. If not for Fang Yuan and the rest's help, she might have died of mental exhaustion. Fortunately, Fang Yuan was proficient in wisdom path methods. He was a great healer for Bai Ningbing's condition. When Bai Ningbing woke up, the upper extreme, Heavenly Eagle, had already flown over 100,000 li. You actually came to save me? Bai Ningbing looked at Fang Yuan. Her first words were very blunt, expressing the shock in her heart. Bai Ningbing was very clear about Fang Yuan's nature, but she had never expected Fang Yuan to save her. He Lulan suspected Fang Yuan's goal. She had once guessed that Fang Yuan would abandon her. Bai Ningbing thought even more thoroughly. She was sure that Fang Yuan would abandon them and escape alone. Fang Yuan glanced at Bai Ningbing expressionlessly, saying, "The situation is more serious than you think. All of us were hit by an investigative killer move. That is why you were intercepted by Southern Border's righteous path Gu Immortals when you were retreating." Although Fang Yuan had perceivable Dao immortal Gu that could inspect the Dao marks on Gu Immortals, he did not know how many Dao marks the other Gu Immortals had originally. Without this number, even if Fang Yuan could inspect the Dao marks on He Lulan, Bai Ningbing, and the rest, what was the use? But this time, it was clear from the enemy's performance that they were also hit by a similar investigative killer move. Which southern border Gu Immortal did this? Fang Yuan, you have already become the leader of Shadow Sect. You have inherited Zishan Makoto's inheritance. Can't you unravel it? Bai Ningbing asked. I have already tried. Fang Yuan sighed. Zishan Makoto's immortal Gu were not comprehensive. He had lost many in the battle. Even though he had several methods to deal with this situation, Fang Yuan could not make bricks without straw. He Lulan heard this, and her gaze flashed. She thought of Langya's sect. Since they did not have enough immortal goo, they could refine goo. As far as she knew, Fang Yuan had a close relationship with Langya's sect. Fang Yuan could make use of that relationship. In fact, Fang Yuan had done so. Not long ago, when he decided to return to help by Ningbing and the rest, he had communicated with Sixth Hair. In the end, Sixth Hair did not acknowledge Fang Yuan's identity. He suspected Fang Yuan's motive and asked Fang Yuan to saving Wu Xie. After all, only the two split souls of Spectral Soul were left. Wu Xie and Lady White Rabbit were in Fairy Miao Yin's immortal aperture. This was one of the reasons why Fang Yuan returned. Sixth Hair did not want to cooperate. So Fang Yuan went to look for Land Spirit of Langya. What made Fang Yuan feel fortunate was that after Langya's sect was established, Land Spirit of Langya was no longer as difficult to communicate with as before. As long as Fang Yuan had sect contribution points, he could borrow the strength of Langya's sect to refine goo. Fang Yuan only handed over some of the contents of Zishan Makoto's inheritance, and his sect contribution points rose by leaps and bounds in exchange for Land Spirit of Langya refining immortal goo for him. Under Fang Yuan's request, Land Spirit of Langya gave up on the Hairy Man Heaven and Earth style goo refinement method and used the human isolation style. It could not be helped, under Providence's gaze, if they used the Hairy Man Heaven and Earth style to refine goo with Providence's interference, they would not be able to refine goo no matter what. Even though Langya's sect started to refine goo, for Fang Yuan, goo refinement required a process. Moreover, immortal goo were hard to refine. They might not succeed in a short time. The situation is even more complicated. I suspect that Celestial Court has already allied with Southern Border's Righteous Path to eliminate us. Celestial Court is using Southern Border's Righteous Path as a tool, but they will not watch without doing anything. We need to be careful. Other than Southern Border's Righteous Path Goo Immortals, Celestial Court's Goo Immortals might be hiding and waiting to attack us. Fang Yuan said, solemnly. Chapter 1395. Intense winds blew at them. Net, below his feet, the mountains were lush and verdant like an endless herd of elephants, continuously galloping backwards. On the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle's back, Fang Yuan and the other Goo Immortals were not in the mood to admire this beautiful scenery. Their current situation was very dangerous. The whole of Southern Border's Righteous Path Goo Immortals were trying to encircle them. Maybe there were other lone cultivators or demonic path Goo Immortals hiding to see if they could take advantage of the situation. Southern Border's Righteous Path could no longer match them. Any rank 8 Goo Immortal or Immortal Goo House could bring huge trouble and danger to Fang Yuan and the rest. However, what made the Immortals even more worried was the Celestial Court. After the Celestial Court took away the Super Goo formation, it did not leave it behind. Fang Yuan and the rest did not know that Duke Long wanted to suppress Spectral Soul's main body. But even though the Celestial Court left, its influence still existed. Its desire to kill Fang Yuan and the rest had not subsided. In fact, it was becoming more and more intense. Fang Yuan's judgment was deeply rooted in everyone's hearts. He Lulan, Bai Ningbing, and the rest agreed with it. If they were on the Celestial Court side, they would also not let Fang Yuan and the rest go. Other than leaking information to Southern Border's Righteous Path Goo Immortals and making use of them to ensure that nothing went wrong, the Celestial Court would definitely leave behind some hidden methods. It was just that they did not know what this hidden method was. The unknown created even more pressure in their hearts. The Celestial Court's hidden method was like a blade hanging above everyone's heads. They did not know when it would suddenly fall. Even if Fang Yuan and the rest escaped to Western Desert, this Celestial Court's hidden method would not disappear. It was likely to follow them. providence can actually corrode manifested dream realms. Exploring dream realms is simply exposing my own secrets. I even used dark limit and familiar face to disguise myself. I thought I had deceived providence. This is my biggest failure in the dream realm war. Fang Yuan stood on the eagle's back and stopped using reverse flow protection seal. The cost of maintaining this killer move was too high, and now Fang Yuan was using all sorts of investigative methods, including 3 breaths future sight. As he investigated his surroundings, he reflected on himself, looking for his mistakes and mistakes. No one is a saint. Who doesn't err? Making mistakes was very normal. Rank 9 venerables would make mistakes their entire lives. Being limited by one's vision, being trapped by one's temperament, being dragged down by one's environment, and so on, no one could always make the right choice in their life. After making a mistake, recognizing the mistake and correcting it is what a hero should do. If Fang Yuan had known about this in advance, he would not have explored the realm like this. Now that Fang Yuan thought about it, he realized many of Providence's plans. For example, his Water Dao, Formation Dao, and Dark Dao realms had all reached the Grandmaster level. But what Fang Yuan needed the most was to raise his information path and time path attainment levels. Once his information path attainment level rose, even if Fang Yuan did not have information path immortal goo, he would be able to resolve his own problems. His time path attainment level had always been ordinary. If he could raise it to He Fan's true inheritance, Fang Yuan's battle strength would rise sharply. Even if it was not information path or time path, sword path, refinement path, luck path, and soul path, it would be great if he could raise his attainment level to Grandmaster, especially sword path. Fang Yuan had several sword path immortal goo now, as well as Bo Qing's true inheritance. If he was a sword path Grandmaster, his battle strength would rise sharply. Unfortunately, he did not. In fact, during the later stages of exploring the dream realm, when I was guarding the Super Goo formation, I only encountered some absurd dream realms. Providence erodes dream realms. Dream realms are circulating. I'm afraid that Providence does not want me to advance again. In the 500 years of memories of my previous life, there was no mention of dream realms being eroded by Providence. Maybe this was a secret that had not been discovered in the 500 years of Fang Yuan's previous life. More likely, when Fang Yuan used Spring Autumn Cicada to rebirth, his will was tampered with by Providence, causing him to forget about this. I lost my dark limit, Immortal Goo too. Right now, we are all exposed to Providence. Thankfully, the upper extreme, Heavenly Eagle, is fast. There is not much time left for Providence to make arrangements. Southern Border's Righteous Path, Celestial Court, and Providence, these 3 forces were chasing after Fang Yuan, trying to kill him. Fang Yuan was not flustered in the face of danger. He planned carefully on how to preserve his life in this situation. In fact, ever since the collapse of 88-point Xinyang Tower, Fang Yuan had been thinking about this. He had made ample mental preparations. Exposing his identity now was much better than exposing himself earlier, because in Fang Yuan's hand, there were many cards that he could play. It depended on how he used them. Right now, he was using wisdom path methods. Thoughts were moving rapidly in his mind. He was thinking of all sorts of situations and deducing how to resolve them, how to protect himself with the least expenditure. There is an immortal goo house coming from the southeast. Suddenly, Bai Ningbing spoke. She had inherited Bai Xiang's true inheritance. Her long-distance investigative methods were far more suitable than the 3 breaths future vision that Fang Yuan had now. Next, Fairy Miao Yin's expression changed. I also found out this is Ho Clan's immortal goo house, Flying Sand Pavilion. She was familiar with Southern Border's situation. She immediately recognized it. Next, Fairy Miao Yin exclaimed, "They are so fast." Flying Sand Pavilion was one of the fastest immortal goo houses in Southern Border's Goo Immortal world. It was even faster than the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle. If Fang Yuan and the rest only used the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle to travel, Flying Sand Pavilion would catch up to them sooner or later. But thankfully, Fang Yuan had already prepared for this situation. He had practiced the ancient battle formation omnidirectional travel with the immortals in advance. Although they were disrupted by Chi Chu Yu's goo formation, it was only a small setback. Now that the immortals had gathered again, they could use this method again. Flying Sand Pavilion was moving rapidly in the mountains. This was its unique method. It could use Earth Path Dao marks to reduce immortal essence expenditure and increase speed. Undoubtedly, in this southern border with dense Earth Path Dao marks, Flying Sand Pavilion was like a fish in water. While moving, Flying Sand Pavilion seemed to be made of silt. The yellow-brown silt inside was constantly moving, while the outside was filled with smoke and dust. Ho Clan was not the only goo immortals inside. There was also a rank 8 goo immortal, Shang Wujia. Shang Clan was one of the top super forces in Southern Border's righteous path. They naturally had a rank 8 goo immortal. Shang Clan's first supreme elder, Shang Wujia, had always upheld Shang Clan's tradition of neutrality and had a good relationship with all the clans. If it were Yao Clan, Luo Clan, or even Tai Clan, Ho Clan's goo immortals would absolutely not give them face and invite them into Flying Sand Pavilion. While chasing, Shang Wujia's expression suddenly changed. In his perception, Fang Yuan and the rest had suddenly disappeared without a trace. Did they use that ancient battle formation omnidirectional travel? Shang Wujia's heart jolted. A map of Southern Border's terrain appeared in his mind, combining all kinds of information. Shang Wujia quickly deduced the directions that Fang Yuan and the rest were most likely to retreat to. And in these directions, there were Southern Border's righteous path goo immortals. Wu Yong's plan is not bad. Shang Wujia calmly evaluated, then his brows furrowed slightly. He realized that according to this arrangement, Fang Yuan and the rest would eventually be chased to the northwest of Southern Border. And there, Wu Yong was already waiting for them. Clear jade, dripping wind, tiny bamboo building speed could be said to be the #1 immortal goo house in Southern Border. However, Wu Yong was able to reach there by using Tai Clan's immortal goo house beacon tower. Beacon towers were scattered all over Southern Border, and it was precisely by using this powerful immortal goo house that Southern Border's righteous path could quickly spread out a large net. As for Fang Yuan and the others, they became the big fish in the net. Swoosh! Under the clear sky, for goo immortals suddenly appeared. They were Fang Yuan and the rest who had used the ancient battle formation omnidirectional travel to teleport here. This is already the 5th time. I have expended a lot of Dao marks. This is not good. The other side knows our location and is encircling us like a large net, rapidly tightening. Should we change our direction and catch them off guard? Bai Ningbing and the rest suggested. Fang Yuan shook his head. The investigative killer move on us is the root of the problem. If we don't get rid of it, we will be caught sooner or later. What we need to do now is to use every second we have to break through the encirclement and go to Western Desert. As long as they reached Western Desert, it would not be easy for Celestial Court to mobilize Western Desert's righteous path to pursue Fang Yuan and the rest. Let's go. Fang Yuan let out the upper extreme, Heavenly Eagle, and used the immemorial Desolate Beast to continue flying. Actually, the true ancient battle formation omnidirectional travel could cover a huge distance. Unfortunately, the one that Ing Wuxia and the rest had was not the complete version. In the following series of battles, the core immortal goo of omnidirectional travel were unfortunately destroyed in battle. As a result, what Fang Yuan was using now was actually an incomplete version of omnidirectional travel. The incomplete omnidirectional travel not only reduced the distance it could cover, it also greatly reduced the number of Dao marks on the Gu Immortal's body. Remnants of Shadow Sect, where do you think you are going? After flying for a while on the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle, Fang Yuan and the rest suddenly heard Wu Yihai's voice. What? Fairy Miao Yin's beautiful face paled. Don't be afraid. This is just wind, whisper Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan snorted coldly, consoling. Wind, whisper Immortal Gu had an extremely wide range, as long as it was activated continuously without regard for immortal essence expenditure. It could theoretically cover the whole of southern border. But soon, clear jade dripping, wind, tiny bamboo building appeared in the horizon. This rank 8 Immortal Gu house was extremely fast. Even though the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle was one of the few immemorial desolate beasts with unparalleled flying speed, the distance between Fang Yuan and Wu Yong was shrinking rapidly. Using omnidirectional travel saw that the situation was bad. Even though he was still far away, he resolutely chose to activate the ancient battle formation. Against a rank 8 Gu Immortal, no distance was safe. After keeping the upper extreme, Heavenly Eagle omnidirectional travel activated successfully, and the 4 Gu Immortals vanished on the spot. However, when Fang Yuan and the rest reappeared, their expressions became extremely unsightly. What's going on? We actually teleported such a short distance? Not even 10% of our previous distance. Wu Yong's voice resounded in the Immortal's ears again. You have been hit by my wind lock. Omnidirectional travel is no longer effective. The moment he said that, clear jade dripping, wind, tiny bamboo building appeared in the horizon again. The Immortals felt a huge rock pressing down on their hearts. The greatest crisis in history was imminent. Chapter 1396. Windlock. When did we get hit by this killer move? We did not sense it at all. The Shadow Sect Immortals were all stunned. They did not know how they got hit by this killer move. If not for the fact that the ancient battle formation omnidirectional travel was not effective, everyone would have thought that Wu Yong was bluffing just by listening to Wu Yong's words. Never underestimate the methods of a rank 8 Gu Immortal. Wu Yong did not have high seniority, even lower than other rank 8 Gu Immortals in Southern Border's Gu Immortal world. But he had a long history of learning and had even inherited Wu Duxiu's legacy, thus he had many methods. Fang Yuan frowned deeply. How does this wind lock killer move work? How long can it last? How can I find the weakness of this move and target it? His mind was in turmoil, thoughts were surging. These problems were troubling him. He had to resolve them as soon as possible. It concerned his life and death. Clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building was getting closer. Wu Yong's laughter could be heard. He was not going to give Fang Yuan enough time to think. The situation was extremely urgent. Fang Yuan needed to make a decision immediately. He thought for a moment before ordering the others. Enter my immortal aperture. What do you mean? Your strength is too low. Fighting a rank 8 Gu Immortal is equivalent to courting death. You might as well enter my immortal aperture and research on wind lock. Quickly think of a method to restrain it. Fang Yuan said bluntly, opening his immortal aperture's entrance. The immortals looked at each other. But soon, He Lulan was the first to enter. Not courting death was naturally a good thing. He Lulan had been worried that Fang Yuan would use the alliance agreement on her to make her fight against Wu Yong and throw away her life to stall for time for Fang Yuan to escape. But who could have thought that Fang Yuan would choose to do this? Fairy Miao Yin and Black Tigress hesitated for a moment before following behind. Because of Zishan Makoto's true inheritance, they had achieved something and were now members of the Shadow Sect. However, his recognition of Fang Yuan was mainly because Fang Yuan was the leader of the Shadow Sect. Bai Ningbing was the last one. Of course, she wasn't concerned about Fang Yuan. Instead, she was looking at Wu Yong with a hint of eagerness. Bai Ningbing pursued an exciting life, just like how Fang Yuan pursued immortality. This kind of feeling was as hot as fire. It could even be said to be crazy. Don't let your imagination run wild. Even if you have Bai Xiang, Wu Yong can easily kill you in an instant. Fang Yuan's tone was urgent. Bai Ningbing snorted coldly, but still took a step forward, entering the Sovereign Immortal Aperture's entrance. Fang Yuan quickly closed the Immortal Aperture's entrance, then urged the upper extreme, Heavenly Eagle, to continue flying. Wu Yong's sigh could be heard clearly from behind. Fang Yuan, you are also an outstanding person. You actually had methods to disguise as Wu Yihai and hide in my Wu clan for a long time. You are extremely daring. You are made for great things. It is a pity, such a pity. How good would it be if you were the real Wu Yihai? Wu Yong's sigh was sincere. He still cherished talents. Fang Yuan escaped in front, while Wu Yong chased from behind. The immemorial, desolate beast upper extreme, Heavenly Eagle's speed, was still very fast in this desperate situation. But clear jade dripping wind, tiny bamboo building speed was even faster. After all, it was a rank 8 immortal goo house. At the same time, clear jade dripping wind, tiny bamboo building had a huge advantage. Immortal goo houses would not get tired. As long as there was enough immortal essence, any immortal goo house could maintain a stable state forever. But the upper extreme, Heavenly Eagle, was different. After flying for a long time, it would feel tired and sleepy. But Fang Yuan did not need to consider this, because according to their current speed, clear jade dripping wind, tiny bamboo building would catch up long before the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle felt tired and slowed down. How many people are left? Call them out. Fang Yuan's back was facing the front as he faced Wu Yong. The auras of all kinds of goo worms on his body rapidly rose and lingered around him. Don't worry, I am alone. Wu Yong smiled before activating the immortal goo house. Green bamboo leaves flew out of clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building, turning into wind arrows that shot towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan controlled the upper extreme, Heavenly Eagle, to fly up and descend at times, flying around in the air and skillfully dodging the wind arrows. Not bad. Your flying foundation is solid. Your enslavement path methods are even more eye-catching. Wu Yong praised generously. Fang Yuan, however, sensed something amiss. There was a gust of wind lingering around his body. It was indiscernible at first, but it was getting stronger and stronger. Not only him, even the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle's wings were shrouded in 2 lumps of green wind, greatly hindering its flying speed. Wu Yong's continuous attacks forced me to dodge and change directions. Although the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle's speed did not decrease, clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building is chasing in a straight line. And this lump of wind on its body, it is probably the so-called wind-lock killer move. It can actually absorb the scattered fierce winds in the air to increase its power. Wu Yong's attacks could not hit Fang Yuan, but he had already achieved his goal. The distance between the two was shrinking rapidly. Still no solution? Fang Yuan asked the Shadow Sect members in the Immortal Aperture. Difficult. I just had a little idea. Clearly, this is a rank 8 killer move. It is no small matter. A bunch of nonsense. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth. At this time, he heard Wu Yong speak. You must be thinking of how to break through my killer move Windlock right now, right? There is no harm in telling you the truth. Once this move is used, it cannot be moved, but its range is very wide, covering over 100,000 li. It also has a time limit. It can only last for 15 minutes. Wu Yong spoke frankly. Fang Yuan heard this, and his heart sank. Wu Yong's actions showed his strong confidence. He felt that Fang Yuan had already fallen into his hands. unable to escape. Clear jade dripping wind, tiny bamboo building attacked indiscriminately, finally catching up. Wu Yong smiled, standing at the window of the second floor of the bamboo building. He pointed his index finger at Fang Yuan. Immortal killer move, finger wind dragon. Ding dong. A crisp sound echoed. A dark jade worm flew out of his fingertip. The worm was extremely fast, flying towards Fang Yuan. While flying, it suddenly expanded, its body rapidly expanding 1 foot, 5 feet, 10 feet, 50 feet, 150 feet. In a few breaths of time, it turned into a 220 feet long vicious wind dragon, baring its fangs and claws as it crashed towards the upper extreme heavenly eagle. The upper extreme heavenly eagle could not dodge in time. It was about to be hit by the finger wind dragon, but at the crucial moment, Fang Yuan stepped forward. He actually took the initiative to block the blade and crash into the finger wind dragon. Wu Yong was stunned, followed by shock, because after the finger wind dragon crashed into Fang Yuan, it did not cause any damage to the latter. What was even more unbelievable was that the finger wind dragon turned around and returned to its original path, directly attacking its owner. Boom! With a loud sound, the finger wind dragon crashed into clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building. The immortal goo house shook intensely. Its speed was reduced by more than half. And the finger wind dragon also completely collapsed. Fang Yuan took the chance to fly onto the upper extreme heavenly eagle's back, increasing the distance between them by a large margin. Wu Yong saw that he was wearing an immortal robe. A ribbon was fluttering in the wind. His aura was ethereal and powerful. He was shocked to an indescribable degree. This killer move, don't tell me it is? Wu Yong was also speechless. Although he had not personally participated in the Battle of Reverse Flow River, the information of this battle had been leaked as Lu Guanyi became famous in the 5 regions. Wu Yong recognized this killer move. It was Reverse Flow Protection Seal. This also meant that he knew the secret that Fang Yuan was Lu Guanyi and Lu Guanyi was Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan saw Wu Yong's astonished expression and thought, it seems that Celestial Court did not tell Wu Yong about Lu Guanyi's secret. Maybe Celestial Court did not know? Fang Yuan felt that it was a pity Lu Guanyi's identity was exposed. He could not use it anymore. It would affect his interpersonal relationships in Northern Plains. But there was no helping it. Against a rank 8 great expert, Fang Yuan could only use Reverse Flow Protection Seal to stand his ground. If he used other methods, he would be easily killed by Wu Yong. Although Wu Yong suffered a setback, his gaze towards Fang Yuan quickly became heated. Fang Yuan was not only Wu Yihai. He had the background of Shadow Sect. He also had Reverse Flow River and Reverse Flow Protection Seal. As long as they could capture him, the foundation and wealth he possessed would definitely allow the strength of the entire Wu clan to skyrocket. Wu Yong was tempted by the huge benefits. Furthermore, Fang Yuan was related to the biggest scandal of Wu clan in recent years. Good. It was not a waste of my effort to control the situation and create a situation where you and I can fight alone. Wu Yong growled as he controlled the immortal goo house to bombard Fang Yuan, chasing after it again. The damage of Windlock was reflected by Fang Yuan onto Wu Yong, but the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle still had Windlock on it, while Wu Yong was being carried by clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building. It had no effect on this dangerous situation. This time, Wu Yong directly controlled the immortal goo house to collide with the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle. Fang Yuan sighed, blocking in front of the immortal goo house without dodging. Wu Yong chuckled, flying out of the immortal goo house to fight Fang Yuan. At the same time, the immortal goo house clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building targeted the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle. Although Wu Yong was not in clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building, he had left his will and a large amount of immortal essence in the immortal goo house. the upper extreme heavenly eagle, and clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building fought, quickly falling into a disadvantage. Fang Yuan's situation was even worse. After fighting, he thoroughly experienced the power of a rank 8 Gu immortal. Under Wu Yong's attacks, Fang Yuan could only passively take a beating, unable to retaliate. After a dozen or so rounds, Wu Yong thoroughly recognized Fang Yuan's powerful defense. Reverse flow protection seal gave him a huge headache. Any attack that landed on Fang Yuan would be reflected back, even punches and kicks were the same. Wu Yong immediately focused his gaze on the upper extreme, heavenly eagle. This immemorial desolate beast was the breakthrough point of this battle. After realizing this, Wu Yong split some of his attention to firmly suppress Fang Yuan before using an immortal killer move to attack the upper extreme, heavenly eagle. The upper extreme, heavenly eagle cried out in pain. Its speed was astonishing, but its master was trapped here. How could it escape? However, immemorial desolate beasts had thick skin and flesh. The upper extreme heavenly eagle was still alive and kicking after enduring several of Wu Yong's moves. Oh no! But right at this time, Fang Yuan's expression changed. The upper extreme heavenly eagles will gradually gain the upper hand against a strong enemy. It wanted to escape. Right at this moment, this will finally reach a qualitative change, causing Fang Yuan's killer move 180 slaves to fail. The upper extreme heavenly eagle was no longer restrained. It immediately flapped its wings and escaped. Fang Yuan was left behind, facing Wu Yong and clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building alone. You still haven't researched it. Fang Yuan shouted at the Shadow Sect Gu immortals in his immortal aperture. How can there be any results in such a short time? Bai Ningbing and the rest were also very depressed. Wu Yong pounced. Don't even think of releasing them in front of me, and using omnidirectional travel. Sure enough, in the following battle, Fang Yuan had no chance at all. After several more rounds, Wu Yong suddenly spread his arms, activating the immortal battlefield killer move that he had been preparing for a long time. Fang Yuan's vision changed. He was trapped in an unfamiliar battlefield, unable to escape. If you surrender and offer up all of your cultivation accumulation, you might have a chance to live. Fang Yuan. Wu Yong gave an ultimatum. Fang Yuan's expression was ashen. This was truly a desperate situation. His only hope now was to rely on Wu Xie and the rest to find an opportunity to use omnidirectional travel. He should be able to pass through this battlefield. But just as Wu Yong was about to attack again, his expression suddenly changed. He looked towards a certain direction. Who is it? Come out. A sigh was heard. A Gu immortal appeared. Central continent's aura was spreading everywhere. Fang Yuan and Wu Yong were both shocked when they saw this person. Chapter 1397. A middle-aged Gu immortal appeared in front of Fang Yuan and Wu Yong. He wore a red and white robe. His posture was tall and straight, resembling a spear or a sword. His brows were long and sharp. His eyes were shining with divine light. His lips curled into a gentle smile. He was elegant, but did not lose his domineering aura. But at this moment, there was a trace of melancholy on his face. It was the famous Central Continent Gu immortal, the pillar of Spirit Affinity House, Sound Path rank 7, the one who could fight rank 8, Feng Zhouge. Why was he here? Wu Yong and Fang Yuan were shocked. Feng Zhouge's appearance and deeds had already spread throughout the 5 regions. Thus, even though this was the first time Wu Yong had seen Feng Zhouge, he quickly recognized Feng Zhouge. After all, a rank 7 Gu immortal who could fight rank 8, this was a peerless genius that only appeared once in 1,000 years. If not for Fang Yuan's other identity, Lu Guan Yi, Feng Zhouge might still be the most outstanding. Wu Yong quickly concealed his shock. He sneered at Feng Zhouge. A Central Continent Gu immortal actually dares to appear in front of me. Good, very good. In the Battle of the Dream Realm, Celestial Court gained the most. They took away many immortal goo of Southern Border's righteous path. Feng Jioge was currently affected by this matter. He incurred Wu Yong's enmity. Fang Yuan's gaze was also focused on Feng Jioge. This was not the first time he saw Feng Jioge. In the 500 years of his previous life, he had already engraved Feng Jioge's appearance in his heart. There was no helping it. Feng Jioge's brilliance in the 5 regions' chaotic war even surpassed ordinary rank 8 Gu immortals. Unfortunately, he died in Langya Blessed Land. His death directly caused a huge uproar. The central continent was shaken, and the other 4 regions rejoiced. After being reborn into this world, Fang Yuan had also seen Feng Jioge. In that strange thieving heaven-true inheritance space in Luopa Valley, Fang Yuan had saved Feng Jioge's life due to a freak combination of factors. He should have died in the thieving heaven-true inheritance space because of Qin Baisheng's suicidal attack. But after Fang Yuan's rebirth, everything changed. From this perspective, although Fang Yuan's actions were unintentional, he was indeed Feng Jioge's savior. But so what if he was her savior? In this world, there were many cases of people biting the hand that fed them. Fang Yuan stared at Feng Jioge, not daring to be careless. He shouted coldly, "Feng Jioge, are you the person that the Celestial Court arranged to assassinate me?" Feng Jioge glanced at Wu Yong before fixing his gaze on Fang Yuan. Seeing Fang Yuan again, and under such circumstances, Feng Jioge was filled with emotions. Fang Yuan's progress was too fast. The first time, when Feng Jioge learned of Fang Yuan, the latter had just snatched Feng Kim Huang's fortuitous encounter and became the new owner of Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Feng Jioge knew Fang Yuan's name because of his daughter, but he did not care about it at all. Why? Because back then, Fang Yuan was just a mortal. Immortals and mortals were like the clouds and mud of heaven and earth. They were not on the same level. It could even be said that to be able to attract the attention of a grand Gu immortal like Feng Jioge, this was already a great honor for a mortal like Fang Yuan. But the development of events was out of Feng Jioge's expectations. Fang Yuan committed huge crimes and repeatedly brought disaster to the world. His identity was exposed. He was an otherworldly demon, possessed spring-autumn cicada, and even inherited Giant Sun's true inheritance. Especially Fang Yuan's rapid progress, from a mortal to an immortal, and then to an expert among Gu immortals. It was like a matter of one step. Many Gu immortals worked for countless years, but could not achieve such results. But it seemed that Fang Yuan easily achieved it. The first time they met, Feng Jioge's life was actually saved by Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan conveniently inherited one of Thieving Heaven's true inheritances, ghostly concealment. Afterwards, during the Battle of Etian Mountain, Fang Yuan played an extremely important role. To think that Lu Guan is also Fang Yuan. The great era is coming. Heroes are emerging. Fang Yuan is currently the most dazzling one. Seeing Fang Yuan again, Feng Jioge sized him up and evaluated him in his mind. At the same time, he spoke with a bitter smile. "I came all the way from Central Continent to chase an immortal Gu that Thieving Heaven demon Venerable used. I did not expect to run into this matter." That means he is not someone sent by the Celestial Court. Fang Yuan frowned. With Feng Jioge's personality and style, he had no need to deceive Fang Yuan at this crucial moment. But Wu Yong did not believe him. He sneered to think that Feng Jioge has a hypocritical side. "When I used the battlefield killer move, if you did not want to participate, you could have easily escaped and not been involved in the battle." Feng Jioge nodded. "That's right. I came here of my own accord because I owe Fang Yuan a life. If I did not run into him, it would have been fine, but since I ran into him, I had to help him." "What?" Wu Yong was stunned. Fang Yuan was also stunned. Wu Yong asked in disbelief, "Did I hear wrongly?" You owe him a life, so you want to help him? Ha ha ha. Wu Yong laughed loudly. Feng Zhouge was a central continent Gu immortal, a member of the 10 great ancient sects. Everyone thought that he would become a member of the celestial court in the future. He actually wanted to save Feng Yuan. What kind of person was Feng Yuan? An otherworldly demon, a demonic scoundrel ranked at the top of the celestial court's demon judgment board. Feng Zhouge actually wanted to help him? This was simply the greatest joke in the world. Not only did Wu Yong laugh loudly, even Feng Zhouge's smile became wider. Wu Yong saw Feng Zhouge's smile. His laughter gradually stopped as his expression turned solemn. He knew. Feng Zhouge was serious. This person was simply insane. A righteous path Gu immortal wanted to help a demonic scoundrel. Feng Zhouge was not an ordinary righteous path Gu immortal. He was a superstar of the righteous path. Even though he only had rank 7 cultivation level, people already saw him as a quasi-rank 8 grade expert. His reputation in Central Continent and even the 5 regions was huge. And Feng Yuan was also not an ordinary demonic path member. These last years, he was the most famous person in the entire world. He was a complete, otherworldly demon, possessing spring, autumn cicada, reverse flow river, giant sun's true inheritance, thieving heaven's true inheritance. He snatched to immortal blessed land from under the noses of Central Continent's 10 great sects. He destroyed 88-point Jinyang Tower in Northern Plains. He came to southern border and defeated Spectral Soul's heaven-defying plan, seizing the fruits of victory. Recently, he successfully infiltrated Wu Clan, and after the Battle of the Dream Realm, he became the leader of Shadow Sect. Feng Zhouge wanted to help a person like Feng Yuan. Wu Yong was also a righteous path Gu immortal. He put himself in Feng Yuan's shoes and thought about it. Even if Feng Yuan saved his life, how much pressure would it be for him to help Feng Yuan? This pressure did not just come from his faction. It also came from his wife and children, his sect, Central Continent's celestial court, and even all the Gu immortals in the world. No, Feng Zhouge is different from me. He is not a proper righteous path Gu immortal. He was a demonic path Gu immortal in his early years. Wu Yong suddenly thought of this. Demonic path scoundrel. He is truly crazy. He cannot be reasoned with. Wu Yong was furious. Feng Yuan thought of Feng Zhouge's life. In his early years, Feng Zhouge was an inconspicuous, secluded cultivator without any fame. He cultivated sound path. His determination never wavered. He invested his life in it. Once, he sang loudly in a nameless valley, causing 2 other Gu immortals to sing together. At that time, it was night time, the moon was high in the sky, a cool breeze was blowing, causing a small lake in the valley to sparkle. As the 3 Gu immortals sang together, time passed rapidly. They sang until dawn. After the 3 immortals finished singing, they laughed loudly. But they did not meet. They left after their spirits were exhausted. A few years later, Feng Zhouge learned of these 2's names and origins. At that time, there were rumors in Central Continent's Gu immortal world that these 2 had stolen a rank 7 immortal Gu from Black Heaven Temple. They were demonic path Gu immortals. They were being pursued by Central Continent's 10 great ancient sections. Feng Zhouge went to help them. Those 2 Gu immortals were at their wits' end. Seeing that Feng Zhouge came to help, they were moved but also curious. They asked Feng Zhouge why he did this. Feng Zhouge said, "A few years ago, I sang with you 2. I sang the bright moon. You 2 sang the green mountain and white lake respectively. The cool breeze and bright moon shone upon one's heart. To be able to sing such a song, how can you be a despicable person who covets immortal Gu? I believe in you 2. The 2 heard this and were moved to tears. One of them said, "You know us well. We had originally inherited this rank 7 immortal Gu from a true inheritance, but we were falsely accused by Black Heaven Temple. Black Heaven Temple is one of the 10 great ancient sects of the righteous path. No one can doubt its words. The other urged Feng Zhuge, "Friend, we only sang a song together. We have never met before. We have gotten ourselves into trouble. We have no hope of escaping. Leave now. There is still time." Feng Zhuge shook his head. He insisted on staying and helping. The two immortals said anxiously, "If you don't leave, you will also be falsely accused of being a demon." Feng Zhuge smiled. "Whether I am a demon or not, whether I am righteous or not, heaven and earth have their own Feng Zhuge. To leave or not, to stay or not, life and death are all in my heart." The two immortals were moved, and in admiration, they were moved to tears. Feng Zhuge's poem was not famous at that time, but afterwards he attacked Black Heaven Temple's Gu immortals. Winning each time, the matter became bigger and bigger. The other 9 great ancient sects heard about it and supported Black Heaven Temple. They felt huge pressure from the public. Feng Zhuge declared that he wanted to challenge Central Continent's heroes and roam the world. The 10 sects challenged him one by one. They lost consecutively. They had no choice but to work together to resist him. Feng Zhuge was fearless. He fought for 150,000 li. He suddenly changed his target and attacked the root of the problem, causing the 10 sects to be in a mess. They could do nothing about it. Eventually, Spirit Affinity House took action. The current generation fairy Bai Qing used her emotions to influence Feng Zhuge, making him a member of Spirit Affinity House. In the past, Feng Zhuge was willing to sacrifice himself to help 2 Gu immortals that he had never met before. Instead, he was falsely accused of being a demonic path scoundrel. But now, why could Feng Zhuge not help the demon Fang Yuan? Especially when Fang Yuan was his benefactor. The former Feng Zhuge was still the current Feng Zhuge. Fang Yuan understood why Feng Zhuge sighed earlier. Feng Zhuge had wanted to help Fang Yuan since long ago, but he had to consider his wife and daughter as well as his own situation. Back then, he had probably planned to act secretly, but unfortunately, his whereabouts were exposed by Wu Yong. This forced Feng Zhuge to make a choice, just like the choice he had made in the past. He made the same choice. Demonic or not, righteous or not, heaven and earth had its own Feng Zhuge. To leave or not, to stay or not, life and death are in my heart. Demonic path, righteous path, these 2 factions, these 2 identities, they cannot restrain me. Feng Zhuge, to leave or to stay, to me, Feng Zhuge, leaving is the death of my heart, staying is the life of my heart. I do everything according to my heart. I am me. I am Feng Zhuge. I have always been. Chapter 1398. Genius in 1 second. Remember Love Go. Speak Net, providing you with exciting novels to read. Ha ha ha. Within the immortal battlefield killer move, Wu Yong suddenly laughed loudly. His laughter was filled with anger. Evidently, he was very angry at Feng Zhuge for helping Fang Yuan. Good. Very good. Although you 2 are only rank 7 Gu immortals, you have rank 8 battle strength. Today, I'll have a good taste of what kind of skills you 2 have. The pride and confidence of a rank 8 Gu immortal made the killing intent in Wu Yong's heart even more intense. He did not believe he would lose, even if he fought 1 against 2. So what? Wu Yong, was a rank 8 Gu immortal, while the other 2 were merely rank 7. How could the gap between rank 7 and rank 8 be so easily crossed? Moreover, he had an immortal Gu house with him. Clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building. Rank 8 immortal Gu house. A rank 8 Gu immortal with a rank 8 immortal Gu house. How could he lose? Wu Yong could not think of a reason why he would lose. The battle was about to begin, and the atmosphere immediately became tense. Feng Zhuge slowly floated towards Wu Yong, saying to Fang Yuan without turning his head, "You once saved my life. Now I am returning it to you. Now that we have settled our grudges, leave whether you can break out of here, and escape will depend on your own luck. Fang Yuan was surprised. It seemed that Feng Jiuge did not want to cooperate with him, but wanted to fight Wu Yong alone. Okay, Fang Yuan immediately retreated to a corner. What kind of person was he? How could he not take advantage of the situation? Seeing Feng Jiuge facing him alone, Wu Yong inwardly sighed in admiration, saying, "Good, then let me meet the famous Central Continent genius." Saying so, he stored the immortal Gu House clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building. This rank 8 immortal Gu House was his trump card. Constructed from several rank 8 immortal Gu, the immortal essence expenditure was enormous. Previously, Wu Yong had activated it for a long time in order to set up a trap and chase after Fang Yuan. This time, Wu Yong stored the immortal Gu House into his immortal aperture. It was like an unsheathed divine sword. His opponent would never know when Wu Yong would use this trump card. He would definitely feel fear and pressure. At the same time, it also showed Wu Yong's confidence and pride. He was willing to fight Feng Jiuge alone. His fighting spirit was overflowing, and he was eager to give it a try. Wu Yong's body was suddenly surrounded by a strong gust of wind, and then it started to fade away. Feng Jiuge and Fang Yuan's eyes narrowed. This was Wu Yong's immortal killer move. What incredible speed! Moreover, his aura was concealed to the extreme earlier, whether it was Feng Jiuge or Fang Yuan. They did not sense it at all. Feng Jiuge quickly retreated, cautiously pulling apart the distance between him and Wu Yong. Against a rank 8 Gu immortal, how could he dare to be careless? Especially when it was an immortal killer move. If he did not probe it first, he would definitely be acting rashly. The gust of wind subsided, turning into a gentle breeze. The gentle breeze continued to move, condensing into a huge figure in the blink of an eye. They looked like humans, but were tall and mighty like elephants. Their muscles were bulging like rocks. They were green-black in color, with sharp teeth in their mouths, and a pair of monstrous arms as thick as pillars, hanging down to the soles of their feet. Their bodies were covered in green fur, and their eyes were pitch black in color. Immortal killer move, soft hard wind chief. Wu Yong used this move and created 6 wind chiefs. Some of the wind chiefs screamed loudly, emitting the sound of the gust of wind, while some shrieked sharply, almost piercing people's eardrums. They split into 2 groups. One group had 3 wind chiefs, not only pouncing towards Feng Jiuge, they also did not let Fang Yuan go. Feng Jiuge wanted to fight Wu Yong alone. Wu Yong had his own pride. He wanted to fight with all his strength and take care of both Feng Jiuge and Fang Yuan. Feng Jiuge saw the killer move's appearance, and a sharp light flashed past his eyes. He did not retreat. He raised his palm and attacked from afar. Clang, clang, clang. Every time he struck with his palm, there would be a melodious sound of a great bell. The sound waves vibrated and hit the bodies of the 6 soft steel wind titans. The soft steel wind chief was originally aggressive, but after being hit by Feng Jiuge's immortal killer move, not only did its momentum stop, it was even forced to retreat. It was somewhat difficult to resist and looked like it was about to lose. This scene made Fang Yuan and Wu Yong's pupils shrink. They were all shocked. Feng Jiuge only had rank 7 cultivation level, but the power of his immortal killer move was not inferior to Wu Yong's. Be it Fang Yuan or Wu Yong, they could see that this was because Feng Jiuge had an extremely dense amount of sound path Dao marks. His sound path Dao marks were actually so dense, they were on par with Wu Yong. How in the world did he cultivate? Fang Yuan watched the battle from afar, feeling extremely shocked. Love, go, small, say, neck. The reason why he could fight against rank 8s was because of that immortal killer move, reverse flow protection seal. But Feng Jiuge could fight against rank 8s because he had an extremely deep sound path foundation. Comparing the two, Feng Yuan was naturally much weaker than Feng Zhouge. How in the world did this Feng Zhouge cultivate? He actually has such a foundation. No wonder he could resist Central Continent's 10 great sects back then, and had the confidence to deal with Wu Yong. Does he really have such a foundation, or is it some kind of emergency method that cannot be used for long? Feng Yuan thought again. Of course, his main focus was still on Wu Yong's immortal battlefield killer move, as well as the killer move Wind Lock, analyzing and deducing them. At the same time, the Shadow Sect Gu Immortals in his immortal aperture were also working hard. Crack, crack, crack. Wu Yong saw that the soft Vajra Wind Chief's attack was futile, so he activated another killer move. He held a long wind whip in his hand, continuously lashing it. The wind whip seemed to have infinite length. It could be retracted at any time and lashed out, each strike breaking the air and creating crisp sounds. Feng Zhouge did not show any weakness. His left hand slammed against the soft Vajra Wind Chief, while his right hand clenched into a fist to resist the wind whip. His left palm slammed against the air. Each strike was accompanied by the melodious sound of a great bell. He punched forward with his right fist, and every punch produced a thunderous boom like that of a war drum. Clang, 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 bam, bam, bam. At once, Feng Zhouge was actually fighting Wu Yong. They were fighting brilliantly and did not seem to be at a disadvantage. Feng Yuan was almost dumbfounded. The main reason was that Feng Zhouge's Dao marks did not lose to the rank 8 Gu Immortal Wu Yong. How did he cultivate to this level? This greatly defied the common sense of the Gu Immortal world. After all, the biggest difference between rank 8 and rank 7 Gu Immortals was the amount of Dao marks they had. An earthly calamity could give the Gu Immortal 250 Dao marks on average. A heavenly tribulation would give the Gu Immortal 750 Dao marks. A grand tribulation would give 7,250 Dao marks. A myriad tribulation would give 86,750 Dao marks. The difference in Dao marks between rank 7 and rank 8 Gu Immortals was usually extremely huge. The difference between rank 9 Gu Immortals and rank 8 Gu Immortals was like heaven and earth. This was one of the main reasons why rank 9 Gu Immortals were invincible in the world, while most rank 8 Gu Immortals could suppress rank 7 Gu Immortals. The higher the Gu Immortals' cultivation, the explosive and unimaginable increase in Dao marks would be. Although everyone knew the reason, it was simply too difficult to start from this aspect. Rank 8 Gu Immortals themselves meant that the quantity and quality of their tribulations were higher than rank 7 Gu Immortals. It was almost impossible to have the Dao mark foundation of a rank 8 Gu Immortal at rank 7. If not for this, the Gu Immortal world would have seen countless examples of rank 7 Gu Immortals fighting rank 8 Gu Immortals. But Feng Zhouge managed to do it. If he had a sudden burst of Dao marks, it would be easier to accept. But if he could accumulate so many Dao marks from the start, that would be too terrifying. Feng Yuan observed the battle as he evaluated in his mind. Wu Yong saw that Feng Zhouge could fight him to a draw, but he did not get angry. His expression became even calmer. Good. As expected of Feng Zhouge. Then how about you take this move of mine? Saying so, Wu Yong pointed with his finger. His fingertip was aimed at Feng Zhouge from afar. Ding dong. A crisp sound echoed. A dark jade worm shot out of his fingertip. The little worm's speed was extremely fast, flying straight towards Feng Zhouge. While flying, it expanded rapidly 1 foot, 5 feet, 10 feet, 50 feet, 150 feet. In a few breaths of time, it turned into a vicious wind dragon that was 220 feet long. It bared its fangs and claws. It had a ferocious aura that wanted to devour Feng Zhouge. It was Wu Yong's signature immortal killer move, Finger Wind Dragon. Feng Zhouge's pupils shrunk as he saw this. His body shot out like lightning retreating rapidly. Finger Wind Dragon's power was immense. Feng Joga could not face it head-on. He could only choose to retreat and pull some distance using guerrilla tactics. There was no helping it, because Wu Yong's Finger Wind Dragon Killer move used a rank 8 immortal goo as the core. Feng Joga's Dao mark accumulation was about the same as Wu Yong's. The difference was very small. But he did not have a rank 8 immortal goo. Right now, when Wu Yong used the rank 8 killer move Finger Wind Dragon, it was extremely powerful. Feng Joga could not use those rank 7 immortal goo as the core to resist it. Or, rather, he could only use quantity to exchange for quality. That was exactly what Feng Joga was planning. He retreated while punching and slapping, using rank 7 killer moves again and again, stacking them on top of each other to weaken the Finger Wind Dragon, until it was exhausted. But this would undoubtedly expend Feng Joga's rank 7 Red Data Immortal Essence. In contrast, Wu Yong had the White Lychee Immortal Essence of a rank 8 Gu Immortal. In terms of Immortal Essence, Feng Joga was much weaker than Wu Yong. Rank 8 Gu Immortals were stronger than rank 7, not only in terms of Dao marks, but also in other aspects. Immortal Essence was just one example. The moment Wu Yong used the Finger Wind Dragon, he immediately broke the stalemate and put Feng Joga at a disadvantage. This killer move is very dangerous. I can sense the fierce power in its body. I cannot let it get close to me. Feng Joga had extraordinary spiritual perception. Wu Yong indeed had a follow-up to this move that was Boundless Bouncing Blades. Once this move was used, the entire Finger Wind Dragon would self-detonate, turning into countless jade wind blades that flew everywhere. It had extraordinary power. It had once made great contributions in the Purple Blood River Formation. Even though this was the first time Feng Joga had seen this Finger Wind Dragon, with his rich battle experience and intelligence, he could vaguely sense Wu Yong's follow-up move. But even though this discovery saved Feng Joga from danger, it also made Feng Joga more passive. He could only retreat and weaken the Finger Wind Dragon from afar. This way, Wu Yong had enough time and opportunity to prepare a new immortal killer move. This was very dangerous. Feng Joga also knew this, but unfortunately, the Finger Wind Dragon was extremely fast and gave him a lot of pressure. Adding on the 6 soft Vajra Wind Chiefs, Feng Joga could no longer interfere with Wu Yong. This is troublesome. Feng Joga's brows started to furrow. At this rate, the situation would become even more disadvantageous to him. Once Wu Yong activated his next immortal killer move, Feng Joga's situation would become even worse. But at the next moment, a figure suddenly shot out like lightning, entering the battlefield. Boom! The Finger Wind Dragon directly crashed into Feng Yuan's body. Then, it was reflected by Reverse Flow Protection Seal. The Finger Wind Dragon that had troubled Feng Joga for a while howled as it returned to Wu Yong. Wu Yong, who was still preparing his killer move, frowned deeply. Chapter 1399. Genius 1 second. Remember love, go away. Speaking of the net, providing you with exciting novels to read. The moment Reverse Flow Protection Seal was used, it immediately showed a miraculous effect. The Finger Wind Dragon attacked Wu Yong. Wu Yong gave a shout. His whole body erupted with a powerful aura. The immortal killer move that he had been preparing for a long time was finally unleashed. In Wind Ghost Scythe Claw, he stretched out his right hand, his fingers forming a claw as he grabbed at the Finger Wind Dragon. Almost instantly, a huge ghostly claw appeared on the Finger Wind Dragon's body. It appeared so suddenly, without any warning at all. The ghostly claw was completely made of Yin wind. It was huge. Grabbing the Finger Wind Dragon was like grabbing an earthworm. The ghostly claw was black like a demon. The claws were long and extremely sharp. They were like 5 scythes. Right now, the claw had the fierceness of cutting gods, and slaughtering immortals. The finger-wind dragon howled in pain, struggling and roaring under the ghostly scythe claw. After a few breaths of time, it completely collapsed, turning into lumps of wind and dissipating. This scene made Feng Joga's expression turn grim. The finger-wind dragon was no doubt a rank 8 killer move, but Wu Yong's Yin-Wind Ghost Scythe Claw was much more powerful. If this claw had landed on Feng Joga, the consequences would have been unthinkable. If not for Fang Yuan's timely intervention, Feng Joga would still be chased by the finger-wind dragon, and facing the attack of the Yin-Wind Ghost Scythe Claw, he would be in an extremely dangerous situation. Wu Yong's expression was also unsightly. His Yin-Wind Ghost Scythe Claw had been prepared for a long time to deal with Feng Joga and defeat him, but after Fang Yuan interfered, he had no choice but to deal with the finger-wind dragon, wasting this great killer move. In fact, the Yin-Wind Ghost Scythe Claw did not only have its current power, it had other transformations. It was called Yin-Wind Rope. It could capture Gu immortals. After all, Feng Jogu was on the Middle Continent's side. Wu Yong had spent a huge amount of energy and immortal essence to brew the sinister wind Ghost Scythe Claw just to capture Feng Jogu alive. Once he achieved his goal, he would benefit greatly. First of all, a person like Feng Joga had been captured by Wu Yong. That would greatly increase his own prestige. At the same time, it would have a huge impact on Southern Border's righteous path. Secondly, they didn't kill Feng Joga but captured him alive so that Zhongzhou State and the Celestial Court wouldn't fall out with each other. Love go small, say Netko finally. After capturing Feng Joga, Wu Yong would be able to make use of him. Not only would he be able to obtain benefits from him, he could even threaten Spirit Affinity House and the Celestial Court. If they could make the Celestial Court compromise and hand over those formation, setting immortal Gu that had been stolen from Southern Border's righteous path. Even if it was only a small portion, Wu Yong's reputation in the whole of Southern Border's Gu immortal world would definitely rise to an unprecedented level. It could even directly stabilize Wu Clan's position as the #1 righteous path clan in Southern Border's Gu immortal world. But now, because of Fang Yuan's interference, Wu Yong's plan failed. These two guys, if I use an ordinary rank 7 killer move, Feng Joga can completely resist it and even counterattack. If I use a rank 8 killer move, although I can avoid Feng Joga and suppress him, against Fang Yuan's reverse flow protection seal, once it backfires, I will be the one to suffer. Wu Yong's eyelids trembled slightly as he looked ahead. Troublesome. He clearly felt that it was somewhat troublesome. Facing Fang Yuan alone, Wu Yong could treat him like a sandbag and have the initiative. Facing Feng Joga alone, Wu Yong could also suppress him. But facing two people working together, Wu Yong felt that it was troublesome. There is not much hope of breaking reverse flow protection seal in a short period of time. After all, this is the first time I have seen this move. I am also not a wisdom path Gu immortal. Maybe Celestial Court and Longevity Heaven have some experience. They might have researched reverse flow protection seal. Right now, the only way is to continuously bombard them until they're tired of dealing with them. Then, they'll reveal an opening and kill them. If there were no fighter planes, he would create his own. Thinking of this, Wu Yong suddenly vanished from Fang Yuan and Feng Joga's vision. He vanished. Where is he? Fang Yuan looked at Feng Joga. Wu Yong retreated to advance. Fang Yuan's investigative methods were not good. He could not detect Wu Yong's true body. Feng Joga shook his head. He seems to be using this battlefield to conceal himself. He could only get a rough idea of the situation. As soon as Feng Joji's voice fell, the entire battlefield suddenly changed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Strong gales appeared out of nowhere, howling incessantly. The entire battlefield was like a group of formless pythons, running and slithering. Next, wind blades formed. Wind blades with the sharpness of a rank 8 killer move danced in the air, flying towards Fang Yuan and Feng Zhouge. Good timing. Fang Yuan was not shocked. He was overjoyed. His immortal robe fluttered as he charged forward. But the wind blades agilely moved around him, shooting towards Feng Zhouge. Evidently, Wu Yong wanted to get rid of Feng Zhouge first, before dealing with Fang Yuan. This was a wise choice, because only Feng Zhouge had the ability to retaliate. As long as he died or was captured, what could Fang Yuan do with reverse flow protection seal? Feng Zhouge saw this and laughed heartily. Interesting, you think I am a pushover. His tone was not angry. Instead, he felt joy and curiosity. This was something he had never experienced before. Immediately, Feng Zhouge's fists and palms collided, shattering the wind blades. But after the wind blades were destroyed, they would turn into intense winds that howled for a while before condensing into a new wind blade. Not only were the wind blades endless, they were also increasing in number. Feng Zhouge did not dare to let these wind blades touch him. He tried to destroy them in advance, but this way he would be in a passive situation. Fang Yuan went to reinforce him. This time, Fang Yuan only moved around Feng Zhouge. Many of the wind blades landed on Fang Yuan's body and were immediately reflected, but they did not return to Wu Yong. They directly landed on this battlefield. It turned out that even though Wu Yong was the one who activated it, he was controlling the immortal battlefield killer move to attack. There was a layer in between. Wu Yong became the mastermind. In contrast, Fang Yuan's reverse flow protection seal could only return one layer, so the wind blades were only attacking this battlefield. Wu Yong, who was hiding in a corner, was overjoyed. He activated the battlefield killer move even harder. Fang Yuan defended passively, but after a while, his frown deepened. Feng Zhouge had Fang Yuan's protection. His situation had turned for the better. He thought for a while before breaking the silence and transmitting to Fang Yuan, "Protect me, I will prepare a method to destroy this battlefield." Fang Yuan was dazed for a moment before agreeing. Earlier, he had already deduced that this battlefield killer move was hard to break. With Fang Yuan's strength and attainment, it was hard to see any effect. It would be better to wait for the wind lock to disappear and let Bai Ningbing and the rest come out, then use omnidirectional travel to retreat from this battlefield. In that case, he had to stall for time as much as possible. But if he allowed Feng Zhouge to fight against Wu Yong would quickly gain the upper hand and suppress Feng Zhouge. Until he got rid of Feng Zhouge, then he could deal with Fang Yuan. Even though Feng Zhouge had rank 8 battle strength, he still had rank 7 cultivation level. Thus, Fang Yuan came to help. Feng Zhouge started to prepare a killer move. He did not resist. He left the defense to Fang Yuan. This trust made Fang Yuan feel a little apprehensive. Wu Yong saw this and activated the battlefield killer move even more quickly. The wind blades could not do anything to Fang and Feng. The entire battlefield started to change. Thunder started to rumble. This thunder was very special. Ordinary thunder was either rumbling or exploding, but this thunder was clear and crisp. It was like using a gourd scoop to knock on a bamboo tube that was at least 100 years old. A few breaths of time later, lightning flickered as it slammed towards Fang and Feng. "Be careful, this is pure clear green lightning." Feng Zhouge reminded. Pure clear green lightning was only the size of a fist, but it was extremely fast. It gave off a piercing green light. Fang Yuan had to close his eyes. He hurriedly used his transformation technique to transform his human eyes into dragon eyes. Only then was he able to withstand the dazzling lightning. Fang Yuan was using reverse flow protection seal. Now, he had already used up most of his concentration. He could not use ancient sword dragon transformation anymore. However, it was still possible to change one's eyes. As the pure clear green lightning slammed towards him, Fang Yuan directly blocked it. The blue lightning struck his body and bounced back, continuously destroying the battlefield. But some of the green lightning shot towards Feng Zhouge. But when these pure, clear green lightning got close to Feng Zhouge, they suddenly disappeared. Feng Zhouge was preparing a killer move. He naturally would not completely trust Fang Yuan. He had already prepared defensive methods. Fang Yuan saw this and felt relieved. He became more proactive in defending and attacked many times. Seeing that the lightning was not enough, Wu Yong changed the battlefield again. The lightning disappeared, and the wind weakened. Water droplets, green and beautiful, floated in the air. They gathered into a fine rain, and once again, they attacked. This is clear jade dripping wind. Be even more careful. Feng Zhouge reminded again. This water droplet-like wind landed on Fang Yuan's body. It was also reflected back. Fang Yuan was unharmed. He was as stable as a mountain. But Feng Zhouge's side was in trouble. As the clear jade dripping wind approached him, it kept disappearing. But there were still many water droplets that landed on Feng Zhouge's body. Feng Zhouge also had defensive methods on his body. Each droplet gave off a clear sound. As the rain fell, Feng Zhouge's body seemed to have turned into a human musical instrument. He played a beautiful melody. Wu Yong laughed loudly. He revealed himself. He already had a chance of victory. I have another move. It is called profound, clear, immortal music. Feng Zhouge, you cultivate sound path. Why don't you come and evaluate it? As he said that, the entire battlefield resounded with the sound of wind. The sound of the wind was gentle and very clear. It resounded in Fang Yuan's heart. At once, Fang Yuan's immortal robe trembled. Ripples appeared. Not good. This profound, clear, immortal music is very powerful. It is the strongest attack among the 4 transformations. Even though I have reverse flow protection seal, it can only protect me. How can it help Feng Zhouge? Fang Yuan's heart sank. Wu Yong's immortal battlefield killer move was called 4 Clear 4 Changes Wind. It was created by a Wu clan rank 8 ancestor. It had been passed down well. This 4 Clear 4 Changes Wind had 4 transformations. They were Shao Qing Wind Blade, pure clear blue lightning, clear jade dripping wind, and profound clear immortal music. It was Wu clan's signature killer move. It was very famous and had helped Wu clan dominate southern border for countless years. To be continued. Chapter 1400. Be it shaved clear wind blade, pure clear jade lightning, clear jade dripping wind, profound clear immortal music, these transformations were all wind path in nature. Evidently, Wu clan's ancestor, who created this immortal battlefield killer move, had already cultivated it to the level of comprehending other paths, extending from wind path to sword path, lightning path, water path, and sound path. Wu Yong used this move to great effect. Fang Yuan was helpless, while Feng Zhouge was in danger. Profound, clear, immortal music became louder and clearer, while Feng Zhouge's music was suppressed to almost inaudible. Fang Yuan had no choice. He had many immortal gu, desolate beasts, ancient desolate beasts, and many other immortal killer moves. But against the rank 8 gu immortal Wu Yong, these things were lacking in quality. They could not be used. Only reverse flow protection seal could be considered as Fang Yuan's trump card. Unfortunately, this trump card could not resolve the current situation. Profound, clear, immortal music became louder and clearer. Fang Yuan's reverse flow immortal robe was shaking. Reverse flow river water was shrinking rapidly. Fang Yuan was shocked. Fang Yuan was more worried about Feng Zhouge. Blood flowed out of Feng Zhouge's nose, mouth, and eyes. His body was shaking more and more intensely. Oh no! If this continues, Feng Zhouge's killer move will be interrupted. He will definitely suffer a backlash and get heavily injured. If Wu Yong's attacks are included, he might even die on the spot. Fang Yuan understood this point. but he could not do anything to help. He was not worried about Feng Jioge, but if Feng Jioge died, he would have to face Wu Yong. Even if the effect of wind lock disappeared in the future, Feng Yuan could use omnidirectional travel again, but against Wu Yong, he would not have much of a chance. However, just as the situation was gradually tilting in Wu Yong's favor, Feng Jioge suddenly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, and his entire body relaxed. Then, a unique aura quickly rose from his body. Feng Jioge opened his mouth slowly, and a faint, singing voice came from his mouth. The tone of the voice wasn't high at all. It was soft and weak, but it clearly entered Feng Yuan and Wu Yong's ears. Then, the song grew a little louder, like a low moan, but also like a faint murmur in a quiet night. A feeling arose spontaneously from Wu Yong's heart. Wu Yong's expression immediately changed. His body was covered in layers of celestial-level defense, but when he heard this song, these defenses were useless, allowing the song to evoke the emotions in his heart. Feng Yuan's expression also changed. Although he didn't feel any emotions, the surface of the reverse current immortal robe was rippling with even more complicated waves. This situation was even more severe than when he was attacked by profound, clear immortal sound earlier. Incredible! This sound path killer move is extraordinary. It has the power to kill everything in one fell swoop. I am also implicated. It is better to stay away from Feng Jioge. Feng Yuan quickly retreated. This was not just for himself, but also for Feng Jioge. Wu Yong also made the same choice. He retreated even more thoroughly, turning invisible again, and vanishing. Being able to retreat and advance at the same time, this was the advantage of being in the battlefield. Meanwhile, the entire immortal battlefield's attacks became even more ferocious. Profound clear immortal sound, minor clear wind blades, clear jade dripping wind, pure clear blue lightning. 4 types of transformations appeared at the same time, covering Feng Jioge in layers. Feng Jioge ignored them. He used his body to resist the attacks. He did not stop. The song continued. The song was just pure music, but it contained the endless profundities of sound path. The song gradually became louder, but it did not soar into the sky. It was soft and gentle, going round and round, alternating between rising and falling. Emotions continued to linger in Wu Yong's mind. He felt even more bewildered. What kind of sound path killer move is this? What kind of power does it have? The song suddenly became softer. Incomparable sadness and melancholy assaulted Wu Yong's mind. He had an urge to cry unconsciously. Wu Yong thought of a word, parting. The pain of parting, the sadness of parting, the reluctance of parting, the sadness of parting. Parting with his lover, never seeing his friends again, parting with his loved ones. Parting, the past remained the same. Parting, the old friend waved. Parting, the setting sun shined. Parting, the falling red was sad. The song was mournful at times, like it was complaining about the unfairness of fate, at times like it was questioning the cruelty of reality, at times like it was angry, like it was roaring in the heart, at times it was like it was crying in the heart. G-U-H. Wu Yong's body suddenly shook. He coughed out a mouthful of blood. He had an expression of disbelief on his face, because in his perception, he was shocked to find that his immortal battlefield killer move for pure 4 transformations wind was breaking apart and separating. The goo worms that made up this immortal battlefield killer move were not destroyed by the song. Even the mortal goo were unharmed. Of course, when Feng Yuan used reverse flow immortal clothing to reflect the attack, the goo worms were naturally damaged, but Wu Yong was also repairing them. This was not a big deal. What shocked Wu Yong was that these goo worms that made up the immortal battlefield killer move were not damaged, but they were not under his control. They started to separate. They were not willing to cooperate with each other. How could this be? 1 or 2 goo worms could not cooperate well. As long as they were not the core of the killer move, it was not a problem. Even if a portion of the goo worms were destroyed, as long as they were not the core, the situation could still be maintained. But now, all of the goo worms were separated. They were retreating. Wu Yong could not control them at all. The culprit of all this was this song. It was Feng Joga. Soon, Fang Yuan noticed something. He found that the entire battlefield was separating and breaking apart. Fang Yuan was also very surprised. Wu Yong knew the situation was bad. He wanted to stop the battlefield killer move 4 pure, 4 transformations wind. But it was too late. At the next moment, the entire battlefield collapsed. The 3 immortals saw the clear sky and white clouds again. Wu Yong coughed out a mouthful of blood. His expression was pale. He revealed himself and retreated, suffering heavy injuries. Immortal battlefield killer moves were different from goo formations. When a goo formation was destroyed, the backlash from the goo immortal was not severe. But when an immortal battlefield killer move was broken, the backlash would be very severe. The stronger the killer move's power, the greater the backlash. For pure 4 transformations, this was Wu Clan's famous Southern Border super killer move. It had unparalleled power. Now that it was broken, the backlash it brought to Wu Yong was extremely severe. Good killer move. What is the name of this move? Wu Yong stared fixedly at Feng Joga as he asked. Feng Joga did not answer him. He continued to sing. Wu Yong's expression changed again. At this moment, he had no more reservations. He took out the immortal goo house clear jade, dripping wind, tiny bamboo building. This rank 8 immortal goo house contained Wu Yong. It provided strong defense and allowed Wu Yong to heal his injuries inside. The issue of immortal essence expenditure was no longer the main problem. Wu Yong had no choice but to do this. But soon, the shocking reality happened again. The whole of clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building, under the effect of the song, started to move, showing signs of breaking apart. This was a grand rank 8 immortal goo house. It seemed that Feng Joga's killer move was definitely at rank 8 level. Wu Yong's eyes shined with a terrifying light. He could no longer heal his injuries. He directly activated the immortal goo house to charge at Feng Joga. Immortal goo houses had no shortcomings. They were the crystallization of formation path at the peak. Immortal goo houses charged forward. They had always been invincible on the battlefield. This was not only a fact of human history, it was also a common sense that had been tested in the 500 years of Fang Yuan's previous life. Of course, every immortal goo house had its own specialties. For example, He Tribe's dark prison could tame ancient desolate beasts. Another example was by Xiang Grotto Heaven's 33 Heavenly Palace. It was an immortal goo house. It had outstanding defense and was most proficient in storing immortal materials. But unfortunately, 33 Heavenly Palace was only an incomplete immortal goo house. It had been heavily damaged and had lost the ability to move. Clear jade, dripping wind, tiny bamboo, building naturally at killer moves, but Wu Yong charging at Feng Joga was a wise move. After all, activating killer moves required time. On the other hand, charging straight ahead was the least time-consuming and the most direct method. Feng Joga used an immortal killer move. Although the effect was extremely shocking, it seemed that he could not leave the spot and could only passively take a beating. This flaw was already seen by Fang Yuan and Wu Yong. Feng Joga's defensive methods had already been weakened to rock bottom. If he was hit by clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building now, he would definitely be smashed into meat paste. In this crisis, Fang Yuan naturally could not ignore it. After Wu Yong dealt with Feng Joga, he was next. Wind Lock killer move's time limit had not expired yet. Fang Yuan entered the battle once again, blocking clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building's path. Fang Yuan could not activate Strength Path Giant Hand. Most of his attention was focused on maintaining Reverse Flow Protection Seal. He could only transform his arms and hands into dragon claws, covering them with dragon scales and activating rank 7 dragon strength immortal goo. He had borrowed these immortal goo from Wu clan to deal with Wu Yong. Wu Yong's chest tightened as he saw this. His immortal essence fiercely poured into the immortal goo house. Bam! Both sides collided. And without any surprise, Feng Yuan was sent flying. His strength was inferior to clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building. He was sent flying like a cannonball. But he did not have any injuries on him, because reverse flow protection seal was too outstanding. In contrast, clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building lost many mortal goo after the collision. With this gap, Feng Jioga's singing became even more effective. Wu Yong grabbed the opportunity and continued to activate the immortal goo house to charge at Feng Jioga. At the same time, he split most of his attention to activate clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building's killer move. Seeing that the immortal goo house was about to collide with Feng Jioga, Feng Yuan could not react in time. But right at this time, Feng Jioga suddenly left and flew into the sky. Wu Yong missed, his face filled with anger. Feng Jioga could clearly leave and move. It turned out that it was only a facade. Feng Jioga was purposely showing weakness. The singing continued. Immortal goo house, clear jade, dripping wind, tiny bamboo building started to disintegrate. From its appearance, it looked like a 2-story bamboo building. Although it was a rank 8 immortal goo house, it used very few goo worms. It was not like those palaces. The larger the immortal goo house, the more goo worms it had. With only so many goo worms, Feng Jioga's singing was even more effective. First, the bamboos started to disintegrate. The edges of the bamboos separated from the main body of the immortal goo house. These bamboos were naturally not real bamboos. Soon, the thick bamboo poles that separated from the main body shined with a bright jade light, turning into countless small goo worms. Wu Yong's expression was gloomy. The situation was extremely disadvantageous to him. At this time, Feng Yuan arrived again. Wu Yong snorted coldly, looking at Feng Yuan and Feng Jioga deeply. He then mobilized clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building and flew away. In a while, clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building had already left the battlefield, becoming a small black dot in the sky. Chapter 14:01. Wu Yong taking the initiative to retreat did not make Feng Yuan and Feng Jioga happy. Instead, their hearts sank. If Wu Yong retreated, he could naturally advance. Feng Yuan and Feng Jioga both hoped that Wu Yong could fight them to the death. But Wu Yong did not do so. He very rationally and calmly chose to retreat. He was a rank 8 righteous path, Gu immortal, but facing 2 rank 7s, he actually retreated. If this matter were to spread, Wu Yong would lose half of his face. The reason why he did not lose all of his face was because the Gu immortals he faced were the famous Feng Jioga and Lu Guan Yi. Wu Yong needed a lot of courage to do this. Of course, even more was his wisdom. Immortal battlefield killer move. For clear 4 winds was broken apart. Wu Yong suffered the backlash of the killer move and was heavily injured. But he had clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building. He still had the strength to fight. However, when he found out that Feng Jioga could move and was helpless against Feng Yuan, he wisely chose to retreat. This retreat was just right. It could even be said that it was even sharper than the previous fierce attacks, hitting Feng Yuan and Feng Jioga's weak spots. Firstly, clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building only broke down some corners. It was extremely fast. It was impossible for Feng Yuan and Feng Jioga to chase after Wu Yong, especially Feng Yuan's upper extreme heavenly eagle. It was also out of his control. Secondly, Wu Yong managed to gain valuable time and space for him to heal his injuries calmly. After all, his injuries were not light. They severely affected his battle strength. Finally, Wu Yong could repair clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building. and even add some goo worms to this immortal goo house. The next time he faced Feng Zhouge's immortal killer move, he would not be so passive. Although Wu Yong's Sound Dao realm was ordinary, his Wind Dao realm had already reached the level of drawing parallels. He could deal with it through the wind path and reduce the power of Feng Zhouge's killer move as much as possible. That was to say, when Wu Yong chased them again, Fang Yuan and Feng Zhouge would likely face a fully recovered rank 8 Gu Immortal Wu Yong, as well as an immortal Gu House clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building that was specially modified for Feng Zhouge in his peak state. Wu Yong could advance and retreat at will. There was no need for him to fight head-on with Fang Yuan and Feng Zhouge. He retreated first and waited for a better opportunity. In contrast, Fang Yuan and Feng Zhouge were helpless. They were completely in a passive state and could not do anything to Wu Yong. Fang Yuan only had reverse flow protection seal, which he could use. And although Feng Zhouge had an immortal battlefield killer move, even if he had time to set it up, he could not restrain Wu Yong. That was because the latter had the rank 8 immortal Gu House clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building. Difference in strength. Even though Fang Yuan and Feng Zhouge worked together, there was still a huge gap in strength against Wu Yong. If it was only Wu Yong, the two of them would have some hope of winning. But Wu Yong had the immortal Gu House clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building. His overall strength had risen greatly. The two of them were helpless. Fang Yuan, leave. Right at this time, Feng Zhouge said to Fang Yuan. His tone was very plain. Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk slightly. Feng Zhouge looked at Fang Yuan deeply, expressionlessly, before slowly turning his head towards the black dot in the horizon. You saved my life in the past. I saved you today. From now on, we don't owe each other anything. Feng Zhouge continued. Fang Yuan's brows rose slightly. That's not right. If you did not have my help this time, you would have been killed by Wu Yong already. You helped me, I helped you, so you still owe me a favor. But Feng Zhouge's tone was still plain. I said I don't owe you. That means I am at ease. I naturally don't owe you anything. You think this is yours, but remember, if I survive this time, I will definitely make you my target and pursue you. Even if you escape to the ends of the world, I will not let you off. You have to be careful. Ha ha. Fang Yuan could not help but laugh loudly. He completely understood Feng Zhouge's intentions. Feng Zhouge saved him to return the favor of saving his life. But this went against his righteous path identity. It would put his wife and daughter in an awkward situation. Thus, after Feng Zhouge saved Fang Yuan once, he chased after Fang Yuan and killed Fang Yuan to prove himself, and also to consider for his wife and daughter. All right, the next time we meet, we will be mortal enemies. Fang Yuan said as he opened his immortal aperture's entrance, letting out He Lulan and the rest. The ancient battle formation omnidirectional travel was activated. Feng Zhouge did not reply. He did not even turn around to look at Fang Yuan. He flew towards Wu Yong directly. If Fang Yuan used omnidirectional travel to leave, Wu Yong might chase after him. To truly repay Fang Yuan's favor of saving his life, Feng Zhouge risked his life. He went to clear jade, dripping wind, tiny bamboo building. Finally, he looked deeply at Feng Zhouge's back as the ancient battle formation activated, disappearing on the spot with Fang Yuan and the other three immortals. Wu Yong, who had been watching Fang Yuan and Feng Zhouge, saw Fang Yuan leave. He could only smile bitterly. Now, he was regretting his previous arrangements. If he was not alone, he naturally had the ability to detain both Fang Yuan and Feng Zhouge. But for the sake of Wu Clan's reputation, he made painstaking efforts and meticulous planning, separating the other southern border righteous path forces. Like casting a huge net, he chased Fang Yuan and the others towards his final line of defense. This place was not far from Western Desert. If Fang Yuan escaped now, as long as there were no accidents, he would definitely be able to escape. I was careless. I did not expect the celestial court to help the demon Feng Yuan. Wu Yong looked at Feng Zhouge, who was flying over. His gaze was cold and gloomy. It was this guy who had ruined his entire plan. Damn it! But the other's talent and status made Wu Yong hesitate. The value of killing Feng Zhouge was not as high as capturing him alive. If he killed Feng Zhouge, Wu Yong would become enemies with the Celestial Court and Central Continent. One had to know that the Celestial Court had evidence that Wu Yihai was Feng Yuan. But if he was captured alive, Wu Yong could rely on this person to negotiate with Central Continent. In fact, Wu Yong already had such thoughts. If he had wanted to kill Feng Zhouge, he wouldn't have attacked at the same pace as before. Wu Yong was not a pure murderer. He was the leader of a superforce. What he had to consider was not just the battle itself, but also the countless aspects involved in this battle. Immortal killer move, Separation Song Feng Zhouge, was still some distance away from Clear Jade Dripping Wind Tiny Bamboo Building. He used his previous killer move again. Wu Yong snorted coldly. He had already added many goo worms into the immortal goo house. Although decomposition was still effective, it was much weaker than before. An intense battle unfolded again. Wu Yong quickly gained the upper hand, even though he was still injured. The immortal goo house Clear Jade Dripping Wind Tiny Bamboo Building was domineering. Feng Zhouge could only use guerrilla tactics and use Separation Song to dismantle it. Wu Yong was astute. He had already retreated once. He did not feel any pressure in retreating a second time. As long as the immortal goo house was decomposed to a certain extent, Wu Yong would retreat and fly away to repair it. Feng Zhouge's Separation Song did not have any offensive power. After the goo worms were decomposed, Wu Yong obtained them and rebuilt them. The only thing that gave Wu Yong a headache was that immortal goo houses were not easy to construct. It could be said that this battle was already decided. There was no way Feng Zhouge could win. Maybe if they fought head-on and neither side retreated, Feng Zhouge might have some hope of winning. But unfortunately, Wu Yong was not rash or stupid. After a few rounds of fighting, he gave up on his dignity as a rank 8. In exchange, he was able to advance and retreat freely. He was in control of the situation. Even a prodigy like Feng Zhouge would be forced into a disadvantageous position by him, and there was no chance for him to win. At the same time, in Central Continent's Celestial Court, Fairy Myrtle held Star Constellation chessboard in her hands, looking at the battle situation on the chessboard. It was the scene of Feng Zhouge fighting Wu Yong. "It's about time," Fairy Myrtle muttered. It turned out that Feng Zhouge's encounter with Feng Yuan was arranged by the will of the stars. With the help of Celestial Court, Feng Zhouge chased after the theft path Immortal Goo and encountered Feng Yuan. Even Feng Zhouge himself was kept in the dark. Even the Celestial Court was confused. They did not know why the will of the stars made such an arrangement. Feng Zhouge's aura had already become weak. He was covered in injuries. He only had the strength for one attack. In contrast, Wu Yong was hiding in Clear Jade Dripping Wind Tiny Bamboo Building. He was in perfect condition. The rank 1 Immortal Goo House had only some outer parts disassembled. After the battle, he retreated, then advanced, and fought again. A person's intelligence was the most important of all beings. Wu Yong's battle tactics made it impossible for Feng Zhouge to make a comeback. "Feng Zhouge, if you surrender now, I can spare your life and even send you back to Central Continent to be dealt with by Celestial Court," Wu Yong said plainly. Feng Zhouge smiled. "Wu Yong, if you can take this move of mine, I will admit defeat. What harm is there in that?" Wu Yong's expression froze. At this point, Feng Zhouge still had a method he had not used. "Back then, I became famous and obtained the recognition of rank 8 Goo Immortals. It was because of this move that they thought I had rank 8 battle strength. Take a look at my 7th song." "Wait, Feng Zhouge." Right at this time, 2 figures suddenly appeared on the battlefield. They both had rank 8 auras. Goo immortals from Central Continent's 10 great ancient sections. Wu Yong was surprised. Celestial Court still had a hidden move. This was out of his expectations. In his mind, if there was such a hidden move, why didn't they use it earlier? Don't tell me they just arrived, Wu Yong guessed. While thinking, Wu Yong sneered, Central Continent people, you came at the right time. I have something to discuss with you. Not only did you snatch many immortal goo from my southern border righteous path, you are also protecting a demon. Wu Yong was not afraid. He had an immortal goo house to protect him, and other southern border righteous path goo immortals were rushing over to reinforce him. But who could have expected these 2 Central Continent goo immortals to come prepared? One of them said, even though we belong to different regions, we are all righteous path people. We naturally have to work together. Earlier, we took away the immortal goo because we were afraid these goo worms would be damaged by the demon. We have already prepared these immortal goo. We can return them to their original owners now. Oh, Wu Yong was surprised. The other person continued. As for protecting the demon, we have an explanation for that. Feng Joga, are you willing to accept Celestial Court's orders and pursue Feng Yuan for the rest of your life, not returning him until you take his life? Feng Joga was silent for a while before speaking. Chapter 14:02. There was a boundless sea of sand. Yellow sand stretched into the sky. There was no end to it. The sky was blue and high. There were white clouds in the sky. The lines were clear and sparkling. I have finally arrived in Western Desert. A figure flew out of Western Desert's regional wall, but he did not slow down. He flew straight into the sky. This person had the appearance of a young man. He wore a white robe with long sleeves. He had long black hair, deep eyes, and a jade-like face. It was Feng Yuan. Feng Joga blocked Wu Yong for him, allowing him to escape. The sovereign immortal body had the ability to freely pass through regional walls, be it Southern Border's regional wall or Western Desert's regional wall. They could not stop Feng Yuan. In contrast, Feng Yuan was like a fish in water inside the regional wall. It was the safest environment. Bai Ningbing, He Lulan, and the rest were inside Feng Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture. Using Feng Yuan's strength, they could easily pass through the regional wall and follow Feng Yuan to Western Desert. Thankfully, these people did not have rank 8 cultivation level, and Feng Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture had devoured a lot. It had sufficient Dao marks and stable blessed lands. It could hold these goo immortals. If ordinary goo immortals passed through regional walls, they would need to rest for some time. But Feng Yuan relied on the sovereign immortal body. He could easily pass through regional walls. He did not suffer any losses after the battle of the giant dream realm. Even though Feng Yuan became the new leader of Shadow Sect and inherited a lot of Zishan Makoto's inheritance, he also lost the precious identity of Wu Yihai. Lu Guanyi's identity was exposed, and a crucial immortal goo, Dark Limit, fell into the hands of Celestial Court. And most importantly, he had rank 8 battle strength, upper extreme, heavenly eagle. Along the way, Feng Yuan reflected on this battle and summarized his gains and losses. To think that manifested dream realms could be corroded by providence. If not for exploring dream realms, I might not have been discovered by providence. However, the Shadow Sect will eventually attack the dream world. Even though I escaped to Western Desert, I lost Dark Limit and was hit by the Celestial Court's investigative killer move. Most importantly, Providence is still paying attention to me. My whereabouts are constantly exposed. Escaping from the southern border and arriving at the Western Desert could only be considered as alleviating the danger. If Celestial Court and Providence had time to make arrangements, Western Desert would become a dangerous place sooner or later. Feng Yuan would be chased by countless goo immortals and forces here. Thus, his urgent matter now was to get rid of the investigative killer move and find a way to conceal himself from heaven's will. Although the Western Desert's Zombie Alliance branch has long since been destroyed, there are still many resources hidden deep within the Translocation Desert. Other than that, there are 2 natural goo nurturing grounds that can produce immortal goo. Just like Southern Border's Jade Pot Mountain, by Ning Bing's Ice Soul Immortal Goo was a wild immortal goo born naturally in Jade Pot Mountain. Under the secret management of Shadow Sect, there were many secret locations in Western Desert. 2 of them were similar to Jade Pot Mountain, meaning that wild immortal goo were about to be nurtured. Undeniably, these 3 locations were the locations that Feng Yuan wanted to go to. Feng, Zhuge saved me. The favor is over. His appearance is a little strange. Maybe it's part of the Heavenly Court's plan. If he chases after me, even with reverse flow protection seal, I cannot do anything to him. Most importantly, Central Continent will definitely send more experts to hunt me down. It is just a matter of time. So I need to be fast. Thinking of this, Feng Yuan's eyes shined with a sharp light. Immortal killer move, ancient sword dragon transformation. White light blossomed. At the next moment, Feng Yuan turned into a muscular sword dragon with shining silver scales. The sword dragon waved its tail, flying forward rapidly with an elegant posture. Soon, Feng Yuan activated Sword Escape Immortal Goo while maintaining Ancient Sword Dragon transformation. Whoosh! He turned into a silver line as he tore through the sky. His speed was unimaginably fast. Several days later, Translocation Desert. This was one of the more famous deserts in Western Desert. Like Eastern Sea, there were Icy Sea Area, Twin Polar Strait, Bubble Sea Area, Shark Sea Area, Beautiful Sea Area, and other special sea areas. In Western Desert, there were large numbers of deserts that were scattered all over the place. They usually had special characteristics that distinguished them from ordinary deserts. Western Desert Goo Immortals were familiar with them. Rank 6 transformation path Goo Immortal Izwan, known as Demonic Mosquito, was floating above Translocation Desert. He wore a thin black leather armor. He had a sharp nose and small eyes. His black hair was messy like weeds. Not only was it on his head, but it was also draped over his shoulders. He. After following 3 Feather Boy, I might be able to find that Zombie Alliance branch's corpse city. Pleased with himself, he raised his nose and sniffed vigorously. Found it. His eyes shined, following the scent. He charged towards Translocation Desert. Seeing that he was getting closer, Demonic Mosquito did not dodge. Right when he was about to touch the ground, his black leather armor shined with eerie light. Swoosh! With a soft sound, he drilled into the surface of the desert. Like jumping into water, he vanished. His vision turned dark. Demonic Mosquito had already closed his eyes. The hot sand enveloped his entire body. The temperature was very high. It could cook an egg instantly and turn it into charcoal. But Demonic Mosquito had his own methods to protect himself. This environment was not bad for him. Even if his vision was pitch black, it was not a problem. Demonic Mosquito was skilled at tracking scent. It was more obvious in the sand. He chased after the scent, traveling in the desert. Guh! Suddenly, he drilled out of the sand and arrived at an underground cave. Demonic Mosquito was not surprised. There were many underground caves like this in Translocation Desert. In the remote antiquity era, 2 immemorial desolate beasts fought here. The immemorial desolate beast Earth Chi-Bat Camel lost and died here. Earth Chi-Bat Camel was a special immemorial desolate beast. It had 2 life forms. One was a bat, the other was a camel. When it moved in the desert, it would turn into a yellow camel. It was as large as a hill and moved slowly. When it wanted to fly into the sky, it would turn into a green bat. It was as small as a fist and moved as fast as lightning. This special immemorial desolate beast was very similar to Eastern Sea's Sun Moon Kuan Pang. Many Goo Immortals compared the two. Sun Moon Kuanpeng was an immemorial desolate beast that lived in Eastern Sea. Under the sunlight, the Sun Moon Kuanpeng would turn into a giant peng bird and soar in the sky. When moonlight shone on the sea, the Sun Moon Kuanpeng would turn into a giant kuan fish. Devouring the sea like a whale, it had a grand aura. After the Earth Chi Bat camel died, its Tao marks spread out and engraved themselves in this desert, forming Translocation Desert. In the desert, large amounts of Earth Chi moved. These Earth Chi were like bubbles in the sea, creating underground caves. Demonic Mosquito was currently in an underground cave. There was no air here. Mortals would die if they entered. They would not suffocate to death. They would be infected by the Earth Chi and turn into rocks. As a goo immortal, Demonic Mosquito was unmoved. In fact, he could take all of this Earth Chi. It was a cultivation resource after all. But now, in order to track Three Feather Boy, he was afraid of alerting the enemy by taking the Earth Chi, so he let it go. His nose twitched as he smelled Three Feather Boy's aura. He continued to move forward. Along the way, he passed through many underground caves. These caves varied in size. The small ones were like houses. The big ones were like palaces. Finally, he arrived at a special underground cave. The aura here is so dense. Three Feather Boy should be nearby. Demonic Mosquito tried to open his eyes. At the next moment, his face was filled with shock. Amazing! This underground cave is so huge. It is like a mortal city. The Earth Chi here is so dense that it formed an Earth Chi sandstorm. Demonic Mosquito soon discovered that at the center of this underground cave, there was a dark sandstorm. It was emitting dense, immortal material aura. This sandstorm is made from Earth Chi. It is a rank 7 immortal material. It is very valuable. Demonic Mosquito was happy and worried. He was happy that he encountered such a huge immortal material as a lone cultivator of Western Desert. This was a huge profit. He was worried that the Earth Chi that formed the sandstorm was very restless and had great power. It was not easy to take it. Wait, Three Feather Boy's aura is here. This proves that he has been here before. Why didn't he collect such a large piece of Earth Chi essence? Demonic Mosquito's pupils suddenly shrunk. He thought of something amiss. At this moment, a boy's voice came from behind him. Demonic Mosquito, you finally came. Hee, I have been waiting for you for a long time. Quickly go and test the formation for me. Oh no! Demonic Mosquito heard this, and his body shook. He wanted to dodge. But it was too late. A feather made of blue light slowly attached itself to his body. Demonic Mosquito could not help himself. He was dragged into the sandstorm by this blue feather. Soon, Demonic Mosquito's miserable cries could be heard from the sandstorm. Three Feather Boy showed his true form. He had a rosy face. He was very cute. He looked at the sandstorm and laughed loudly. Very soon, Demonic Mosquito's screams came to an abrupt end. A puff of blood suddenly soaked the sandstorm, but it was immediately swallowed back by the swirling sandstorm. Three Feather Boy's laughter stopped. He had a serious expression. So powerful. He breathed in sharply, as expected of the defensive formation of Western Desert Zombie Alliance. Demonic Mosquito is an expert among rank 6s, but he could not even last for a short period of time. Who is it? Three Feather Boy suddenly turned around, staring ahead with a fixed gaze. Suddenly, a figure broke through the void and entered. Bitter. It is a rank 7 goo immortal. Three Feather Boy sensed the incoming aura and complained internally. He observed carefully. He saw that this goo immortal was very handsome. He had a graceful demeanor. He wore white clothes and had black eyes. He was extremely handsome. Even though he was a young man, as a member of the same gender, Three Feather Boy was shocked by this appearance. Such a beautiful person. Looking at his demeanor, he seems to be a righteous path goo immortal. just as Three Feather Boy was guessing. Fang Yuan also looked at him. He squinted as he said with a joyful tone, "Good. This is the third person I have met. After eating you, I will be able to fill my stomach a little." "What?" Three Feather Boy was shocked. He quickly retreated. "This is not righteous path. He wants to eat me? Big sister, save me." Chapter 14:03. Fang Yuan's words made Three Feather Boy turn pale with fright. He quickly called for help. A figure appeared in front of Three Feather Boy, consoling him. "Brother, don't be afraid. Big sister is here." This female Gua mortal had a petite figure. She was like a young girl. She wore a green robe with flowers carved on it. There were 2 jade pearls hanging on her ears. The pearls seemed to contain water. As they swayed, they emitted a green luster. "My immortal name is Chuibo. Who are you? Is it fun to scare my brother with lies?" Fang Yuan assessed this fairy Chuibo. She had the aura of a rank 7 Gua mortal. She thought that she could speak on equal terms with the rank 7 Fang Yuan. Her skin was white as snow, but the green luster on her earrings made her look somewhat creepy. She had a pretty face, but her nose was slightly sharp. It ruined her image. Fang Yuan rubbed his belly, sighing, "I am speaking the truth. Why would I lie? Hee, since you came to me, I will eat you all." The sovereign immortal body's weakness was that it needed to devour apertures. Fang Yuan knew this from Zishan Makoto's inheritance. Actually, according to Shadow Sect's plan, they wanted to refine the rank 10 sovereign immortal fetus goo. Sovereign immortal fetus goo. Since it was called sovereign, it naturally had to surpass rank 9. This was Spectral Soul's ambitious plan. Unfortunately, luck was not on his side. He only managed to refine the rank 9 sovereign immortal fetus goo before it was snatched by Fang Yuan. According to Spectral Soul's plan, rank 10 sovereign immortal fetus goo had no weakness. It was almost flawless. But at rank 9, it had a weakness that was not a weakness. Sovereign immortal fetus goo was an immortal goo. Immortal goo needed to be fed. Sovereign immortal fetus goo's food was an immortal fetus. What was an immortal fetus? Immortal fetus was a term used in the remote antiquity era. It was like an aperture. Some people called it essence pool or purple palace. Most people called it aperture. What was the biggest difference between mortals and immortals? Immortal apertures were also called immortal fetus. But the term for immortal apertures was more general, using someone else's immortal aperture to feed sovereign immortal fetus goo. Immortal aperture paths did not matter, but cultivation was important. For example, now that Fang Yuan cultivated to rank 7, he needed to annex rank 7 immortal apertures to feed sovereign immortal fetus goo. When his cultivation level rose to rank 8, he would have to annex rank 8 immortal apertures. The perfect one was rank 10 sovereign immortal fetus goo. It did not need any food. It could truly turn into a perfect immortal body. Unlike Fang Yuan's current situation, even though he had turned into the sovereign immortal body, he could use some methods to turn back into sovereign immortal fetus goo. Right now, even though Fang Yuan used sovereign immortal fetus goo to transform into the sovereign immortal body, there were still drawbacks. Fortunately, Fang Yuan had changed his cultivation plan. He extended the time in his immortal aperture. He gave up on time path resources and avoided the heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities, annexing other people's immortal apertures to raise his cultivation level. This way, due to a series of coincidences, he ended up feeding the sovereign immortal body. Fang Yuan's words to Three Feather Boy were not false. Along the way, Fang Yuan encountered 3 rank 6 Western Desert Goo immortals. He killed them and captured their souls, annexing 2 of their immortal apertures. As for the last one, Fang Yuan's attainment level was too low. He could not annex it. He could only let it fall and turn into a blessed land. Fairy Chuibo and Three Feather Boy were a powerful combination. They played their schemes. Not only did they trick the demonic mosquito into the goo formation to test it for them, Fairy Chui Bo even hid there to ambush them. If they met ordinary rank 7 goo immortals, Fairy Chui Bo could talk to them on equal terms. Unfortunately, they met Fang Yuan this time. A rank 7 goo immortal came coincidentally. He cultivates water path. If I devour this person, I will be able to feed the sovereign immortal fetus for a short period of time. Fang Yuan was filled with killing intent. It was rare to encounter an immortal aperture that he could annex. Especially in Western Desert, fire path and wind path were the most popular paths. Water path was rare. It was a stark contrast to Eastern Sea's goo immortal world. Fang Yuan was a water path grandmaster, but his fire path and wind path attainment levels were ordinary. Rumble! Fang Yuan attacked, activating the immortal killer move Myriad Self, first style, strength path giant hand. Immediately, the giant hand pushed apart the air. It pounced towards Fairy Chui Bo and 3 Feather Boy with an unstoppable momentum. 3 Feather Boy shouted in shock, quickly dodging. Fairy Chui Bo also showed a look of shock. She waved her hands as green acid flew out. The acid was like a spirit snake, pouncing on the giant palm, instantly corroding it and reducing it by 20%. However, the giant hand still had 80% of its power left. Under Fang Yuan's control, it gave up on 3 Feather Boy and chased after Fairy Chui Bo. Fairy Chui Bo retreated as she shouted, "Hold on, I am Thousand Transformations Ancestor's third concubine. Why don't you give Thousand Transformations Ancestor face and become friends with us? We can share the treasures of this Zombie Alliance branch." Even though Fairy Chui Bo had rank 7 cultivation level, she did not have much strength, or rather, she was very ordinary. However, her identity was somewhat extraordinary. She was related to Thousand Transformations Ancestor. Even though Fang Yuan did not know much about Western Desert's goo immortal world, he had heard of Thousand Transformations Ancestor's name. This ancestor cultivated transformation path. When he was young, he obtained a portion of reckless, savage demon venerable's true inheritance. It had close to 1,000 transformations. Thus, he called himself Thousand Transformations Ancestor. Even though he inherited the demon venerable's true inheritance, he was not a demonic path goo immortal. He was a famous lone cultivator in Western Desert. His personal tastes were similar to Giant Sun Immortal. He liked beautiful women and had hundreds of wives and concubines. Among them, there were close to 10 goo immortals. Fairy Chui Bo was one of them. Just by taking the inheritance of Western Desert Zombie Alliance, we have to incur Thousand Transformations Ancestors' hatred. Fang Yuan frowned. Fairy Chui Bo dodged as she observed his expression. She said, "Actually, I am here on Ancestors' orders. Sir, you have great battle strength, but to get past the defensive goo formation, you cannot do it recklessly. We have not obtained the treasures yet. Why should we fight to the death? If we delay for too long, something else might happen." Fairy Chui Bo was eloquent. Fang Yuan nodded. "You are right." Fairy Chui Bo and 3 Feather Boy were overjoyed, but at the next moment, Fang Yuan opened his immortal aperture's entrance, letting out by Ningbing, He Lulan, and Fairy Miaoyin. "Go kill these 2. I will take the inheritance myself," Fang Yuan said. Bai Ningbing snorted. Even though she was unhappy with Fang Yuan's orders, she still charged towards Fairy Chui. Bo He Lulan dealt with 3 Feather Boy. Fairy Miaoyin smiled lightly. She watched from the side and provided support. Fairy Chui Bo and 3 Feather Boy were completely panicking. They did not expect that there were 3 goo immortals in Fang Yuan's immortal aperture, and they were all from another region. This was a rare situation. Goo immortals would not hide other goo immortals in their immortal apertures for no reason. Soon, Fairy Chui Bo and 3 Feather Boy fell into a disadvantage. They could not retaliate against the black and white immortals. These are two immortals with the 10 extreme physiques. Their methods are truly unprecedented. I remember now, they are wanted criminals, demonic path scoundrels. This person is one of the culprits who caused the collapse of 88 Point Shenyang Tower. After Three Feather Boy and Fairy Chui, Bo discovered the identities of Fang Yuan and the rest. They became even more panicked. They lost their will to fight and escaped. The black and white immortals chased after them. They soon left this underground cave. Fang Yuan stood in front of the sandstorm. He activated the method that he had prepared for a long time. After a few breaths of time, the sandstorm weakened. It split into two, revealing a small path. Fang Yuan entered without hesitation. Fairy Miao Yin was still outside, preventing others from entering. As Fang Yuan entered, the sandstorm became stronger again. The small path vanished and returned to normal. A city soon appeared in Fang Yuan's vision. Corpse City. At first glance, this was a city made of yellow soil. It was quite inconspicuous. But the truth was, this city was a huge mortal goo house. It was like Northern Plains Zombie Alliance's Dark Flow giant city. However, Western Desert Zombie Alliance's branch was different from Northern Plains. Western Desert Zombie Alliance's true headquarters was an Earth Path blessed land. Corpse City was inside the blessed land. In the past, Shadow Sect had a plan of 10,000 years defying heaven and refining sovereign immortal fetus goo, but it ended in a huge loss. The headquarters of Western Desert Zombie Alliance's branch was abandoned. The essence of the resources were all stored in Corpse City. The entire mortal goo house was moved to the bottom of Translocation Desert, and a defensive goo formation was set up. This method preserved most of Western Desert Zombie Alliance's foundation. Not long after the Battle of Etian Mountain, Western Desert Zombie Alliance's Earth Path blessed land was destroyed by Western Desert's goo immortals. But after plundering, these Western Desert goo immortals were not satisfied. They even became angry from embarrassment because they did not obtain the spoils of war they had planned. Through their constant calculations and investigations, with the help of the will of the heavens, they finally found the Translocation Desert. They confirmed that the treasure of the Western Desert Zombie Alliance was hidden here, but it was not easy to find the right Earth Chi cave. Not to mention the fact that there were many of these caves. They were like stars in the sky, and most importantly, these caves were constantly moving. At every moment, there were old caves disappearing and new caves appearing. This made it hard for Western Desert's goo immortals to find them. Fang Yuan was different. He was the leader of Shadow Sect. It was easy for him to find this place and enter Corpse City. However, meeting Fairy Chui Bo here is likely part of Providence's plan. I have just entered Western Desert and have to fight against a rank 8 great expert. By Ning Bing Me, and the rest have all had investigative killer moves planted on us. I need to take these inheritances and move them away. Fang Yuan opened his immortal aperture's entrance. He waved his hand and sent the entire Corpse City into his immortal aperture. Corpse City did not have any immortal goo, but the defensive goo formation had immortal goo as the core. Chapter 1404. Genius 1 second. Remember, if you want to go, Speak Net, providing you with exciting novels to read. From its appearance, it looked like a rhinoceros beetle. Fang Yuan held it in his palm, feeling that it was as heavy as a rock. It had a wide carapace on its back and a thick head. It gave off a feeling of strength and power. The forked horn was like a spear that was raised high into the sky. Rule Path, rank 7 immortal goo, fight. This immortal goo was Fang Yuan's main gain in this trip. Because of his identity as the new leader of Shadow Sect, Fang Yuan quickly refined this goo and stored it in his immortal aperture. Other than that, there was another immortal goo. It was only rank 6. It was Earth Path. It was called Yellow Sand. This immortal goo looked like a ladybug. Its round carapace had 6 natural yellow stars on it, with rank 7 immortal goo fight and rank 6 immortal goo yellow sand as the cores, as well as some mortal goo, along with the abundant earth chi in the earth chi cave, and earth path Dao marks. Western Desert Zombie Alliance created a defensive goo formation. But as Fang Yuan stored these goo worms, this goo formation broke apart and dissipated. Fang Yuan took a glance at the storage in Corpse City. There were a lot of immortal materials in the mortal goo houses. The most precious was Cold Moon Divine Hero. This was a rank 7 immortal material. Moonlight essence was condensed in the center of the desert for over 10,000 years. In jewel yellow skies, it was priceless. There were very few of them. Even those rank 8 goo immortals did not have many of them. And the largest quantity was a rank 6 immortal material, phosphorescent wood. This wood grew in Ghost Grim Desert. That was the territory of Western Desert Zombie Alliance. There were a lot of phosphorescent wood. It was the accumulation of Western Desert Zombie Alliance. Just from this, I can tell how deep Shadow Sect's foundation was in the past. It is a pity that Shadow Sect invested too much in refining sovereign immortal fetus goo. After the Battle of Etion Mountain, their defeated forces were suppressed and chased by Providence, Celestial Court, and me. Fang Yuan sighed in his heart. Ing Wuxia and the others had visited almost all of the Zombie Alliance branches in the other regions. The Zombie Alliance inheritance in Central Continent, Northern Plains, and Southern Border had all been used up. Eastern Seas Zombie Alliance headquarters was taken down by Eastern Seas Goo Immortals and was firmly controlled. Now, the final Western Desert treasure trove had been taken by Fang Yuan. This was the largest fortune that the Shadow Sect had left in the world. Apart from that, there were some miscellaneous items. Western Desert also had 2 resource points similar to Jade Pot Mountain that were worthy of Fang Yuan's attention. The Shadow Sect had secretly operated them and seemed to have produced wild immortal goo. In the underground cave, Fang Yuan and Goddess Miao Yin waited for a while. A white-clothed figure pierced through. It was Dragon Lady by Ning Bing. She was as cold as an iceberg. Her white robe was as white as snow, untainted by even a speck of dust. In her hand was a captive. It was Fairy Chui Bo from before. Right now, she was frozen into a popsicle, her eyes were shut, and her body was covered in a thick layer of frost. She did not move, and allowed Bai Ningbing to do whatever she wanted. Bai Ningbing actually captured Fairy Chui Bo. This result made Fairy Miao Yin praise her. Even Fang Yuan's eyes shined. Even though Bai Ningbing only had rank 6 cultivation level, her battle strength was a true rank 7, and she was an expert among rank 7s. Northern Dark Ice Soul Physique, one of the 10 extreme physiques, together with Bai Xiang's True Inheritance, it was several times more effective. And most importantly, Bai Ningbing herself was someone who did not fear death. She had great talent. Back in Southern Border, she fought against 3 people alone, killing 2 and heavily injuring 1. Her battle results were impressive. Now, she captured a rank 7 Goo Immortal. Her battle strength was second only to Fang Yuan's on Fang Yuan's side. Since I captured Fairy Chui Bo, there is no hurry to kill her and annex her immortal aperture. Fang Yuan thought. Firstly, this place was filled with earth chi. There was no heaven chi. It was not suitable to place an immortal aperture. The rank 6 Goo immortal demonic mosquito that died in the defensive Goo formation earlier had its immortal aperture and corpse turned into sand. It had no value. Fang Yuan was not hungry. He did not need to annex and eat yet. And most importantly, Fairy Chui Bo was related to the rank 8 Goo immortal 1,000 transformations ancestor. Maybe he could use her to alleviate some of Providence's plans. Since you captured her, keep her in your immortal aperture for now. Fang Yuan said to Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing nodded. She had no way out now. She was being pursued by Celestial Court and Southern Border. She needed Shadow Sec's help to refine immortal goo. She could only cooperate with Fang Yuan. Hei Lulan also returned. She had some blood on her body. I burned that boy to ashes. His immortal aperture is also destroyed. Furthermore, the commotion attracted a group of Western Desert goo immortals. I did not fight. I retreated first, looking at their auras. They should not be ordinary. Fang Yuan nodded. Even though Hei Lulan had not ascended for long, her horizons were already very high. Her evaluation was not ordinary. These Western Desert goo immortals were experts among rank 7. But it was no wonder. Western Desert Zombie Alliance was also a superforce. Its inheritance attracted a large number of Western Desert goo immortals to explore it. It was normal. Superforces would pay attention to it. And don't forget, there was also Providence causing trouble in the dark, adding fuel to the fire. We will leave now. Fang Yuan said this, but before he finished speaking, 3 figures entered from the left, right, and top. Friend, you want to enter after taking Zombie Alliance's inheritance. Aren't you dreaming? On the left, a thin young goo immortal with colorful feathers laughed shrilly. He was a rank 7 goo immortal who cultivated enslavement path. People called him Peacock Deity. We can leave, but everyone who sees Zombie Alliance's inheritance will get a share. We will split it first. A female goo immortal came from above. She was wearing a white dance dress unique to Western Desert. Her face was half covered with a white veil. Her beautiful eyes were deep and her eyelashes were thick and dense. This beauty was famous. She was a famous fairy in Western Desert's goo immortal world. Her status was similar to Fairy Miao Yin and Qiao Si Lu in Southern Border's goo immortal world. She was called Beautiful Camel Immortal. And the goo immortal on the right had a huge beard. His chest was bare, his back was bare, his chest was firm, his arms were thick, his skin was red like copper, he breathed roughly, his aura was overflowing with vigor. His origin was even greater because his surname was Dong. Dong Clan was one of Western Desert's super forces. Dong Lai Feng, a wind path rank 7 expert. He was most proficient in tracking. 2 Southern Border, 1 Northern Plains, and 1 Western Desert goo immortal. What a mess. Dong Lai Feng frowned. On Fang Yuan's side, Fang Yuan had the sovereign immortal body. He came to Western Desert with the aura of a Western Desert goo immortal. Hei Lulan underwent immortal ascension in Northern Plains. She was naturally a Northern Plains goo immortal. Bai Ningbing and Fairy Miao Yin were true Southern Border natives. Foreign region goo immortals were usually ostracized. In this aspect, Eastern Sea had the best atmosphere. But in the other 4 regions, the local goo immortals were usually very xenophobic. Foreign region goo immortals often had to keep a low profile in these places. If a small argument or conflict broke out, they might be attacked by the local goo immortals, be it Peacock Deity, Beautiful Camel Immortal, or Dong Lai Feng. Their expressions were ugly, because Fang Yuan and the others had snatched Zombie Alliance's inheritance. In their hearts, all of this belonged to them. You two, these are foreign region goo immortals. Why don't we put down our differences and work together to kill these foreign region goo immortals? That's right. Western Desert should be ruled by us Western Desert people. You foreign region goo immortals actually came to our territory and snatched our treasures. Obediently hand over the Zombie Alliance's inheritance, and we might let you live. The 3 Western Desert goo immortals shouted. At the same time, they conversed secretly. Be careful, there are 4 of them, 2 rank 7s and 2 rank 6s. Those 2 rank 6s cannot be underestimated. Their auras are strange. That rank 7 youngster seems familiar. I think I have seen him somewhere. Dong Lai Feng's pupils shrunk as he thought of Fang Yuan's identity. Fang Yuan had already shown his true appearance. After all, he knew that he had an investigative killer move on him, and familiar face expended immortal essence. All his identities were exposed. He did not need to disguise himself anymore. He is Lu Guanyi. Dong Lai Feng was shocked and quickly retreated. Swoosh, he went in again. He disappeared in an instant. Beautiful Camel Immortal and Peacock Deity were stunned. What was going on? Earlier, the three of us were still discussing how to fight with high battle intent, but this Dong Lai Feng ran away. Did he get hit by the enemy's strange killer move? Or did he retreat on his own? Wait. Beautiful Camel Immortal's expression also changed. She also recognized Fang Yuan's identity as Lu Guanyi. Ever since the Battle of Reverse Flow River, Lu Guanyi's name had spread throughout the 5 regions. Everyone knew his appearance and voice. Of course, there were differences in the degree of familiarity between the 5 regions. Northern Plains was the most widely known. It was the location of the incident after all. Central Continent also knew a lot about it because Celestial Court participated in this battle. As for the other 3 regions, some people knew Lu Guanyi's appearance, while others only heard about it. They did not have detailed information. After all, in their opinion, Lu Guanyi was a Northern Plains Gu immortal. He was not from the same region as them. Like earlier, Fairy Chui Bo could not recognize Fang Yuan. No matter what, she ended up as a pitiful captive. Beautiful Camel Immortal recognized Fang Yuan's identity and gasped, how could she dare to stay any longer? She escaped as fast as she could. What a joke! This was a person who could resist rank 8s. How could she be his match? Finding trouble with him was simply courting death. At the same time, beautiful Camel Immortal cursed Dong Lai Feng in her heart. He ran too quickly without even informing her. But thinking about it from another perspective, if beautiful Camel Immortal was the first to discover Fang Yuan's identity, she would have done the same as Dong Lai Feng. After all, when it came to escaping, not only did it depend on one's speed and the enemy's, it also depended on the speed of one's allies. Peacock Deity was stunned. Beautiful Camel Immortal also ran. Not good. At this moment, Peacock Deity felt something amiss. Even though he could not understand it, his long years of cultivation experience allowed him to react quickly. He turned and shot out like lightning, vanishing in the blink of an eye. His speed was even faster than beautiful Camel Immortal's. Before Fang Yuan and the rest could make a move, these 3 Western Desert Rank 7 experts had already escaped in fright. Fang Yuan subconsciously looked up at the sky, laughing coldly. Even if Providence set up a trap, so what? As long as Fang Yuan had enough strength, no matter how many people were affected, his survival instinct would take over at the crucial moment. Earlier, he had to escape in southern border because the enemy was too strong.